just want to say, I wish you were my mother instead of the one I got.
Good morning. We are glad you are up and early to join us on Kenya Decides. This is an extended version of Good Morning Kenya. This is where we are going to be giving you live updates on what is happening across the 45 countries in the country. All the governors will be sworn in today in office, taking their first term, or on that note, second term for those who are able to make it to the office for a second term. My name is Victor Lowe. We'll be crossing over to different counties. We have got our reporters, correspondents to give us an update on what is happening across the country. It's going to be a busy week, a busy day so far for that matter, and that's exactly what is happening. It's the day, 25th day, and even as we take that, all the members of parliament will also be starting their induction at their different parliaments, that is National Assembly and the Senate. That is going to be happening here in the capital city of Nairobi. But it's going to be a busy day across the country, all the 45 counties. It's 45 because Kakamega and Mombasa did not have the election, which will be happening next week on Monday. My name is Victor Lowe. You can talk to us on our various social media platforms and tell us where you are watching us from. I'm not alone. Jen is here. Good morning, Jen.
Good morning, Victor, and a warm welcome once again to Kenya Decides. Today is the day we get to witness the oath of office, and we'll be here to bring you minute-by-minute developments as they happen across the country in all the 45 counties that the governors and the deputies will be taking the oath today. My name is Jen Wambui, and of course, we welcome you to be part of this discussion. We are still using the hashtag Kenya Decides 2022 on Twitter. Our official station handle ever remains to be at KBC Channel 1. Individually, you can find us at Victor Olo and at Jane Wambui. Now, today we will be taking you through the profiles of some of the governors. Remember, there are a total of 45. Out of the 47, again, leaving out the two which are going to be having their elections come next week. But of course, today we'll be focusing on the 45, 26 new governors, 11 incumbent, and 8 comebacks. Who are they and what are they all about? All that will be coming up in not too long. But before we get to that, and of course, all our reporters based across the country, let's have a quick look at what the papers have for us this morning. Victor.
Very well. Let me start with the Standard newspaper here. I have got 4 dailies. On the front page of the Standard, new dawn for counties. New dawn for counties. It was an election of surprises where governors-elect defied the odds to win. It was also a victory for women. As county chiefs take their oaths, they must be acutely aware that they will shape next devolution decade by their plans and action. That is a story that is on the front page of the Standard here. We have got several pictures of the county bosses who made it to these particular seats. And we have, again, Raila versus Chebukati, who will blink first. As Azimio leader now wants IEBC chair to disqualify himself from Monday's elections, even as Chebukati shot back, saying that governor elections are conducted by returning officers. That's a story that is worth reading. High hopes as governors-elect are sworn in. That is something that we'll be taking a look at this particular morning. Governors who lost seats in 2017 back with a bang again. Jane will be handling that on our magic wall. We have got Simon Kachapin of West Pokot. We have got Ken Lusaka Bungoma, who was the Senate Speaker. Joshua Irungo, Laikipia. Julius Malombe, taking the reign of Kitui County. Benjamin Cheboy down in Baringo County. And lastly, Ahmed Abdullahi, taking the reins at the Wajir County. County chiefs defied gender norms and big money to win. something that is quite worth reading. All right, that is on the front page of the Standard. We'll be giving you more details later on. Very quickly on the front page of the Star newspaper. Why crisis looms if election rerun? Why crisis looms if election rerun? Odinga's demand for poll reforms, IEBC remake viewed as recipe for constitutional crisis. Raila wants the commission indicted for bungling election. We have on the right, Raila Odinga. He was in Mombasa with the governor candidate, that is Ahmad Samad Nasir, during a campaign rally in Mombasa yesterday. And on the same note, Deputy President-elect Rigathi Gachagua also was in Nakuru County yesterday, in Rongai to be precise, where he was campaigning for UDA MP candidate, that is Paul Chibor, in Rongai constituency. Baraza granted 10 million shillings bond ordered away from Bungoma. Of course, giving you details shortly. And there's a story of that lady who drowned in Canada, drowned in pool. Kisi family begs for help. She was the family's solace, judging by the small brick house the family had built with her help in Gitare Bomachoge Church in Kisi. Now, the young nurse, Helen Kemunto, is the source of heartache. You can take a look at that story. Of course, been going on social media for a week now. We will liberate Rongai from slavery by eminent family, says Gachagua. Of course, he was campaigning yesterday for the MP candidate there. That is Paul Chibor. Very quickly, elections were free and fair, says IEBC. Molu says that, excuse me, they are confident that there was no violation of any rule. And of course, these are some of the grounds that Right Honorable Raila Odinga, who was the Azimio presidential candidate, cited at the Supreme Court. Daughter in Canada drowned in pool. Kisi family now begs for help again. That's a story worth taking a read. MP Baraza granted 10 million shillings bond and told to surrender guns. Kimilili, Member of Parliament-elect Didimas Baraza, on Wednesday pleaded not guilty to the murder of Brian Olunga. Olunga was an aide to his opponent and DAPK's Brian Haemba, and he said that Baraza was granted 10 million shillings bond and surety of 5 million shillings. Very quickly, on the front page of People Daily, polls. Raila hits out at Chebukati. Azimio candidate tells IEBC boss to stay away and let Cherera oversee governor race in Mombasa and Kakamega. But commission fights back. Of course, Cherera is the vice chair of the commission. Stage set for governor swearing in. Country inches closer to transition as 45 governors and their deputies take oath of office in their county headquarters. Two others will be elected on Monday next week. We all know why. CS, 2 parents select junior secondary now. That is according to CS George Magoha, who says that grade 6 learners have until August 30th to pick new schools. Moving so fast. Very quickly, on the next, Mutula Sakaja urges swift review of electoral laws. The two newcomers to be the county bosses. Speaking of electoral laws on how they can be reviewed. In Bandit Hit Thrift, comedy is medicine. Something worth reading, of course. And finally, let me take you through the front page of the Daily Nation. Going for last of the Mois. President-elect William Ruto has waged a bruising battle against the Mois quote-unquote dynasty, snatching the Rift Valley political mantle from the former president and, in the recent actions, kicking out Gideon Moi from the Baringo Senate seat. Now, he has his guns trained on Raymond in the Rongai MP election. Story fleshed out there for you. Governors-elect take over in countrywide swearing in. Of course, the reason why we're giving you more details with our correspondents across the country. Sample of Forms 34As reveals errors in presidential tally. It's a whole page of a story, and this according to this newspaper, Nation newspaper analysis of 233 Forms 34A downloaded from the IEBC portal found errors that could call into question the accuracy of the final presidential tally. That is according to the Daily Nation. All right, very quickly. Declare me president-elect if I won, Raila tells judges. He was speaking in Mombasa yesterday when he met Azimio delegates in Mombasa, as well as campaigning for Ahmad Samad Nasir in Mombasa yesterday. And of course, Raila unveils 42-member legal team led by Siaya Governor James Orengo. I almost said Siaya Senator. Yeah, it's a new change of title. We ran election by the book, IEBC insists, as it tables poll documents. Of course, yesterday, the agency denies former Prime Minister's claims that tallying of the presidential votes was marred with criminality. They submitted their forms yesterday, and documents IEBC submitted to the Apex Court, the forms 34As, 34B and 34C that were used to declare Dr. William Ruto the winner of the August 9th presidential polls. So some juicy story there for you. It's a heavy newspaper, so you can also take a look at what's herein. So far, that is what we have on the front pages of our local dailies. Of course, we'll be giving you more details in the course of this program. Jen.
All right. Remember, we'll be taking you through profiles of these particular governors just to understand what their journey has been getting to where they are, and especially so looking at the fact that we have 7 female governors who were elected in this year's general elections and a collective 26 new governors who this is their first time, and also getting to have a profile and understand the journey of those 11 that have already retained their seats and looking at those 8 that came back after a 5-year hiatus. But then again, going back to the electoral processes and the election laws as they are, today being the 10th day after the final pronouncement of the final election results, that was the presidential by the IEBC, that were made on the 15th of August. That is the constitutional requirement of swearing in of governors. The first Thursday after 10 days from the pronunciation of the final results. Today, they are expected to be sworn into office, 45 of them across the country, and also just understanding that each county has to do this on its own. It is not a national event, it is a county event in each and every county. So what can you expect now? When it comes to the swearing in processes, each county is required to set up a committee, a special committee that will oversee this transition process from the planning to the swearing in to them assuming their positions in offices as governors. Each county is required to constitute a committee that has not less than 13 members, that has various representatives that will be there as witnesses to this particular occasion. And as per the law, this swearing in should not take place before 10 a.m. but not later than 2 p.m. So that window is what is allowed by the laws for this particular swearing in process to happen in the country. Now, this also has to happen in the presence of a high court judge. The judiciary has to be present in each and every county where this particular swearing in process will be happening to ensure that it is still by law. And that is why we have various reporters across the country who will be bringing us the live feeds as and when they develop, just to help you understand what goes on in this process of swearing in Victor. And just to bring you into this conversation, it is supposed to be a public event for the residents in that particular county. That is a requirement of this particular oath swearing in process. It has to be a public event that has to have witnesses to ensure that it actually happened, and it happened according to the law.
Absolutely. And we even seen that different counties are having actually, how do you call it, public address and fields and the podiums being set in different counties. But one thing is quite interesting is that much as it is a public event, it's an invite only to some instances, in invite only. But of course, we are able to understand why it's an invite only. You'd imagine if it was an open forum, which I think should be just like at the presidential event. So, I think we can also attest to that anytime there is a function, there is a function, and that is what's happening. So at here, behind me here, that is Achola the man in Kisumu, all right? Achola, good morning, up and early. Please tell us what is happening from the county of Kisumu. Yes, I'm told that you're in Homa Bay.
Well, thank you very much, Victor Olo. Of course, we are in Homa Bay County. Of course, Homa Bay County is known for so many things, both good and bad. But one thing that keeps standing out in this very great county in Nyanza region is the fact that it produced the first elected women MP in Phoebe Asiwo. And of course, it is the first county again in this region to produce the first elected governor in the name of Gladys Wanga. And Gladys Wanga will be sworn in officially today as she takes the reins of power from Cyprian Awiti, who has been, of course, leading the county for the last 10 years. Here, locals have different aspirations and, of course, hope for Gladys Wanga, who ran on the platform of hope. And she actually said that indeed she is the hope for this particular county, a great county that has had that has vast potential, but have been underutilized for one reason or the other. Of course, she will be greatly looking towards ensuring that she can actually uplift the living standards of women in this particular county, because this is a county that, as I said, that produced the first elected women MP, and of course is the first also in the region that is producing the first elected women governor in this particular region. The other area that we know for a fact that she will be doing everything that she can to actually ensure that they can attain the potential of this great county is in terms of fishing. Now, this particular county is holds the largest percent of Lake Victoria in Kenya, about 46%. And of course, the potential it has in terms of blue economy cannot be gainsaid. And this is an area that Gladys Wanga has actually put her finger on and said that she will be doing everything within her means to ensure that indeed she exploits the full potential of that particular sector, so that then she can actually create wealth and income for the people of this region. The other area that we know that she has actually said she will be looking forward to is the issue of agriculture as a whole. And this particular county is home to Kimira or Luch, one of the largest irrigation scheme in this region that is yet to be fully utilized. And of course, this is an area that she will be looking forward to in terms of ensuring that they can create enough food not only for this region but also the entire country. Remember, just when Cyprian Awiti had actually assumed the reins of powers in this particular county, one of the areas that he had actually promised that he will focus on was agriculture, and they came with a project that was then dubbed the Green City of Homa Bay County. But of course, that project, whatever happened to it, we are yet to fully understand. However, this is an area that Gladys Wanga is saying that she will be focusing on in terms of ensuring that indeed this county can move forward. The other area that she will also be focusing on is the area of education. Now, Homa Bay County as a whole, of course, has produced some of the greatest academic giants in terms of schools in the region, and it's an area that they will be doing everything within their means to ensure that they continue to enhance education in this particular region. In just released KCSE results, Homa Bay County, of course, was one of the counties that performed well in this particular region, and of course, that is where she's going to build on in terms of just ensuring that this county continue to scale the heights of academics. But of course, Victor, as you know, this is also a county that has hit the headlines for various reasons, and some of those reasons not very good, and one of it being the highest rates of teenage pregnancy in the region, and of course highest rates of HIV infection rates in this particular region. So this is also a region that this is also an area that she will be working on in terms of ensuring that she can actually provide employment and income generating activities for the locals, so that then they do not actually engage in activities that will enhance or put them at risk of contracting HIV/AIDS. The other issue, of course, has been the issue of open defecation. And in our previous activities, what we did find out was the fact that there are a number of areas that need to be addressed, especially in terms of building toilets that will actually address the issue of open defecation. One of the issues that have actually been raised has been the issue of soil or topography, and of course we will be looking forward in terms of ensuring that she can actually enhance the issue of health in this particular region, so that then things can be fine. We will try as much as we can, so then we can actually speak to a number of locals here. We'll just try and move and see if we can actually talk to a number of locals who are already here, so then they can actually tell us what they are expecting in terms of the incoming government, so what they're expecting for them, and what will be happening. Mzee, good morning.
Morning.
How are you?
Fine, thank you.
We understand that today Gladys Wanga will be officially taking over as the governor of Homa Bay County.
Yeah.
Probably just tell us what you're expecting from her.
Yeah. We expect a lot from her because she's been in the office for quite some time, and she knows the ups and downs of this county. And so we expect a lot of development, improvement, and a lot of solutions to our problems in the county.
When you say a lot of solutions to our problems in the county, which specifics are you talking about?
I'm talking about solutions in matters of education and matters of infrastructures and matters of especially the fishery in Lake Victoria, and even cotton planting, which actually has collapsed. And also a lot of other things. Yeah.
In the first 100 days, of course, we know some of the things that you've actually raised are long-term issues that actually there's need to actually put in place foundation, there's need to actually put in place infrastructure, so that then these things can actually be achieved. But in the first 100 days, what are we expecting from her in terms of ensuring that we can see a paradigm shift from what has actually been achieved in the past and where we are moving forward to?
Yeah, in the first 100 days, we want actually the improvement on health, because we have a county hospital that is Homa Bay, which is very, 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 very badly off. And we would want the hospital to be upgraded, and so that the facilities which are there could be used. And now that even the nurses have actually gone on strike, we have a lot of problems on matters of health, and especially the Homa Bay Hospital, that is our biggest hospital within the country. So we want a lot of improvement in that place. Yeah.
Fantastic. The other issue has been the issue of blue economy, and you've talked about the fish industry. Of course, we have the largest chunk of Lake Victoria in Kenya. What are we looking at in terms of just exploiting this vast resource that we have? Because we understand that the government and President Uhuru Kenyatta was very keen on blue economy. The other issue is that we're also seeing very many fishermen in the lake complaining about the fact that there's dwindling stock. What are we looking at in terms of ensuring that going forward, then the lake can actually serve its purpose of ensuring that locals can actually exploit it and get what they need?
About the lake, there's a lot of problems we have, especially we don't have cooperatives amongst the fisheries. So if the fisheries have cooperatives, then things would work out well. But because everybody is doing it on its own, and therefore they don't realize much. Actually, the income from the lake or from the fish does not actually benefit the common man. One thing, because this fish should be even exported, but because we're just doing it locally, with locally whatever, it's not going to work well. Then the other thing is also overfishing. Yeah, the fisheries, the fishermen are overfishing the lake. And if that can be controlled, then we can have a lot of growth of the smaller fish, and then we can have bigger fish. And also the kind of nets they're using.
Does it call for introduction of cage farming and, of course, other technologies that will ensure that there is a sufficient supply of fish in the lake? Because, of course, just relying on the lake to actually produce its own fish, so then we can actually harvest the fish, it simply means that we actually overstretching our imagination.
Yeah, we also would want the introduction of, you say caging, that is fishing within the rural areas, apart from the lake, because so long we have been relying on this bigger expanse of lake. But the internal part of it, that is fishing within the rural part of it, making some people to actually make fishing within the homes and along the rivers. Yeah, if that can be introduced, well and good.
That would be fantastic. Just one question before I let you go. Homa Bay County is a county that is known in the country for having produced the first elected women MP. This is also the first county in this particular region, of course, despite the fact that this region is known for advocating for democracy. Is the first time that we're actually electing a woman governor in this particular region. What is the secret? And is it now time to actually now start embracing the issue of women in leadership, especially higher positions as governorship?
This is going to actually improve the girl-child education, because when the girls are getting education, and then they see the women are rising in high ladders like Gladys Wanga, then it's a real motivation for the girls who are in school. Not only that, majority of people are women, and especially in the churches and in the cooperatives and in whatever, women are so many, and in many developments, women have a lot of developments than men. And so Gladys Wanga being a leader in this county is going to really motivate a lot of people, and women are going to improve their lives, and they're happy about it.
Fantastic.
Yeah, they're happy about it.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for time. Victor, of course, those are very comprehensive submissions from one of the locals here who has actually enumerated a number of things that the locals are expecting from the incoming Governor Gladys Wanga. However, before I just let you go, I will try as much as I can, my colleagues, so that then we get to paint a picture of exactly what happens here at some of these beaches. Of course, the locals start streaming in such beaches along Lake Victoria as early as 6 a.m. In the morning. And of course, the core business being that of just ensuring that they actually buy or purchase fish stocks that are actually coming to the lake. And of course, most of them have actually already here very early in the morning. And of course, this is what they've been waiting for. This is the tilapia, and of course tilapia and Nile perch species that have actually been captured from the lake. Of course, one of the key issues that the locals have been actually raising has been the issue of dwindling fish stocks in the county, and the need for, of course, relevant authorities to come up with strategies and mechanisms that will ensure that there's introduction of cage farming or better fish farming strategies in the region, so that then they don't over-rely on the lake for production of fish. But also the other thing that has actually been raised has been the issue of ensuring that there's a fish processing factory along the lake. The last time similar factory existed in this particular region was decades ago, and the locals are actually insisting that there's need for the local governments and leaders to initiate projects that will ensure that we have a fish processing plant here in Homa Bay County, or more specifically along the lake shores, so that then there's no need for carrying fish all the way to Nairobi for processing. Of course, these are some of the issues that we hope that, of course, the incoming Governor Gladys Wanga will actually be focusing on to ensure that indeed they can actually explore the full potential of the lake. The other issue, of course, is exploitation of tourism in the lake. This lake, of course, has vast potential in terms of tourism, and it's an area that has not been exploited fully. And of course, locals are saying that if indeed, if they can actually exploit that sector, it is going to rake in a lot of millions for the locals. I don't know, there's a colleague here, there's one local here who just wants to say a word before I hand it over back to you, Victor. Habari gani?
Mzuri sana.
Umesema wewe unaweza zungumza Kiswahili? Kabisa. Leo Governor Wanga atakuwa anaapishwa rasmi kama gavana wa kaunti ya Homa Bay. Pengine unieleze tu matarajio yako ni yapi?
Matarajio yangu akiapishwa aanze kazi, ajue vijana kama sisi tuko hapa nyumbani na pia tunahitaji kazi, asilete machezo kwa kazi. Vile walileta ile wakati ile ya witi, asilete machezo ndani ya kasi. Ufisadi hatutaki. Tunataka vitu njema, ikae taratibu, vijana wapate kazi, alafu kaunti yetu iinuke kidogo.
Iinuke kidogo. Umesema kama kijana, unasema kwamba swala ambalo pengine ungetaka tu gavana azingatie ni swala la kuhakikisha kwamba mna kazi. Kazi za aina gani? Kwa sababu ukisema kazi kidogo ni swala kubwa. Kazi za aina gani ambazo zitakisha kwamba vijana katika eneo hili wanapata kazi?
Apanue biashara ikuwe kubwa kwa vijana. Alete pesa, atukopese pesa, tuanze na biashara, apanue kazi. Kazi ikuwe. Alafu hapa lake tuweke security kubwa huko ndani, tukienda huko tunakaa na security waziwazi ati Uganda wanakuja wanatusikia vitu. Hiyo vitu sasa awachane nayo, aweke vitu vizuri ndani ya kazi.
Asante sana. Umesema unaitwa nani?
Naitwa Geoffrey Chenga Somba.
Very well. Geoffrey, of course, saying very categorically that hapana leta machezo kwa kazi. So of course that is the clear call for people of Homa Bay County, calling on the incoming government to actually just ensure that they indeed hit the ground running, so then they can actually ensure that the people of Homa Bay County not lag behind in terms of development, but also provide job opportunities for them. So Victor, we'll just sign off by, of course, allowing you to watch the splendid view of Lake Victoria. Fantastic sight for those who are actually coming this side for the very first time. But of course, those who have actually visited this area over and again, these are the sites that you actually wake up to every other morning. And these are the sites that, of course, before you go to bed, these are some of the sites that, of course, you keep seeing. Splendid view, fantastic view when you are on the shores of Lake Victoria, of course, of the boat going to the lake for the fishing escapades. And of course, when they come back, you actually get to see exactly what is happening. So, Regina Manyara, that is what we have for you as of now from Homa Bay County. Of course, we'll be joining with you again later, so then we get to give you the pictures and sounds from Homa Bay County as we witness the inauguration of Gladys Wanga as the governor, as the second governor of Homa Bay County.
All right. Thank you so much, Simon Achola there from Lake Victoria, just at the shoreline of Lake Victoria. You know what thing? There is something about fresh fish, dried, ugali, na kachumbari. Yeah, I know someone who have been salivating. All right, let's cross over to Regina Manyari in Meru County to give us an update on what we should expect. Regina, good morning. We are missing you here in studio, but nonetheless, you are also on the other side of the county. How are things so far?
Well, good morning, Victor and Jane, back in Nairobi there, Broadcasting House. Yes, we bring you to the land of prosperity, and that is Meru County, where we've also made history, having elected the first female governor in the just concluded August 9th polls. What you can see behind me is actually an emblem, or rather a monument, that was set up in the 80s that has, or rather is featuring fimbo ya Moi na the flying whisk ya Kenyatta. Residents here within Meru town believe that is something that was put there to just remind Kenyans to be peaceful. Well, Meru County is remaining very peaceful there, and in the next 2 hours or so, it's going to be a beehive of activity as a procession that is going to be led by a music band all the way from Getimene all the way to Kenoru Stadium, where the inauguration of the first governor-elect, female for that matter, Kawira Mwangaza, is going to be sworn into office in a public forum as well ahead in front of a High Court judge. But before I give you the details of the preparations and what to expect from Meru County, I would want to draw your attention to very hard-working citizens here in Meru County, and these happen to be the Boda riders who participated fully in the August 9th polls to just give us a view of the election process as well as why they opted for Kawira Mwangaza to be their governor, being that this is a very patrilineal, patriarchal community traditionally, and if you go back in history, when you talk about Marians, we think about Njorin Cheke and such, and being a woman, this is indeed not a mean feat. Now let me introduce you to my people here who are gathered, who woke up very early to go eka living. Tuambie majina yako tafadhali.
Majina yangu ni Silas Jage.
Kawira Mwangaza ndio governor na yeye ni mama, hapa ni Meru. Mlimchagua kwa nini?
Kawira Mwangaza ndiye gavana sasa. Tumemchagua kwa kazi yake ile amefanya, ni kazi mzuri. Kutoka kitambo Kawira Mwangaza alikuwa anaenda mpaka masinani, anatetea mpaka wana bonda wasia wakaangaishwa na polisi, mpaka wakati ule walikuwa naitwa waesi, anawatetea mpaka anawaonyesha sio waesi, ni watu wanajitafutia. Wale walikuwa wanaharibu kidogo ni wesi wasase, lakini sio wa bonda, walikuwa tu wanakondeswa bonda, wanaenda wanaiba simu ya watu. Alikuwa anatutetea na namna hiyo. Pia Kawira Mwangaza tunaona ni mama ambaye atakuwa na maendeleo wa hii county, kwa sababu anajali masirai ya watu wale hawana pesa kidogo, wale wana pesa kidogo, na anaonyesha ya kwamba hata bikundi ataunganisha bikundi na kuwasaidia na pesa ili waende kuenua biashara zao. Sasa Kawira Mwangaza tunaona atafanya kazi. Tunaona atafanya kazi Meru, na Meru itainuka kuliko yule Kiraito Murungi bile alikuwa anasema atainua, na bado Meru inaenda chini.
Haya, maoni yako na wewe brother, tuambie jina lako na maoni yako kwamba Kawira ndio governor hapa Meru County.
Kwa majina naitwa Edward Kadhurima, nimetoka hapa Meru, na tulichagua mama kwa sababu ukweli mama amefanya kazi nyingi sana na kazi ambayo inaonekana, ndio maana tulijua tukimpea kiti ataweza kutupeleka mbali na kuikuza pia Meru yetu.
Kwa siku 100 ungependa governor afanye nini kwa siku 100 kutoka leo wakati ataingia afisini? Ungependa ni nini aeke jambo ape nini kipaumbele kama maendeleo, jambo lipi?
Kitu ya kwanza ningemuomba atutengeneze nje ya hospitali hapa. Unaona nje imeharibika, wagonjwa wakipeleka huko na ndio unapata sometimes watu wanakufa hata before wafike hospitali. So kitu ya kwanza kinye ningemuomba kwenye yako atutengeneze hiyo njia ya kwenda hospitali. At least hata wagonjwa wamegonjeka at least wanaendea njia iko sawa.
Na nimezunguka hapa mtaani Meru na sijaona hata pambo ama posta hata moja ya Kawira Mwangaza. Wakati alikuwa anapiga kampeni, alipiga kampeni vipi?
Kwa ukweli ni kuwa Kawira Mwangaza si mtu wa kujiexpose, na for me what I can say is that Mungu anaangalianga mtu kwa undani yake. Si eti unakuja unaweka mapost kila pahali na obvious watu kila mtu anaona hakuna kazi unafanya. So the best solution, I appreciate the way she humbled herself. Na ndio maana Mungu naye akamuinua.
Yeah. Aliinuliwa na Mungu. Aya, sawa. Acha let me still talk to one more. Wewe maoni yako ni yepi kulingana na vile unavyoona kama Kawira Mwangaza kama governor?
Kwa majina mimi naitwa Victor, all the way from Kisumu.
Umetoka Kisumu kakuja Meru County?
Kisumu tumekuja Meru County. Lakini tumechagua mama, naona atafanya kazi vizuri.
Ulipiga kura hapa Meru County ama ulienda Kisumu kupiga kura?
Mimi kura nilipiga hapa. Nilipiga hapa Njiri Street. Hapa ndio nilipiga kura.
Hapa ndio nilipigia kura. Kama maendeleo ungependa mama afanyie Meru County nini?
Kitu ya kwanza angeanza na hii barabara ya General pale. Hiyo ndio angeanza nayo. Ndio tunateseka hata tukipeleka mtu huko, mtu akiwa karibu kuzaa anaweza zalia hata kwa barabara. Sasa tulikuwa tunaomba aanze kutengeneza hiyo barabara.
Asante sana. You've heard there Victor all the way from Kisumu County and coming to work and live in Meru County. And I've been telling you in studio, Victor, that we are quite hospitable people as Marians, and we are proud. And as we say, this is a land of prosperity and plenty. And in my own mother tongue, we also say that Meru Tempara. You see, we are there to share. Now let's listen, or let's have a view from a woman in regards to the election of the first female governor for Meru County. Karibu Muga.
Muga mame.
Tueleze historia yako.
Mimi naitwa Rukia Asman au Zakia Juma kwa kitambulisho, na mimi ni mkahaji wa hapa Meru. Kimeru kidogo kinanisonga sababu mimi sijakulia Meru, ngawaje nimezaliwa Meru. Azo sijali kuzungumza Kiswahili kwangu.
Hamna neno. Umetoka wapi haswa?
Mimi nimezaliwa hapa tu Meru na ninakaaga Majengo. Mimi ni mkaaji wa Majengo na ni mzaliwa wa pale. Hapo Majengo. Mimi
Maoni yako ni yapi kwa uchaguzi wa Kawira Mwangaza kama gavana wa kwanza kwa mwanamke hapa? Mama.
Mimi nashukuru sana na niko kipaumbele kwa wamama sisi kuwa mbele. Kawira Mwangaza alinifurahisha kwa sababu ya tabia zake. Ana tabia mzuri za wamama, si wanawake. Mwanamke ni matusi. We called ourselves ladies, not women. Sasa kwa hivyo tukimuita mwanamke tumekosea. Ni mama mwenye heshima zake. Sasa unajua watu wana challenge mbaya, wengine wana challenge mzuri. Kawira mwenyewe amejitoa na sifa mzuri. Right, mimi nimefurahia sana kukutana na nyinyi asubuhi kuwa ati watangazaji. Ni kituo gani kwanza nazungumza nikiabaite?
KBC Channel 1. KBC Channel 1.
KBC. Yes. Sijakiona hicho, labda nitagoogle nione. Sasa Kawira alipoingia nilifurahi sana, hata sikulala. Hata leo nimekwenda kumpelekea yu kwa wangu aone kweli sisi tuko mbele. Ingawaje Kawira natembeaga na vikundi, si sana pendelee kuzungumza sana na vikundi. Najua hata hao watu wapweke vikundi saa zingine kuna watu wapendeleagi sana. Tunapendelea sana upweke sana. Sasa Kawira barabara zinetusumbua sana madam. Kuna zile kiraito hakutengeza kwama hapa kwa land. Hizo barabara zinaudhi. Hapo kuna land, kuna hii county, ni ile county assembly ambao ni ofisi yake saa hii. Kuna hii yaitagwa nini kotini, kuna attorney general, kuna KPCU. Hivyo barabara hiyo kuna shule ambayo ni St. Paul's. Tafadhali hiyo barabara ni national government hiyo. Hata kama yeye ni wa county, ni atujali sisi maslahi yetu, kwa sababu hiyo barabara ina wakora wengi. Na nikisema vile Mungu awe mlinzi wetu, sababu kwa haki ya Mungu hiyo barabara ni hatari sana. Na nikisema vile hata OSPD pale asikie, hata county commissioner asikie, hata nani asikie, akiwa mama mwenzangu msichana wetu asikie hiyo barabara ni hatari, ajumukie hiyo barabara, sababu Kawira sio mtu wa mchezo. Kawira ni mama mwenye nguvu na mwenye hekima. Hiyo barabara aangalie. Hata gari nasikia zinaibiwa sana pale kotini. Huwezi kusimamisha gari pale, kwa haki ya Mungu saa zingine zinapenya. Na mtu akikunyang'anya pale anapenya ndani ya mwitu pale, huyo mwitu Kawira ni ang'ang'ane nao. Hata kama ni kujua avunje hiyo miti, itengezwe barabara vile. Hata kama ni kasherehe kidogo pale, watu watakuwa kifanya sherehe, sio bush vile ndani ya town yake. Na unaona watoto wanapitia pale, rapes zimetokea pale. Nazungumza vile Kawira unisikie, na wakubwa wa serikali wanisikie. Watoto hao utakukisikia mtoto ameripiwa, mtoto amedhulumiwa. Wamama huwezi kupitia pale na handbag shwe inakwenda. Tafadhali tafadhali Kawera, umeingia, jukumu kwako. Tuna majengo sisi, tangu tupate uhuru majengo, hakuna barabara, hakuna security, na nikisema vile Mungu anajua na nyinyi wenyewe pia mnajua, hatuna security pale, na sisi ndio kipaumbele cha kuchagua, lakini hatuangaliwi. Daraja hatuna, na ndipo pale tunavukia. Ewe Kawera, tuangalie. Kuna hospitali iko pale, na sisi ndio jirani ya senile family care. Hiyo hospitali tafadhali Kawera, ukiwa government, ukiwa katika county, hiyo hospitali tafadhali twaomba utuinulie, sababu kila magondo na wale wako pale chini, sisi tunavuka pale. Na hospitali tuko nayo pale, hiko na madawa, hiko na madaktari ambao ni qualify. Tafadhali naomba, tafadhali Kawera, hiyo hospitali utuinulie kwa heshima yako.
Aya, shukran sana kwa maoni. Tukimalizia ndio tupe mwenzako pia atupe maoni. Utakuwa kwa sherehe ya leo Kenoru?
Sasa si nimeamka asubuhi bwana, na saa hizi mimi natembea na vitu twangu hutu, niende nikiuza pale, nisikize niaje na anazungumza vipi na kutakuwa haje, hata sisi tupendelee, asitutupe, si ndio? Aye,
ni kweli.
Aya,
shukran sana. Njoo karibia, tuambie jina lako na maoni kuwa kuna gavana wa kwanza mama Kawera Mwangaza.
Haya basi, majina ni Loyal Mweda, mkazi wa Meru hapa. Niko na furaha tele, nimejumuika, niko mwingi wa rehema ya kwamba mama Kawera Mwangaza ametenda mengi na bado ataendelea kututendea. Kwa saa hii tunaenda kumwapisha leo hii, na Mungu ako mbele, anaona. Kawera Mwangaza ataleta mwangaza katika Meru County, na niko na imani naye ya kwamba tukiwa na yeye, tukishirikiana pamoja na viongozi wengine wote, tutaenda mbele vimoja, tushikane mkono, tufanye kazi tuko pamoja. Na mpaka saa hii imani tele, wenzangu wote, Meru County inaenda mbele. Shina mengi ya kusema, ni hiyo tu, niko na imani naye.
Aya, sawa. Well, there you've heard it. Victor, I understand, in studio, as well as we have Richard Munga, who is going to be also joining us to just bring us up to speed with what residents of various counties have to say in regard to the just concluded August 9th polls here. But as far as Meru is concerned, the residents here are quite upbeat and very hopeful about the first female governor to be elected here. And some of the things that they want her to prioritize, and that is Kawera Mwangaza. First of all, it includes security, road infrastructure, as well as the state of the general hospitals there, saying that, you know, by the time they get, especially they are sick to this particular hospital, some of them end up delivering on the road because of the poor road network, and even matters of, you know, water and sanitation. Kawera Mwangaza is the first female governor elect in Meru County, and she has faced a lot of challenges, so to speak. Some of the people we have spoken with have said what they admired about her campaign is that she did not put up even a single poster. And this is something as KBC Channel 1 we have attested to, because we have been here at least from yesterday just trying to see and finding out from the residents what they had to say about the campaign trail. Not a single poster was put up by Kawera Mwangaza. Some saying that, it is her humble nature that made them elect her for governor, and that they hope that she's going to deliver on the promises she made, and promises that had been made to them by prior leaders who did not actually meet their expectations there. In the ceremony that is going to be taking place at Kenoru Stadium from around 8 a.m., after the swearing in into office, after being sworn into office, we're going to have also another ceremony that is going to be conducted by the Njorin Cheke. Well, this is a different kind of ceremony, so to speak, given that Marians, or rather what we pride ourselves, we are patrilineal and patriarchal. So for the first time in history, we're going to have a female leader recognized by Njorin Cheke, that is a communal leadership of men who way back in our history used to, help in clan disputes and even leadership. So after she's sworn in, she's going also to be accepted into the fold by Njorin Cheke. During the campaign trail, there were talks, and Njorin Cheke has had a change of mind. Before they were not open to having a female governor, but they have soon changed their mind and tact and accepted that Meru residents, the electorate here, have chosen Kawira Mwangaza to be their governor. So after the swearing-in ceremony, remember, is prescribed by law that this takes place in a public forum in front of, or rather before a high court judge, and we understand the judge is going to be coming all the way from Embu to come to preside over this particular ceremony that is going to be taking place at the Kenoru Stadium. Then after, we're going to see Kawira Mwangaza, the governor there, being coronated or accepted into the fold by the Njorin Cheke elders there, who happen to be all male. So indeed, on top of making history in as far as governance and leadership is concerned, also traditionally we are having a woman making inroads where it really matters, and that is where seated at the table to make decisions. Now I want to hand you over to Richard Munga, who is in Nyandarua, and I understand Victor and Jane are still in studio, and Ben Troy also is on standby to bring you up to speed in regard to, you know, what we are all expecting to see across the 45 counties, and that is the gubernatorial inauguration ceremonies. Only 2 governors are not going to be participating in this particular ceremony, given that they are yet to have their elections done. That is in Mombasa and Kakamega, having had those elections postponed twice. But now the date has been set for Monday 29th. Now from the county of Meru, where we say in our mother tongue that Meru go tempara, land of prosperity, well, I hand you over to the rest of my colleagues in Broadcasting House.
All right. Regina there, say hi to Victor behind you. Yes. Thank you so much. That is Regina Manyara, all the way from the land of green gold. Okay, we are giving you 360 coverage of these events that will be taking place across the 45 counties in the country. We started with the Simon Achola in Homa Bay County, crossed all the way to Meru County, Regina Manyara there. And now let's connect with Richard Munga in Nyandarua County. Richard, good morning. I know it's a busy morning as far as the event is concerned, but could you please just tell us more from Nyandarua County?
Well, thank you very much, Regina Manyara from Meru County, as well as Victor Olo from Broadcasting House in Nairobi. Well, we are here at the Arboretum Gardens, that is at Ol Kalou constituency. Remember, Ol Kalou is the capital and the headquarters of Nyandarua County, where we'll be having a similar function here today as we swear in the new governor. Let's just go a few steps behind to what led to this. Well, as we all know, Francis Kimemia was mandated to lead Nyandarua County as the governor for the last 5 years. That is since 2017, taking over from Daniel Waithaka. Well, Francis Kimemia did all he could. And of course, in his first year in office, he was voted the second best performing governor in Kenya, with him coming up on top in the first position in the subsequent polls. As a result of this, of course, he secured even a World Bank grant that was meant to improve the road infrastructure in Nyandarua County, as well as partake in other projects. However, the people of Nyandarua, of course, wanted more. They wanted better. The people of Nyandarua County wanted change. And indeed, on 9th of August, when they went to the polls early in the morning at 6 a.m., that is on 9th August, on Tuesday, they decided that they wanted change almost literally. They chose Badilisha, who goes by Moses Kerry, who is now the governor-elect. And in this event today, during the swearing-in, he is going to officially become the county governor of Nyandarua County. Of course, he has had many promises that he has made to the Nyandarua people. And as we all know, the history of Nyandarua when it comes to choosing leaders, especially governors, it's not that forgiving for governors who do not perform. Remember, in 2013, after the first elections, after the promulgation of the new constitution, we had Daniel Waithaka being the first governor elected to lead the people of Nyandarua County. But 5 years down the line, he was actually evicted from office by the Nyandarua people, with Francis Kimemia coming in. Now, Moses Badilisha Kiarie has been voted in, and for him, he has talked about improving the road network, the already established road network, because for some of the supporters of the previous governor, the outgoing governor, that is Francis Kimemia, they have credited him with tarmacking at least 1,000 kilometers of road network. But Kiarie says that is not enough for the people of Nyandarua. Kiarie has also promised better access to electricity, better access to water, upgrading of hospitals in Nyandarua County, and of course all this leads to helping the farmers, the residents and the farmers of Nyandarua County. As we all know, it is an agricultural county, and he has promised that the produce will be getting to the markets in time, it will be getting to the buyers in time, and well, he will be speaking here today after he's swearing in, and we're going to be bringing you all the updates, even as he takes the oath of office in front of the High Court judge, and of course in front of 2,000 expected guests, that is the invited guests, as well as members of the public. At the moment, as you can see behind me, just preparations are underway at the moment. The public has not yet started arriving, nor has the invited guests, so we're going to be keeping you up to date to that. As you can see, everything is the setup is still going on. The tents are being put up. We have obviously the flags will be raised today in anticipation of that. But more importantly, it is to note that it is at this ceremony that Moses Kiarie, popularly known as Badilisha, will be receiving the tools of power when he is coming into office in Nyandarua County. That includes the coat of arms, the county flag, and we shall be bringing you up to date, one-on-one, on everything happening and all the updates needed as we carry on with the event. Well, for now, that's it for me in Nyandarua County at the Arboretum Gardens in Olkalau town. Victor Olo, back to you in studio.
Okay. That is Richard Munga there, all the way from Nyandarua County. And of course, it's still chilly there from the look of things. And so far, preparations are still underway, and we will be linking with you later on once that function is on. All right. I told you, we are doing for you a 360 degrees coverage of this event across the country. That is 45 counties in the country, -2 Kakamega and Mombasa counties. All right, from Richard, let's go to Ben Troy, who is in Uasin Gishu County, to give us an update. Ben Troy, good morning. The land of athletes, what should you expect? What should we expect as far as that is concerned?
Thank you, and good morning, Victor. And earlier on, I heard you say that it's quite a busy morning. Indeed, it is a busy morning. And as you can just see behind me, it's quite a hive of activities. Around 30 minutes or an hour ago, just some few preparations, but the place is surely picking up pace. Indeed, we are coming to you live from county number 27, the home of champions. And talking about champions, 2 champions will be seated there. That is the governor-elect, Koti Moja, as he is popularly known here, Jonathan B., together with his deputy John. And some of the things that we have been able to gather today is that over 10,000 people are expected here, mostly leaders and also residents of Uasin Gishu County, and probably mostly from here, Eldoret town, a county that has over 1.1 million people. And in the 2022 general election here, mostly is majorly a UDA area, having all the MPs, the woman representative, the senator, and also the governor all elected on a UDA party ticket. Well, as you can see, security is quite tight here, and the workers here, the transitional committee workers, are just doing some few things here and there, because the tent and the chairs were already here when we got here early in the morning. Quite a chilly and cold morning, but as you can see, the skies are clearing up. But allow me 1, 2, 3 minutes to just engage one of the residents here who showed up quite early to ensure that he does not miss any part of today's quite a success, which will be the swearing in of the 2 principals here in Uasin Gishu County. Good morning. Kindly, tell us your name and some of the expectations that you have.
Yes, good morning. I'm Sammy Brigan. One of the residents here, and a businessman, and a friend of outgoing governor and incoming governor. Yes.
And talking about incoming and outgoing governor, this is one county that has never had another governor. This will be the second Uasin Gishu County governor.
Yes.
Give us some of the scorecard for the outgoing governor, because judging by what we have seen in the recent poll is that people have confidence in him, because after he has done his 2 terms, he is now the senator-elect of this great county.
Oh, Governor Mandako is a great man. He did well, despite that he was starting as the first governor, and in the whole country, the system was new, but he tried. He did well, and we congratulate him. In fact, today we say, Kwaheri, our governor, welcome Mr. Kotimoja, because I know he had a good intention of this county. As he becomes now the senator of Uasin Gishu, we know he will do it better than when he was here as a governor.
And looking at some of the challenges here, of course, there is youth unemployment and also a big water challenge here in this county. Those are some of the interests that the new Governor Kotimoja will be having to deal with in his first days in office.
I know when you talk of unemployment, it's a national thing. It is something which cannot be solved. So what we say, Mandako has done his best. Let Kotimoja also come and do his best.
All the leaders here were elected. We do not have any independent candidate here who was elected. We only have UDA, just to underscore the influence of President-elect Dr. William Ruto, who has also served as an MP in this great county.
Yes, we have a lot of confidence in our incoming president, and this is a zone, UDA zone. If today William Ruto says we move to another party, as a county, as a people, we are ready to support him. And because he is now in UDA, all of us are in UDA, from whatever level of people, from business, from old men, young people, women, and everybody was in Gishu 100% UDA.
Yes, and still it's also a tourist hub and a sports tourism area, which have quite benefited this great county, because at the end of the day, it's not only local athletes who train here, but also international athletes who, I can say for a fact, they bring in the much needed boost in this county.
Mm-hmm. Oh yes, I think one of the areas actually the incoming governor has to concentrate is that one, because we have to show ourselves that we have a talent which has to be tapped as early as possible, as from primary. I think we have now to, as we are called the city of champions, we have to show that one nationally and internationally. And Governor Jalilim should do that as early as possible. Immediately I enter the office from today, the swearing in of today, he has to start on that one, because we have a good talent, and that one is a very good investment, more than even other investments.
And also, as a businessman, I know you also have expectations that the new incoming regime will address. What are some of these key and crucial things that they should actually be looking at in their first, let's say, 100 or the first days in office?
The first thing is that they have to see, the incoming governor has to see on the collection of revenues. We pay licenses, different licenses. They have to amalgamate their licenses. So whenever you go for a license, you just go into only one office, you get everything there, and you go away, you go and work. That's the first thing actually he has to do about the business.
What would you want to tell the people of Uasin Gishu County as they grace for this great occasion?
Oh, welcome. We are the happiest people, because the first thing is that transition has been very good, and we believe in the incoming Kotimoja, Mr. Jonathan B. Jelilim, and we know he'll do it better for us all Uasin Gishu. Expect more, expect good. Let's start together. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's just some of the sentiments of one of the businessmen here, and also he talks about he is a friend of the incoming governor, and as you've heard that there are some things that the first regime was not able to address, and the people of Uasin Gishu are quite hopeful that the incoming or the second governor, that is Kotimoja, will be able to address. I can tell you people have started streaming in. I can see some vehicles starting to stream in, and remember, according to the constitution, is that this event and all the 45 that are being conducted today have to be conducted between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. And in one of the leaflets that we saw is that the county transitional committee was asking people to be here and be seated by around 9 so that the event can commence 1:10 hits. Indeed. And perhaps my colleague, we are with Hamisi Mambo on the lens, and perhaps he can pan so that you may have a clear picture of what is transpiring here. I can tell you 20 minutes ago, and now a lot of people now are starting to stream in. And maybe to give you a glimpse of what to expect here in this county, great county, is that, or perhaps to give you perhaps a view of how things were in the general election, is that Kotimoja was able to garner 214,000 votes against businessman Buzeki, who was able to get slightly over 127,000 votes. Remember, the outgoing governor would be the incoming senator, that is Jackson Mandago, who was also able to garner over 250,000 votes against his closest competitor, who got slightly over 90,000 votes, just to show you the confidence that people had in the governor. And also they have expectations, lots of expectations here as actually in this great county. Of course, there are six MPs here, and all are elected on a UDA ticket, and also the women representative Gladys Boss-Osholei, who also was elected on a UDA ticket. Of course, we will be here until the last minute at 2 p.m. so that we may be able to give our viewers a clear view and picture of how the event is here at county number 27, the great county of Uasin Gishu. Back to you in studio.
Troy, thank you so much from the city of champions, that is Uasin Gishu County, where Jonathan B. alias Kotimoja will be taking reins of that particular county. It is a county of champions and athletes, and of course will be interesting to see how the athletes will benefit from that government, so to speak, because one of the cries and pleas of the athletes there is the training facilities in those particular counties, that is Uasin Gishu County, to be specific. They've been crying for training facilities in that county. So the next governor, we will be looking forward to see if such kind of facilities will be put up for the athletes of that particular county. All right, we are giving you live updates from different counties across the country, 45 to be precise, so, on what will be happening. We've done so far Homa Bay, Nyandarua, we've done Meru with Regina Manyara, Uasin Gishu there with Ben Troy, and of course before we head to Isiolo, where Yusuf Farah is standing by, what about if we join Jen to give us an update on what we should expect and the flow of events? Jen.
Yes, Victor, you know, this year's elections remains to be historic in terms of women in leadership, and especially so in the political space, given it is one of the years that we have witnessed the highest number of women being elected to some of this top government position. And we want to just quickly run through this, a brief profile of who these women are and, you know, their journey politically speaking, how that has transpired over the years. Remember, we are still using the hashtag Kenya Decides 2022 on our social media platforms, so you can also engage with us and share with us your thoughts. So let's just start by looking at governors, okay? Looking at 2013, the general elections, we didn't have any female governor. Fast forward to 2017, we had 3 female governors being elected, and in 2022 that number has gone up by 4, making it a total of 7 female governors out of a collective 47 elective governor positions. So when you put that in percentage form, women make up 14.4% of the entire block, while men make up 85.1% in terms of governors who were elected in this year's election. Now, this again is information that has been verified by the IEBC. Now, let us move on to just have a quick look at whom these women are, the 7 of them that managed to be elected as governors. And of course, we start off in Nakuru County, which is one of the counties that did quite shake the political landscape in terms of electing women to the these political seats. So at the helm of Nakuru County, we have Honorable Susan Kihika, who is the governor-elect. She is a lawyer by profession and also doubles as a politician. Now, she becomes the first female governor for Nakuru County, but has previously served still in Nakuru County as the senator for 5 years between the periods of 2013 through to 2017. In this year's election, she was vying under a UDA ticket where she garnered a total of 440,707 votes, beating her biggest and closest contender. That was Lee Kinyanjui with 225,000 votes, 623. Now let us move on to the next lady. All right, there we go to Homa Bay County, one of the counties that we have already touched base with. Honorable Gladys Atieno Yasuna Wanga. So she has served before as a woman representative in Homa Bay County, and that was between the periods of 2013 through to 2017. In this year's election, she was going against her biggest contender was former Nairobi Governor Evans Kidero, who came in second with 152,182 votes, with Wanga being the winner with 244,059 votes. Now, looking at the constituencies in this particular county, a total of 8, and she was actually leading in 7 of this constituency, and Kidero was leading in only 1 of the constituencies, that is Homa Bay Town, where he was actually he was an independent candidate in this year's general election, while Gladys Wanga was vying under a ODM ticket, to be precise. The next lady that we will briefly have a look about is Honorable Cecily Mbarire, Governor-elect in Embu County. Now, she has also served before, still in Embu County, for a period of 10 years, that is between 2007 through to 2017, where she was the Member of Parliament for Runyenjes constituency. After that, she became a nominated MP at the National Assembly, representing special interests between 2017 through to 2022, this year, where she was now vying, she ran for the gubernatorial race and emerged the winner with a total of 108,610 votes, with her second contestant, the second contestant, that is Kivuti, coming in second with 105,246 votes. She was also running under a UDA ticket in these concluded elections. We now move on to Machakos County, another county that has also been quote-unquote termed as the Girls' County, where we have at the helm Honorable Wavinya Ndeti as the governor-elect. Now, Wavinya Ndeti has also served before in government. She was the Member of Parliament for Kathiani constituency, and also was an assistant minister in the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports back in 2008 through to 2013. Now, Wavinya Ndeti was the first woman in Machakos County to be elected as a Member of Parliament, get this, since independence. since independence. So she's definitely made history in this particular county. She has also served before as the Chief Administrative Secretary for Transport. And this year, of course, she emerged the winner in the gubernatorial race, making her also the first female governor for Machakos County with a total of 226,609 votes. Her closest contender was Taita, who is the former State House Chief of Staff, who had 129,181 votes. We now move on to Kwale County, where Fatuma Achani is the governor-elect. Now, she has also served in Kwale County before as the deputy governor for the past 2 terms that we have had this government in office, that is between 2013 up until this year. She was going against some very big names in this particular county, but she garnered a total of 59,674 votes against her closest competitor, who was Hamadi Boga, who garnered a total of 53,972 votes. Now, she was vying under she won against ODM, whose candidate was Amadi Boga. Wiper had Chirau Ali Mwakwere. Kanu had Gereza, who was their representative. Lungazi was representing PA, and Sami Rua was an independent candidate. Now we move on to Meru County, one of the counties that we have actually touched base with right there. Honorable Kawera Mwangaza. All right. So she is also a former women representative for this particular county. The other woman rep to become governor is Gladys Wanga, who was also women rep in Homa Bay County. So coming to Meru County, she has served as woman rep before in this particular county. And the thing about her political journey, and especially with this win, it has been termed as one of those biggest shocks in terms of upsetting the electoral politics in the Kenyan space, considering she has trounced some very big names in this particular county, the likes of Kiraito Murongi and Mithika Lunturi, whom people thought would actually be leading in this particular race. However, she was leading with 209,148, followed by Mithika Lunturi, who garnered 183,000 votes, while Kiraito Murongi garnered 110,000 votes. Now, one interesting thing about her, she also is one of those women who have made history in Meru County. She is the second woman in this particular county to actually shake this electoral processes in this particular county by getting a non-affirmative position. All right. The first woman was Anne Rita, and this was back in 1975. So this is definitely a win for women in Meru County. Now, again, she garnered 209,000 votes, trouncing some of the biggest names in this particular county. And she had actually told some of these big names that she would actually trounce them in this year's general elections. Now, finally, we move on to Kirinyaga County, where we have Honorable Anne Waiguru. She has also served before, and she is one of those governors, the 11 whom have been re-elected to this particular position of governor. She was vying under a UDA ticket, a party which she moved to just a couple of months prior to the general elections. She garnered a total of 113,088 votes against her closest contender, that was Purity Wangoi Ngirishi, who garnered 10,677 votes. Now, she beat many others that were in the race, the likes of Peter Njuguna, the likes of Sylvanus Daw. We had Mureithi Kagai, Joseph Ndadi, as well as Peter Ireri, all of whom were vying for this particular seat. But then again, she has gone on to show her appreciation and her gratitude to the people of Kirinyaga for trusting her for a second term to lead this particular county. She again is among the 11 that have been re-elected to this gubernatorial position. Remember, we have 26 new governors, 11 that have been re-elected, and 8 that have made comebacks to this particular scene. So that is just what we have so far in regards to the 7 women governors that have been elected in this year's elections. Victor.
Look at that. elected women leaders. What does that make you feel as you read their biographies?
You know, even just looking from the interaction that we've had with the common mwananchi down at the grounds with our reporters, and especially just looking at Meru County, where one of the viewers actually said, Kazi Sasa, it's about time. And even in Homa Bay, one of the residents said, it's about time we give women to deliver. Step up, do your work, because we will still hold you accountable to this particular position that we, in huge numbers, voted for you to get in. So again, changing the narrative and embracing women leadership.
Very good. It's an interesting time to be at Kenya right now, from 3 now to 7 women governors in Kenya ready to be sworn in to take reign of office in their respective counties. We'll be looking forward to that. Okay, those are the live pictures from the National Assembly. Today marking the day that most of the new members or even old members will be having the induction at the facility there, the 13th Parliament of Kenya. And the clerk of the National Assembly should be conducting that function, if I get it right. That is a live feed from the National Assembly. All right, let's cross over to the National Assembly for more.
Good morning, Victor Olo, back there in Broadcasting House, and thank you very much indeed, and welcome to these broadcasts. We are coming to you live from the precinct of the National Assembly, where more than 333 elected or certified members of parliament are expected to come here today for the orientation process, which is going to kick off the life of the 13th Parliament, as you can see here. And so this is a process that is expected to continue from today all the way up to tomorrow. And it is expected that by the close of the day tomorrow, 333 members of Parliament will have been oriented on the movement around National Assembly and, of course, the certification. That is a process that is expected to take 2 days, that is today and tomorrow. Remember, we still have about 6 members of Parliament who are yet to, or we still have about 6 constituencies where members of Parliament are yet to be elected, and so that's why the number comes to about 333. And of course, remember, the nominations of MPs is yet to happen. I mean, I talked about 6, but I'm talking about 12 actually, and so we're also expecting the nomination of the other members of Parliament, so that the life of the 13th National Assembly can come into full circle. Well, I'm joined now by the lady who is going to see all these. Her name is Sarah Kioko. She is the acting clerk of the National Assembly. She's going to take us through the process of orientation, and she's here with me. Thank you very much indeed, Sarah, for finding time to be with us this morning.
Thank you, Brian.
Yeah.
It's my pleasure. Thank you for coming. Yes, today is a big day for us. We expect the newly elected members of Parliament to come round, 333 of them. The National Assembly has 349 members. As you have indicated, 12 nominated members are yet to be nominated, and we have 4 constituencies that are yet to conduct elections. That makes 16. If you add 16 to 333, you get 349. So the 333 who are already elected in the constituencies, and also the women rep in the 47 counties, we expect them today and tomorrow, during which time we will receive their documents, like the certificates from the IEBC, their ID, the data from the MPs. Once we receive it, we'll enter it into our records, and we will be able to process them and admit them into the family of Parliament. We would also expect that today we will give them IDs for identification, and also today we would take them around Parliament buildings. We wanted to take them to the chamber so that they are able to see the machines that they normally use to speak and also to vote. So it will basically be, orientation is about taking them around and showing them around. Yes.
Is this the first time that you are doing this, or this has been a continuous culture?
This has been a continuous culture over the years. During the from the advent of bicameralism, we had such an activity like this in the year 2013, immediately after members were elected. In 2017, we had another activity like this. Usually, we do it so that we are able to show them exactly where their offices will be, where they will sit in the chamber, just for them to know round. So basically, orientation is walking them around and also knowing exactly who they are and receiving their documents.
Very well. Yes. On average, this process takes, how long per member of parliament?
We expect it to take as short time as possible, and I see between 5 to 10 minutes so that we complete the entire process, yes. But if we have so many members, we receive them, we sit them somewhere, and we process them one by one. So it is an orderly process, yes.
Very good. And I think now it is very important for you to take us through that whole process so that we can feel and understand what exactly are we talking about when we talk about orientation of members of parliament. Okay. Are you ready for that?
Yes, we are ready. Right now, we are at the first station, and you can see our officers are ready with their computers to now receive the documentation from the MPs, and it is at this point where they will be registered in the first place. So this is the first point of receipt and also registration. Yes.
So when you talk about documents, what kind of documents are you referring to?
Your own national ID or passport. That is one of the documents that we will require. We will also require the IEBC certificate. The proof that you have been elected. We have a gazette notice from IEBC, but then we have to receive your certificate from IEBC also. And then we also need your PIN, your KRA PIN today. So basically, those are some of the documents. Then we have this team that will receive and verify those documents so that the members that we receive are the members who are elected. And that we need to receive them ahead of their swearing in so that we know exactly who it is that we will be swearing in.
This is meant to avoid cases of impersonation.
That's right. You are right, yes.
Suppose I come with one document and I forget the others. What happens?
We would require you to bring that document. So that's why we have today and tomorrow, so that in case somebody comes without the document, they have to avail the documents that we require. Indeed, including 2 passport size photographs.
Very well.
Yes.
So this is point number 1. This is a starting point.
Point number 1. After you can see there is that one over there. That is where, if there are many, they will be held. But this is the first point of receiving their documents.
Very well.
Yes.
Yeah, because I can see that is a station 1 where it is welcoming and hospitality. So basically, if, for example, somebody is being attended here or this table is full, that is where they can go and wait, right?
Wait, that's the waiting point.
Very
good.
And then we move to the next tent. This is station 3.
Yes.
Okay.
Receipt of members and documents. Yes.
Very well. Yes. And so they move to that is station number 3. So you're going to help us understand what happens here, because I can see it's written station 3 and security. What exactly happens here?
What happens here is that at this point we need to take their photographs. This is a point at which we will take their photographs. They will come with photographs, but we need to take our own photographs also. So at this point, our security personnel will take their photographs and process them so that finally we issue them with an ID for their own identification today and even in future as members of parliament.
What kind of a photograph do you expect, them to come with? Is it a photograph with their families or?
No. We are talking of a passport-size photograph for clarity, yes. And even the photograph taken here is also a passport-size photograph,
So it has to be an official passport photograph.
Photograph, yes. Passport-size photograph.
Very well.
Yes.
So here they take the photographs, and then do they get issued at the same time?
Yes, but you will receive the ID at the end. You don't receive it immediately at this point. So there is a process. Once a photograph is taken, it is processed so that by the end of the day, they have an ID similar to, you can see what the security personnel are wearing. Yes, but
So
yes.
where do they sit? Do they stand when they are taking the photo? Or
Normally, we would expect to treat anybody with the dignity that they deserve. And this being our members of parliament, we usher them to sit. They will sit. But whenever we are when you are at the point of taking the photograph, you stand and the photograph is taken. But if you are waiting, then you sit and wait.
Very
yes.
good.
Yeah.
So that's what happens at station number 3. Security check. We've just come from the 2 stations. Now we are now headed to the station number 3A, where it's written photography and ICT. So I'm imagining this is where you take the photos.
This is now where you finalize the process. You can see there is a camera. At security, you are waiting. So once you are processed by security and they have confirmed the documents that you handed over at station 1, you come here and the photo is taken. You can see maybe, I don't know, maybe somebody should be here to take a photograph of me. So this is a gentleman who will be taking the photograph. So you sit here. The photograph, maybe it needs to take a photograph of me. Yeah.
All right. So this is how this is exactly where you sit, and then I can see the technical people are very serious and ready to take your photo.
Yes. So this once the photo is taken at this point, this will be for your own biodata. Yes. We would need. The National Assembly normally has biodata for all members of parliament. This information, we upload it in our website. So this information that we receive here will form the information that we will upload in our website, and the information that you can use even as a member of the public to know exactly who the member that you elected. If you go to our portal, you'll find this information there. Yes.
Okay.
And we also have a chart where we have all the members of parliament. We use this photo to make that chart. Yes.
So after that is done, where do we go next?
Now, next we go to the next 10.
Yeah, this is station 4, biodata form and CV, that is curriculum vitae.
Yes, good morning, Wafula. Now here, you come with your biodata, you present you have a form like this, which you fill. So at this point, you fill this form, and on this form, the photo that you took is affixed here. So this is the form that we will upload for purposes of informing the public who the members of parliament they elected are. Yes.
Very good.
And also you present your CV at this point. Yes.
On top of your national ID, a passport photo size, and a certificate from IBC, the other documentation that you're supposed to provide is your resume or CV.
Yes, your CV or your resume. Yes.
What about your education as well as professional certificates? Are you supposed to come with them?
You should. You should come with them. Yes, you should come with them. And we have indicated we ran a full, ran a full advert in the newspapers, and we indicated exactly what documents that you need to bring. So you present your CV at this point, and you fill this form, which form will help us capture your details for informing the general public and anybody who would want to know what their elected members are doing. Yes.
Very well. Okay, so that is station number 4. Let's now move to station number 5. It is, you can see it is written administration and human resources.
Now, station number 5 is where you are informed about your entitlements, because there is remuneration, there is medical cover. So at this point, Angela, how are you? You are informed about exactly what your entitlement as a member of parliament is. So we have our HR staff who are manning this desk, and we will provide them with what provisions there are at the human resource or human capital directorate for you to understand exactly, as a member of parliament, what are your entitlements. Yes.
This must be a very exciting desk, eh? I would want to imagine, because this is where you get to know how much you're going to earn, the allowances and so much.
That's right. Yes, that's right. This is exactly where they will be told what their remuneration and entitlements are as members of parliament. Yes.
Is this where also you're likely to be issued with your I don't know what you call it here, but where I work from, it's called the job ID. Is there anything like that?
We've already processed at the beginning. You've taken a photo, so by the end of the day, at the end, the last tent, you receive your your ID. Yes.
Okay. So we move from here to there. So that was station number 5, administration and human resources.
Yes. Now we move on. This is also part of administration and human resource, but here specifically, we have a station to inform members about their medical and insurance and entitlements. We have Diana and our staff. Diana is a HR staffer, and even the rest are together with NHIF staffers, just to let them know what members are entitled to in terms of medical cover and insurance. Yes.
So just like it's a practice, around the country. I mean, if, for example, here, when you're coming to register for the medical cover and so much, then this is at the point whereby if you have a family, you're required to give their records?
Yes, you are supposed to give your records here because there is a cap as to the number of dependents that would be entitled to medical cover under you.
Oh.
Yes.
What is the cap?
I think five children, a spouse, one spouse and 5 children. Yes.
5 children for 1 spouse. What happens in a situation whereby I have 3 spouses?
Let's not go that direction.
We don't go that direction.
What we provide is 1 spouse and 5 children.
5 children.
Yes.
Very good.
Which is standard for many institutions.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that is station number 6, yeah?
Yes.
Very good. Thank you. Very well. So now we move to station number 7.
Yes.
What happens
now,
here?
At station number 7, you are concluding. So it is at this point now where you receive your ID card, which has been processed after the photo has been taken. It is laminated. You come to receive it at this point. Yeah. So this is the final point where you are issued with an ID, and also you are given an email which is customized by Parliament for you as a member of Parliament for communication. Yes.
So that is the email address that Parliament is going to communicate to you. It's your official.
That's your official email address. Yeah.
What happens in case I decide to quit Parliament or maybe come 2027 I'm not elected?
About the email address, it ceases to be. We have a way of controlling what belongs to the institution.
So it is deactivated.
It is deactivated. Yeah.
And then do I return your card, or what happens?
Ordinarily, if you look at the back of our card, even I believe your own cards, there is a provision for returning a card. When it is lost, we have to return it. When you are done with your tour of duty, how to return it. Yes.
The same is expected to happen for any member of Parliament.
Yes.
Very good. So this is the final phase of the orientation?
No. Now from here, we go to the chamber because they need to see the chamber. I told you that we walk them around so that they understand exactly where they will be operating from. So once they are done with personal information, they will be led to the chamber where they will find our staff in uniform to take them through the chamber process. And those will be basically what we call clerks. We call them clerks at the table. And then the Sanjana terms, who are normally, we call them house staff. Those are the staff who facilitate the proceedings and members so that they are able to transact business whenever the house is sitting. So then after they finish with personal information, they will be walked into the chamber. Yes.
So what exactly is happening is that, we have gone through the orientation process that is going to happen out there, and now members of parliament are being taken inside the chamber so that they can be reoriented on what happens inside the chamber. We are with the acting clerk, Sarah.
Yes. So in the chamber, they will be shown how they will register. Once you come in, you register biometrically. And then you go to your seat. So you can walk and sit wherever you sit.
Sorry, before we even go there, how do you get your biodata captured? Is it captured out there or here?
Biodata is captured outside, but here, whenever the house sits, every day a member has to register that they were present. We register biometrically by just when you press. The register records your name whenever you press that machine. Yes.
So it is basically used to capture your attendance in
daily attendance. Very well. It is a daily attendance register. And then now our officers have not come because we are yet to start. But you will come in, and it will be explained to you how you use the microphone. For example, you could even use. We could use this microphone. If you switch it on, and we will switch them on soon, there should be a light. So you are shown how to switch the mic on. Once you press here, the mic comes on. And once you press again, the mic goes off. There is a control point at that point, so which controls the speaking time. So if the speaking time, for example, is 5 minutes, this mic will switch itself off. This card is a card normally used by members to indicate that they are present and to request to speak. So once you put the card here, the speaker at his chair is able to see that you are requesting to speak. So you do not need to raise your hand. You just need to insert this card, and you will be allowed by the speaker, depending on how many requests there are. At the point when you are reached, the speaker will allow you to speak, and you will be given the mic from what we call the table, where the clerks or the officers who facilitate the house sit. So once the speaker says, Honorable so and so, the clerk at the table will give you the mic to speak. But once the speaking time is over, this mic will switch itself off automatically. Yeah.
So at what point do you get issued with that card?
At the last point, of registration is when you will receive this card. Yes. Yes.
I can also see there's a tablet here.
Yes.
What information is contained in this tablet?
Now we have gone paperless. So the Constitution, a copy of the Constitution is in this tablet. A copy of the standing orders. These are the standing orders of the National Assembly. A copy is here. On a daily basis, whenever the House is sitting, the order paper is here. So that the order paper, which is the agenda of the day, is uploaded here. So you do not need to carry a hard copy of the order paper. We no longer provide. We just upload it here, and you are able to log in, and you get your order paper, the daily agenda of the sittings of the House. Yes.
So you do not expect papers to be distributed in this House. Everything has gone paperless.
Everything is paperless, except to say that whenever we receive documents from the ministries, they come in hard copy. So those documents are something called in parliamentary parlance laying of papers. Those papers would be laid either by the leader of majority or a chair of a committee on what we call the table of the House. So a member would say, Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House, and then he brings them to the table where the clerks are seated. But otherwise, we've gone paperless.
Very well. Yes. And one may want to imagine that this is such a secure system in that, it cannot be infiltrated, whereby I can hack into it and insert my own documents.
No, it is secure. The system is fully secure. You cannot insert your own documents. Yes.
So documents to be uploaded here, they are done from a central position, right?
They are done from a central point at the clerk's office. Under the clerk's office, we have an office called the table office. It is headed by a principal clerk assistant. That is where the documents are loaded to this system from. Yes.
Very good. I can see there are also, I think I would say, about how many tables? 1, 2, 3, 3 tables. So who sits here?
Now, this is a table where the mess sits. You have heard of the mess?
Yes.
The mess, which is the authority of Parliament. Once a mess is placed here, it means the Parliament is in session and is transacting business. If the mess is removed, without the mess, Parliament will not transact any business. Usually, you can see there is a lower case whenever the House constitutes itself into what we call the Committee of the Whole House. So the House is not now sitting as a House, but as a committee of the whole House. The mess is lowered from this point to this point. This makes it possible for members to speak more. You know, when the mess is here, you have limited time. You could have like 5 minutes. You can't speak more. But when it is lowered, you can speak more. It is to allow deliberative considerations of a matter where more time is allowed, procedure is more relaxed, so that like when you are considering a bill clause by clause, we go into the committee of the whole. So the mess comes here. Indeed, the speaker leaves his seat and somebody, the deputy speaker or a member of the speaker's panel, sits here.
Okay.
So the speaker will leave his seat, and then the member presiding will come and sit between the clerks here. So whenever the deputy speaker or a member of the speaker's panel sits here, it means that the House is in committee of the whole House. And normally this would be when the House is considering a bill clause by clause, so that they are able to scrutinize those clauses. Whatever is passed has been thoroughly scrutinized.
Very well. Also here I can see, there are a number of screens and also buttons. There are also some colored, multicolored bulbs. Can you explain to us what is all these?
This is a chart of the chamber. This is actually this chamber now. The way, sorry. So this is a chamber. This. Yeah. Now this you control speaking from here, and you can give members the mic. This is the mic. Yeah. You can give members a mic. Once the speaker calls a member, for example, if he calls number 11, you can see number 11 is on.
Number 11.
Number 11
there
is
you are.
on.
So
yes.
it means that that member of parliament there is allowed to speak.
To speak, yes. So if he calls number 18, number 18 is on.
Will go on.
Yes, yeah. So this is for speaking. Yes.
Okay.
This one is for speaking time.
Okay.
If this means your time is, you have a lot of time. Green means you have a lot of time. Amber, just like in the road,
just like the traffic
road, this means that your time is almost up. Once this comes on, even the mic switches itself up. It means you are speaking time. Yes, your speaking time is over. Yes.
So you have green, you have amber, and then you have red.
Yes.
So the red means you stop.
The red means you stop.
The amber means get ready.
Yeah, get ready to stop.
Okay, yes. Very good. And what about this? The other red one here?
That one is for consultation between the speaker and the clerk. Yes.
Okay, and then this is the microphone for...
Yes, this is like, and I'm sure you have had the clerk read order number 1. So this is a mic. When the speaker is praying at the commencement of the session, he also comes and prays here using this mic. Then this is a mic the clerk would use to read the orders. And this is also the mic that when the deputy speaker is presiding over committee of the whole, this is all the mic that they would use. Yes.
And finally, this is the chair of the speaker.
Yes. Yes. Basically, this is where the speaker presides from. Yes. This is where the speaker presides from. Yes.
And I can see there are also other two seats besides the Speaker's chair.
Yes.
Who sits besides the Speaker?
Usually, these seats are not used, but whenever we have a joint sitting of the House, the two speakers will sit. The Speaker of the National Assembly will sit on this side. The Speaker of the Senate will sit on this side. The President is whenever the President is around, but he normally speaks from a podium, his own podium. Yeah, but these seats are normally used during a joint sitting of the House. Yeah.
So those are the ins and outs of that you expect to take members of Parliament through.
Yes, yes, that's what we need to take them through today. These are the staffers that will take them through. One of them has now come in full uniform, so they will be able to show members how to use the microphones, how to get to their documents in their iPads. Yes, basically that, and also how to conduct themselves around the chamber. Yes.
So this is the official dress code of
the chamber. Yes, inside the chamber. Now this is a dress code for the clerks at the table. Clerks at the table means the officers who facilitate the House from this point. This is a table. This is what we call the table. Yeah. Yes.
Okay. How many clerks do you expect to be inside the House? At any given time?
At any three. Usually three. Yeah. You can see the seats are three. So at any one point, 3 clerks are at the table. Sometimes some may wait at the sides, waiting to replace the others. But at any one point, 3 of them. During COVID, we used to have 2. Yes.
Okay. And there's also security inside the chamber, right?
Yes, there is security. In fact, we have Sanjara-Tams, and you can see them right there in uniform. So we have Sanjara-Tams inside the chamber to ensure security in the chamber. The lady at the door, and I think is that another lady or a gentleman? Yeah, those are the Sanjara-Tams responsible for ensuring security. Yes.
So then once you take them through this procedure, what's next?
Once we take them through this procedure, we shall await the calling of the first sitting of Parliament, which is within 30 days from the date of election. That goes all the way up to 8th of September.
We can keep walking. You want to take us to the next level?
Yes.
Very good. So we are in the company of the acting clerk of the National Assembly, Sarah Kioko. She's taking us through the orientation process of members of Parliament who have been elected in the just concluded elections. And so we are inside the chambers of the National Assembly. And now, where are we going to next?
Now we are done with the process of what we will do today. So after we have taken the members through orientation, we shall await the calling of the first sitting of Parliament, which should be within 30 days of the election. The first sitting is normally called by the President. And once the first sitting is called, the duty or the business of that day is to swear in members-elect. And after swearing in members-elect, we go to elect a speaker and a deputy speaker.
I mean, I can see in front of us, I don't know whether you call it a roadblock or what you call this. What is this?
This is called the bar of the House. Whenever we are voting on a bill, there is voting, and there is a division, what we call division in Parliament. A bell is rung, and the bell is rung for a number of minutes. At the end of the time that is provided, this bar is drawn. You can see now they have drawn it. Once that bar is drawn, you cannot come into the chamber. If you haven't come in, the bell is being rung for whoever is outside and they want to participate in the voting to come in. If this bar is drawn and you are on that side where they are standing, you are closed out. You cannot participate in the voting or in the business that is being transacted. Yes. Yeah.
And not even any amount of pleading will allow me to come through when it has been drawn.
Parliament has procedure, and procedure is to regulate how members conduct business. This procedure is originated by members themselves. So they agree on their rules of engagement. So normally they have to respect those rules of engagement. They know that once you are not inside the house, once the bar is drawn, you stay away. Yeah, you cannot come in. Yes.
And what I mean, legally there are supposed to be some provisions for members of parliament who are visually impaired or members of parliament who are handicapped. How do you take care of them?
For example, let me just show you. This is a seat for a member with disability. So they would come in with their customized seat and sit around here. Yeah. So we take care of them by providing spaces where they can fit, because your disability may be such that you cannot sit in on that seat. So you would come with your seat and sit here. Yes. And even here. Yes.
So there are two seats.
Yes, and even there. Here. Even here.
Oh, even the other one.
Even here, yes. So we are provided. And B, if we get another kind of disability, we shall take steps to make sure that you are taken care of.
Okay.
Yes.
So from here, where do we go next?
Now, that is basically what we will. The process which we will conduct members through today. After that, we will wait for them to come. And we will show them around. There is a members' lobby here, lounge, where they can sit. If you want to consult, you retreat to the lobby and consult on a matter, and then come and vote. Yeah.
And I can see there are some beautiful murals on the wall.
Yes.
Who are these?
These are our speakers. These are our independent speakers. This is Speaker Fred Martin. Yes, and the time during which they served is indicated.
This was Honorable Frederick Mbiti Gideon Mati.
Yes.
He was the second speaker.
Yes.
From the 7th of February 1970.
Yes.
To the 11th of April 1988.
Yes.
Okay.
And then we have.
So any speaker who has ever served in this house,
yes,
they must have their picture.
We normally make sure we put their photographs here. This is Speaker Keino. Yes, from 88.
Between 12th of April 1988 to 11th of June.
Yes, 1991. Yes. Then we have Speaker Ngeno. Yeah.
Okay.
From 1991 to 1993. Yes.
Okay. Who's in charge of this drawing? Because this is not just any drawing. These are highly professional drawings.
We normally look for experts to do it. Yeah, an expert does it.
Francis, Ole Kapara, right?
Yes, he's one of the very long-serving.
1993 to 2008.
Yes.
Wow, that's a long time.
Yes.
How many years? 15 years.
Yes, he served for quite a while. Yes, he did.
Next
then we have Speaker Marende, who served from 2008 to 2013. Yes.
That's about 5 years.
Yes.
March 2013, eh?
Yes.
And finally,
we have the incumbent speaker, Speaker Muturi, who served from 2013.
To date?
Yes, to date.
Until now, another speaker of the National Assembly
is elected.
Is elected.
Yes.
Then where are you going to put the other photo of the next speaker?
We will know what to do. Yes, we will see what to do. Yes, yeah.
So is that all that you would want to tell us today?
That is all for today. I think we can end it at this. Yes.
Sure. I mean, it's been such a gracious time with you, taking us through all that process, and of course allowing members of Parliament to understand what is orientation for members of Parliament. And as we were telling you, 333 members of Parliament elect are expected to be oriented today and tomorrow. And we have been in the company of the acting clerk of the National Assembly, Sarah Kioko. Do you want to say anything else?
I want to thank you so much for coming. We look forward to a very vibrant 13th Parliament. And we look forward to partnering with you in terms of informing the public what Parliament is doing. Thank you very much.
Very good.
Yes.
I mean, you can always be assured that, this partnership is going to work for the longest time, because you are the National Assembly, we are the national broadcaster.
Thank you so much, O'Brien. We appreciate. convey our thanks to the managing director. We appreciate this. Thank you very much.
I'm sure he's watching this. Very good. I mean, so Victor and team, that's what it basically is going to happen here the whole day. And of course, we are camping here. We'll be sampling some members of parliament to get to understand their experience through the whole process. And of course, we'll be giving you live coverage live from the National Assembly here in Nairobi. I want to take you back there so that, we can also take a breather and also get to catch a breath or two so that we'll continue later on. So back to you, Victor Olo in Broadcasting House.
Very well, O'Brien there from the National Assembly. Correctly, you put it, we are the national broadcaster. I feel like I've also been given an orientation, perhaps if I were a member of parliament right now. Okay, that is A to Z on what members of parliament should expect today. The orientation taking place, 333 members of parliament. Of course, we're still waiting for others to be nominated to make that number complete. He was speaking with Sarah Kyoko, who is the acting clerk of the National Assembly. All right. JJ is here with me in studio. JJ, good morning.
Good morning. How are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. We are here back again.
Absolutely. And obviously looking at what O'Brien Kimani was doing, accompanied by Sarah Kyoko. That sounded so Form 1.
Exactly. This is the dormitory.
It takes you back so many years.
It's the dining hall.
When you had to be processed through the whole system up until when you're admitted in the dormitory. And that feels almost like it. But probably the only difference in this one is that you'll be earning a lot of cash while at it.
Oh, man.
And the benefits are as huge as you can imagine.
And today is Thursday, so talk of Form 1. It's a TBT, kind of. Yeah, orientation back in Form 1. Which year was Form 1? Just ask him.
Quite an interesting one. And obviously, like she says, Parliament will convene and of course within a period of 30 days from the time of declaration up until in 30 days lapse, and that is to mean then Speaker J.B. Muturi could preside over the swearing in of the MPs, and then after that they will be able to elect the new Speaker as well as Deputy Speaker. And quite some names really coming up already. Kenya Kwanza has fronted Moses Wetangula as the Speaker nominee for the National Assembly. You're also looking at Azimio, most likely targeting Kalonzo Musyoka as the Speaker, and Farah Maalim coming in second. I don't know how that will work, but we will see at the tail end what happens, because I think Kalonzo Musyoka as well as Farah Maalim all come from the Wiper Party. Whether Azimio is willing, obviously, to donate the positions to Wiper Party, quite an interesting one. In terms of the Senate, Azimio has already fronted Kenneth Marende as its Speaker for the Senate. So we'll wait to see how the coming 30 days will be looking like. But Victor, going back to the counties, quite a scene, you would agree. 45 governors taking the reins of power. We still have two pending, obviously because of the by-elections slated for Monday in Kakamega and Mombasa. But then again, 45 governors taking the reins of power. Quite some color. And we also have, our teams spread out across the counties. Irene Mchuma is in Nairobi, where Johnson Sakaja will be sworn in. And of course, we'll be looking at whether there are timelines in terms of when you can swear in a governor. They time in as 9 a.m. is when the ceremony is supposed to begin. So we are looking at about 14 minutes towards the commencement of a swearing in of most of these governors. The question is, the Constitution says about the President 2 p.m. Is it the same for governors? Quite an interesting one, Victor.
Absolutely. It starts from 10, but not later than 2 p.m. So I think there's a timeline as to that, why it should happen. Wakili should tell us what is the legal aspect, why that happens not earlier than 10 a.m. and not later than 2 p.m. All right, Kyore.
And it is obviously the same for the presidency in terms of setting in the president. And obviously, when we get to engage Wakili, those are some of the things we'll be taking up in terms of the timelines they're provided for swearing in the governor. But that's not just it, because throughout the entire day, obviously, as we listen in to who is being sworn in where, we'll also be talking about some of the challenges confronting governors as they take up the positions of power in terms of inheriting debt and inheriting wage bill and the kind of human resource around counties. And obviously there's also the question of whether government has been able to fully devolve all the functions that are considered devolved in the constitution. And sometimes the aspect of devolution is not just about the devolution of functions, but it also includes the devolution of the entire budget to go towards service delivery in the function that has been devolved. Those are some of the questions we'll be asking ourselves today. Again, think about it, Victor. It's 10 years of devolution. If we take stock, when Kenyans awarded themselves this form of governance that is devolved to their level, when we take stock, would we say then that devolution has achieved what we intended it to achieve? What are the hits and the misses? These are some of the big questions that come up today.
Yeah. Absolutely. And of course, you've correctly put it, 10 years down the line, apparently most of the governors who started it off were learning on the job. And whereas they had their misses, they also had their hits as well. And one thing we have to appreciate is that the level, for example, the issue of healthcare, which is devolved, is really taking shape. You would imagine some years back, people would travel all the way from different counties to KNH, for example. But right now that it has been devolved, you'd imagine how it has lessened that work of accessing primary health care in different sub-counties in the respective counties. And this is some of the devolved units and governance aspects of devolution that most of the governors were grappling with, because the issue of devolution, some of them did not understand it in their first terms. And perhaps that is why some governors did not make it to serve their second term. And now they came back, they've learned it better on how devolution works. If you ask Mwananchi right now, they'll tell you that devolution has worked for them. In some areas which were just sleeping, as some years back, right now you'd find we have got electricity in some counties, some sleepy areas. So we can give it that 10 years down the line, it has achieved, but we still have a lot of work to do. And even the governors who are taking reign of office today, they need to extend whatever their counterparts were doing before on August 9th, so that the wheels of devolution can continue to grind.
Obviously, the struggling continues, Victor, because you will remember in the impugned BBI, there was a proposal, probably particularly in the health sector, to create a health commission. And the health commission obviously would deal with the human resource aspect, because that's the biggest problem for counties right now in terms of dealing with the human resource aspect of the health docket. And the creation of a health commission sought to kind of make it linear, or rather in terms of streamlining human resource. And still looking at the health sector, you've had, health practitioners, some of them argue the best you can do is return the health function to the national government because they thought it is properly managed there. But governors resist on the other hand, and you realize, obviously, after the entry of devolution, some people have been able, or most of the people have been able to access healthcare close to them, courtesy of devolution. So the issue of healthcare, human resource managed, obviously, can be the biggest bet for devolution. But there's also the question of the amount of money that remains in the national government, and yet healthcare is devolved. Those are some of the things we'll be picking up. And of course, we continue with our coverage of the swearing in of 45 governors, as well as the induction process in Parliament. It's a wall-to-wall coverage. You have our reporters across the country giving you an exclusive look into the coverage this morning, as well as the better part of the afternoon. And we'll be, we have our eyes on the ground, our ears on the ground, to ensure you don't miss any bit of that. And we'll pick up that conversation this morning with Wakili Gibson Gestori, as regards devolution and the steps we've made. First of all, let's just begin with healthcare because we've spoken about it. 10 years of devolution. How do you think counties have fared in terms of healthcare?
Curia, I would want to say thank you first for inviting me to your studios this morning to discuss on this particular issue. For me, I think counties, it's a mixed bag. It's a mixed bag in that we have seen some counties take off well with healthcare, and quite a number, if we go by the news we've been seeing around, quite a number of them have really not done a good job. And that is partly because of either inefficiencies in terms of human resources and funds, or other issues related to aspects of the national government not channeling enough resources towards the same. So it's a going concern. It's a discussion which we need to pick up and really be able to determine, as you have indicated, that the BBI was suggesting formation of a health commission, which I think was a very welcome idea. Even from the doctors' union, they were really championing that. It means they have realized there's a big problem. We have been waking up to news of governors firing doctors, and you're wondering whether the guys are in their right senses. So it means when it reaches a point where a governor wakes up and says those doctors are fired or don't want to pay them, it means there's really something wrong which we need to fix. Or it has really gotten out of hand that the governor feels that it's better for my people to die than have these guys getting paid. So those are some of the issues, especially remuneration. Counties have not been able to have consistent resources to actually remunerate doctors as they would want to be remunerated. There's the aspect of equipment. I think we saw the Jubilee government try to come in handy, try to procure some the listing aspect, which I don't know whether it worked that well. Yet to get a final report on how it went, because there were some complaints around that counties were forced to cough a lot of money, which money they didn't have to this equipment. Some of these equipments are actually lying in some hospitals, which do not have even power to even power these machines for using. Some of them actually do not have even the expertise, which I think is a teething problem in regards to aspects to do with how best do we deploy government projects to the grassroots. Because if you take it to Marsabit or somewhere up north, where there's no power, there's no national grid, and you're taking a dialysis machine there with no even an expert there. So I think they should have thought the process through, so that when they're rolling these machines out, then there could be seamless action.
All right.
So I think those are some of the challenges in terms of health. And then there is a very big one, Curie, if you can allow me, the aspect of KEMSA and the government. They've been having a very big
Hold it.
around that.
We'll pick it up because most of the counties obviously have a problem in terms of drug supply, and we'll talk about it.
Sure.
And obviously also the amount of money that is allocated to the Ministry of Health in terms of budgetary allocation vis-a-vis the amount of money going to counties. And one wonders what all this money is left with the national government doing. But that is something we'll pick up when we come back. But of course, let's just show you, of course, about our around-the-clock coverage of the swearing in of governors. As you can see from your skills, you have Wambiru in Murang'a and the rest of the team, and we'll be going to each one of them, including Yusuf Farah, who is in Isiolo, and throughout the day we'll be doing that. We also have Persai, I believe in Narok County, where Patrick Olentutu again will be taking over the reins of power. In Isiolo, you've got the former Matopeni MCA, quite a lucky gentleman, Guyo, taking over as Isiolo governor. And in Murang'a, Irogo Wakangata is the next governor for Murang'a. So do we head over to Murang'a?
All right, yes.
Absolutely. Let's have Jackie Wambiru, who's on standby in Murang'a County. Irongo Kangata will be sworn in today as the next governor for Murang'a.
Well, a very very good morning to you, Victor and Carrier back in studio. Well, we are coming live from county number 21, and remember today is the D-Day, if I may say so, when residents are converging here at the Ihora Stadium to witness the swearing-in of their second governor. Remember, Irungu Kang'ata is the governor-elect, and he shall be taking the oath of office not just in a few hours. And remember, what we're witnessing at the moment is residents are streaming in at the stadium so that they can be able to witness the swearing in of the governor-elect. And remember, he takes over from Governor Mwangi wa Iria, who has served for the past 2 terms since the year 2013. What we're witnessing from our live pictures right there is residents streaming in, and at the moment they are taking their breakfast. The long queues are them being served some breakfast this morning. It's a bit chilly here in Murang'a, and now remember that Governor-elect Irungu Kang'ata is coming in with a 29-year-old deputy governor, who is Stephen Munania, who shall be the face of the youth in the county government. And we shall be speaking to some of the residents who have come here to witness the swearing-in ceremony. Kindly, if you could join me, sir. Unaitwa nani na unafanya kazi gani?
Mimi naitwa David Mongai, ni mkaaji wa Kigaro, eneo bunge la Gatanga. Na mimi ni mkulima wa mifugo wa ng'ombe, nasimamia shirika la maziwa linaloitwa Kigaro Dairy.
Okay. Sasa kama waweza tueleza, serikali mpya ya kaunti itakuwa ikiingia, ni mambo yapi ungependa kuona yakiimarishwa katika kaunti hii?
Kitu cha kwanza ningependa kusema kwamba ninatarajia makuu. Jambo la kwanza ni kwamba governor siku ya leo ataweza kutekeleza ile Ward Development Fund, na ataweza kusimamia zaidi ukulima kuhusu majani chai, kahawa na zaidi maziwa, ambapo imekuwa ni nguzo kuu katika eneo letu la Murang'a County. Yeah.
Katika masuala ya masomo, mambo yapi ungependa yaimarishwe?
Ningependa atilie mkazo zaidi mambo ya masomo, kwa sababu mambo ya masomo katika eneo letu la Murang'a, masomo yameshuka kiasi ya kwamba ungependa atilie mkazo zaidi, aweke mikakati ya kwamba walimu, wanafunzi, mambo ambayo yanafanya wasiweze kufanya vizuri katika mitihani yao, wameweza kutia bidii na waweza kutoa matokeo bora katika mitihani ya eneo la Murang'a.
Na kukifika ni tunaona ambaye atakuwa akiapishwa kama mdogo wa gavana, ana miaka 29. Kwa youth, ni mambo yapi ungependa yaimarishwe?
Jambo la kwanza ni kwamba natarajia watu wawili wana umri ya kwamba sasa wana nguvu ya kufanya kazi kama vijana, ambapo sio wazee kiasi ya kwamba watashindwa kufanya kazi. Natarajia kama yeye ambaye atakuwa naibu wa gavana ataweza kutekeleza mambo kuhusu vijana, kuhakikisha wametenga pesa ya kuhakikisha vijana wamepata kuwa na miradi ya kupata ajira, wa bodaboda waweze kuimarishwa, na vijana pamoja na vijana kuhakikisha wamejaribu kutafuta nafasi za kutosha ili vijana wetu wapate kazi, na ili waweze kujinufaisha kuliko kukaa bure, na ili waweze kuwa wanajinufaisha chochote wanachopata katika kazi eneo letu la Murang'a.
Asante sana. Wacha nikaribishe mwingine. Excuse me sir. Karibia tafadhali. Unaitwa nani?
Majina naitwa Mwalimu Daniel Thuo kutoka wadi ya Kahumbu, gatuzi ndogo la Kigumo, kaunti ya Murang'a.
Haya, sasa gavana mpya atakuwa akiapishwa leo, ni masuala yapi ungependa akiingia aimarishe?
Masuala ambayo ningetaka gavana wetu ashughulikie kwanza kabisa ni mambo ya kilimo, maana tegemeo kubwa la gatuzi letu ni kilimo, na hasa mazao, mmea wa kahawa na majani chai. ambao kusema kweli umesambaratika kwa muda mrefu, na wananchi wetu wanaumia kwa sababu ilikuwa tegemeo lao. Mimi nikiwa kama mfano, mimi mwenyewe nilisoma kwa sababu ya huo mti wa kahawa, na huwa na uchungu mwingi sana kuhusiana na kwamba mmea huo umeachiliwa bure. Kisha jambo lingine, ajira kwa vijana. Vijana wetu wamekuwa wakihangaika, wengine wamefika hata chuo kikuu, lakini wanakosa ajira, jambo ambalo kusema kweli wengine wanaingilia mambo ya dawa za kulevya na uhalifu ambao si mzuri. Kwa hivyo hilo ni jambo ambalo la pili ambalo ningetaka ashughulikie. Pia katika gatuzi letu tuna shida ya dawa katika hospitali zetu. Kama ni hapa Murang'a ambako ndiko hospitali yetu kubwa, wakati mwingine tunakosa dawa, na pia katika zahanati mbalimbali. Kwa hivyo mambo hayo akiyashughulikia, najua kwamba gatuzi letu litachukua hatua kubwa ya kimaendeleo.
Haya, umesema wewe ni mwalimu. Perhaps kwa masomo ni masuala yapi ungependa yaimarishwe?
Upande wa masomo, kwa wale ambao kusema kweli wana changamoto ya karo, ashughulikie basari kwa watoto ambao wameathirika sana, na katika maeneo kame wakati mwingine kunakuwa hakuna lishe, hawa watoto wapewe lishe ili waweze kusoma, maana najua masomo pia ni kitu ya maana sana katika maisha.
Asante sana. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Hi. Remember, well, those are sentiments from some of the residents here in Murang'a County. And remember that the Deputy Governor coming in, who shall be sworn in with the Governor-elect Irungu Kang'ata, is 29-year-old Stephen Munania. And just to take a look at his political history, or rather his profile, we take a look at, and he was a law student at the University of Nairobi, and in 2002 he served as a councillor at the Central Ward in Murang'a town. At the same time, in 2013 he was elected as the Kiharu Member of Parliament, and come 2017 he served as a senator, and come 2022 he is now the Governor-elect in Murang'a County. Just to take a look at some of his promises to the county. Rather, when he was campaigning, he promised rather that he shall be introducing a ward development fund that is not anchored by law, but he says it shall rather harmonize the county assembly, the executive, and the people. Other matters that he shall be addressing matters health, matters education, matters agriculture. Those are some of the sentiments from residents hoping that he shall be addressing, or rather streamlining, some issues in the county of Murang'a County. Now I shall be handing over to Yusuf Farah, who is coming live from Isiolo County. My name is Jackie Wambiru, coming live from Murang'a County. What now we're waiting for is for the ceremony to kick off, and we shall be bringing you up to date once the ceremony kicks off. Handing over to you, Yusuf Farah in Isiolo County.
Indeed, Wambiru, a very good morning to you. We are coming to you live from county number 11, that is Isiolo specifically. We are camping at the Isiolo Boys High School, where the Governor-elect Abdi Hassan Ibrahim will be assuming the oath of office today. And right where I'm standing right now is the main dais where the invited guests will be sitting. As you can see, the sitting arrangement has been already made. If we can just take a look at the seats, the way they've been arranged. To my right is where the judge will be seated, and then they'll be followed by the magistrate of this county. And then if my cameraman, we can pan to my left so that we can see the seats. Right here where I'm standing is where the governor's seat is expected to be brought in. It hasn't arrived yet, but to the left of it is where we have the first lady's seat. That is where she'll be seated. And after that we have the deputy governor's seat, who is Dr. James Ongwae. Of course, the guest members of the public have already started streaming in. They're coming in from the gate right there. Some of them are already seated. Some of them are expected to be coming in. The ushers are going about their business just to make sure there is a smooth run of the business. Of course, we have members of the security who are here to make sure that whoever comes in is screened for their security and for the security of the people that are expected here today. But Kiore, if I can, I just want to engage one person who I found here so that they can just basically give us the expectations of what they expect the current administration that is coming into office today to do for the residents of this county. So, habari yako, good morning. Perhaps labda utuambie majina yako, alafu uko na matumaini gani kwa serikali ya county ya Isiolo ambayo inaingia kwa sasa?
Okay, my name's Adan from Isiolo. First of all, my expectations are very high. What I can say is that I'm expecting there will be no any movement before the swearing of our incoming Isiolo County Governor. The other thing that I want to say, I want to thank the people of Isiolo for voting peacefully and ensuring there was no anyone who was injured, anything about the conflict about the before and after the election. The other thing is I want to tell the people of Isiolo, for today, let us observe peace, let's maintain peace and make sure the ceremony is going to be run peacefully, and let's hope for the best. And our expectation for our incoming Isiolo County Governor towards his manifestos, we hope for the best for him. Yeah.
Perhaps are there any sectors that you're looking forward to having implemented, maybe health, infrastructure, roads and all of that?
Yeah, before the election, I hope our governor went around Isiolo North, Isiolo South, promising people and telling them about his manifesto. I hope he'll make sure he's going to do his manifestos. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. That is the march we have from you here. Maybe just to bring our viewers up to speed. Now, this is the march that we have from you from the county of Isiolo, but of course we'll be engaging more people as they're coming in. We'll have the sentiments of the people as they're coming in, maybe just to bring us to speed of what they expect. But now, let me hand you over to Parsayo in Narok County to bring us back to speed. Parsayo?
A very good morning. Well, a very good morning to you, John Jacob Kioria. We are coming live to you from William Olenti Mama Stadium in Narok Town. And remember, Narok County is the 10th largest county in Kenya, and it plays home to more than 1.1 million people who are being housed in 6 different constituencies. That is Trans-Mara West, Trans-Mara East, Narok North, Narok South, Narok East, and Narok Central. And with me here, I'm joined by some of the residents who are very excited to see the swearing in of the new governor. Remember, this governor has had a very vast experience in the public sector, which dates back to 2004 to 2010, when he served as an ACC for Magarini Sub-County in Kilifi County. Then, from 2010 to 2012, he served as the DCC for Malindi Sub-County in Kilifi County. Then, in 2013 to 2017, he served as the MP for Narok West. And then from there, in 2017, he vied for the gubernatorial post of Narok County. Unfortunately, he fell second to the outgoing governor Samuel Oletunai. And in 2018, he was elected as the CAS for the Ministry of Interior. And apart from that, he has also had a vast experience in tour guiding and tour keeping for the people of Narok. And apart from that, Narok County is also known for its vast agricultural productivity, livestock keeping, and also rich tourist attraction sites. And with me, I'm joined with some of the residents who are here to witness the historic swearing in of Patrick Keturet Olentutu, who won against Richard Musalelo Lekenta of the Azimio One Kenya Alliance. And with me, I'm joined by... And yes, these are some of their views in regards to what they expect. Vipi habari ya leo, tueleze kwamba maoni yako kuhusu swearing in ya leo, kuna maoni gani, kuna matarajio gani kwa serikali ambayo itaingia?
Mimi naitwa Nixon Ndutu, mimi ni mkaaji wa Narok. Matarajio yangu kwa hii serikali ya kaunti ni kushikanisha sisi wote kwa hii serikali, hii uongozi ya kaunti. tumenya jamii zote na pia dini zote na pia wale wa kupigia kura wote wanakaribishwa. Tunatarajia gavana mwenye anaingia hata lete sisi pamoja.
Na sasa kama vile umesema, niliona kwa manifesto yake ya baadhi ya vigezo kwa manifesto yake ilikuwa kulete uhusiano na ushirikiano kati ya wananchi wa Narok. Maoni yako ni gani haswa kuhusiana na hii?
Gavana huyu mtarajiwa alikuwa hapa awali, alikuwa mtu tu alikuwa anafanya kazi vizuri, kwa sababu tangu aingie bunge aende kwa CS kazi wale interior ama labor, amekuwa mtu wa karibu kwa kila mtu, hajakuwa mtu wa kando kwa watu wake, amekuwa mtu wa karibu na tungependa aendeleshe hiyo.
Vipi kaka Ramil, ningependa kuona maoni yako. Niliona kwa manifesto ya huyu gavana ambaye anaingia alikuwa amesema kwamba atawapa vijana kipaumbele. Wewe kama kijana wa kaunti hii uko na maono yapi ama matarajio yapi kuhusiana na huyu gavana ambaye anaapishwa hii leo?
Kwanza kabisa leo tuna furaha tele kwa sababu hii safari haijakuwa rahisi. Tumeng'ang'ania, yani hii safari tumeitoa mbali. Kwa hivyo leo ni siku kuu, tunamshukuru Mungu. Sasa kwa vile umeniuliza mambo na kazi kama vijana, kama mimi mwenyeji hapa, mimi nimezaliwa Narok, hana ukabila na kisha aliweza kuniajiri kama mtoto mdogo hadi sasa hivi. Kwa hivyo kwake tuna imani kazi ataifanya.
Na pia kwa baadhi ya vitu ambavyo niliona kwa manifesto yake, aliongelea kwamba atakisha kuna maji ya kutosha na maji itoshe kila mtu anapatikane kwa urahisi. Kuna maono gani kuhusu hayo?
Kwa hali ya mambo ya maji, mambo ya mabarabara, kwa hiyo manifesto yake alisema atakuja kuhakikisha ametengeneza barabara, especially sehemu mingi kama mahali barabara ya mvua mingi inakuanga. Pia mambo ya maji kwa wale hawana maji safi. Kwa hiyo manifesto tuna imani ya kwamba atafuata hiyo manifesto na afuate venye alisema, sababu hizo ni matarajio yetu tukiwa wananchi. Tunataka hii town yetu ikuwe safi na atengeneze ikuwe kama city kama Nairobi.
Na hivi kwamba nilielewa kwamba kulikuwa na baadhi ya kutoelewana wakati ule wa kura baadhi ya watu fulani. Huko na maana yapi kwamba iwapo gavana huyu ataingia anapania kufanya nini kuhakikisha kwamba wananchi wa Narok wanaishi na amani? Maoni yako ni gani?
Samani
nasema hivi kwamba nakumbuka wakati ule watu wakipiga kura kulikuwa na ubishi kidogo kutoka pande mbili katika kaunti hii. Maoni yako ni yapi kuhusiana na hayo? Unaona kwamba atafanya vigezo vipi kuhakikisha kwamba wale watu ambao walikuwa wamepitana zarudiana kuishi kwa amani?
Kwanza kabisa ukiweza kuangalia kwa track record yake wakati alikuwa mjumbe katika hiyo constituency yake, alikuwa na kila jamii. Kwa hivyo hizi tofauti za kisiasa zenye zilikuwepo, yeye hiyo atatupilia mbali.
Those are some of the issues which are being pointed by these residents of Narok County who are super excited to see the new governor being sworn in. Back to you. I'll get back to you, Kioria, with our broadcasting houses, and I'll give you subsequent developings. As you can see right from my left side, people are getting into this stadium to witness the historic swearing in of the governor, because you understand this county has more than 1.1 million people, and each one of them, right from Trans-Nzoia right to Narok North, all of them are streaming in to witness the historic swearing in of the second governor, who is taking over from Samuel Kuntai Oletunai, who got into office in 2013 up to 2017 under the URP and the then Jubilee Party. But right now, Stephen Ketsure Solentutu is set to get into power through the UDA, United Democratic Alliance Party, under the Kenya Kwanza coalition. It should be remembered that he won against this close contestant, that is Richard Muchalel Olekenta of ODM under the Azimio One Kenya Alliance coalition. And also, it should go to record that this county had more than 395,000 registered voters who all came out, nearly all of them came out to vote for their desired leaders. And let me just get back to you, John Jacob Kioria. I'll give you some subsequent developings as soon as other people troop in. Back to you, John Jacob Kioria, in our broadcasting houses. Reporting from Narok County, my name is Frederick Parsayo.
All right. Thank you so much, Asheo Leng. Thank you so much. That is from Narok County, where 1.1 million residents there decided to go to the polls and elected their next governor, who is going to be sworn in later on this morning. Okay, from Narok, let's now head to Trans-Nzoia County. Alan Aoko is standing by. George Natembeya is the new sheriff of that particular county. Alan Aoko, good morning. What is happening from the land of plenty, so to speak?
Good morning to you, a very good morning to you here. Sunshine aplenty, entertainment here aplenty, and happiness from the citizens here, especially here in Trans-Nzoia County. We woke up very cold in the morning, there was a lot of fog, but then now it has subsided due to some intense sunshine, as you can see bouncing from me here. We are at the ESK grounds in Kitale, which is the administrative capital of Trans-Nzoia County. But also, before I go into the details of this particular function, let me give you a little bit of this area here, which is also known as a breadbasket for the country. There's a lot of agricultural activities that happen here, and given with the past, of course, this county has had the issues of land, which is very important because it's an agricultural basket, which translates to huge farms cultivated for the maize you eat at home. And of course, we had the previous governor, who is Mr. Kahemba, who is Pasi Kahemba, who was the governor here from 2013 to date. Of course, now we have a new governor-elect, who is George Natembeya, who is a previous administrator, who was the regional commissioner for Rift Valley coming in. And of course, one of the challenges that this county has been having, as I said earlier, was the issue of land. And the previous governor said in 2021, no less, that he did have some challenges in giving these people land, but that he would try and do it in subsequent years. But that has been a dicey issue. But now Mr. George Natembeya comes in with the promise of uniting the people and removing poverty from this place, and also had already, even as he was a regional commissioner, given title deeds to residents of this place so that they can continue with their farming activities. Of course, Mr. George Natembeya comes in with a very good support here. He had garnered 158,919 votes, and the closest challenger, who was Chris Wamalwa from the Ford Kenya party. Of course, George Natembeya is in the DAPK party. Chris Wamalwa garnered 79,020 votes, and therefore we have here George Natembeya coming in with this manifesto glittering with promise of removing poverty and alleviating the lives of the people here. But let me not talk too much, and let me not show myself so much in this screen. Let us talk to a resident of Trans-Nzoia County, who will tell us her name, and she will tell us why she's here today. Good morning to you. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
Yes. Tell us what is so exciting for you for this day.
I'm so excited I'm Delila Simiyu from Trans-Nzoia County. I'm so excited today because our governor-elect, Mr. Governor George Natembeya, is being sworn today, and we are here for his celebration.
And perhaps tell us, what are your expectations as the new governor comes in? What are your expectations?
We are very much excited. We are expecting our governor to transform our lives, to improve poverty infrastructure in our county. Yeah.
Thank you very much for speaking to us, and enjoy yourself today. Thank you so much. Let us also speak to another gentleman here who can tell us more about the significance of today. Welcome, and tell us your name and why are you here?
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Edwin Buanamo, a resident in Trans-Nzoia from BD Ward. I'm here basically on behalf of the senator, who is also on the way. We are hoping the best from our governor-elect, Mr. George Natembeya, who will be working closely with our senator and the women rep. We know Trans-Nzoia is the food basket of Kenya, and we know these people are going to do the best. They are going to deliver Trans-Nzoia to the next level. I want to urge the central government also to help and cooperate with Trans-Nzoia County because we are bordering, because Trans-Nzoia is at the border. We are hoping for the best. Otherwise, thank you very much. God bless Kenya.
Thank you very much for your sentiments. Sao, karibu sana. Tell us, why are you here and why is this day exciting for you?
Asante sana KBC Channel 1. Nashukuru sana. Tuko hapa katika uwanja wa maonyesho mjini Kitale. Tunashukuru sana kwa leo tumejiandaa kuapisha gavana wetu wa pili wa jimbo hili la Trans-Nzoia. Sisi tunatarajia mengi. Trans-Nzoia imekuwa namba 47 kila mwaka. Lakini nafasi hii naomba kwamba George Natembea aanze na Kenyatta Stadium, aunde stadium. Ya pili, aboreshe mahospitali, tusiwe na migomo ya wauguzi katika kaunti hii. Ya tatu, mabarabara, miundo msingi. Tuko chini sana. Na tunaomba tena gavana asijaribu kubembelezana na ma-MCA ambao watazembea katika kazi yao ili waongwe ndio wapitishe miswada. Ya nne na ni ya mwisho, Trans-Nzoia County ina matalanta chungu mzima. Ukitembelea katika maeneo mbalimbali katika timu za taifa katika nchi ya Kenya, vilabu zote ziko na wachezaji kutoka Trans-Nzoia. Kwa hivyo tunaomba Trans-Nzoia County iwe na academy ambaye itaboresha, atupatie chief officer na pamoja na waziri ambaye ni expert wa michezo katika kaunti ya Trans-Nzoia. Asante sana.
Asante sana. Thank you so much. Before I go, I just want to show you some of the color that's going on here. If my cameraman, Mr. Nyongesa, we can just pan and show you the kind of entertainment that citizens are enjoying here, just to keep the crowd lively as the VIPs come in, as the governor-elect comes in. It is very colorful here. Droves of citizens are still walking in, and we are seeing that it is going well. It is nice and festive here. And so, yes, back to you in studio as we keep forth here at Trans-Nzoia County. Cheers to you.
Thank you so much for that. We also try to get some jig from the ladies behind you. That is Alan Aoko from Trans-Nzoia County, where George Natembea is going to be sworn in as the next governor, taking over from Patrick Haemba, who served his 2 terms. Of course, he was the regional commissioner, Rift Valley, and now moving to the governor's seat of Trans-Nzoia. Kioria.
All right, that's from Trans-Nzoia, quite an interesting county there. Of course, you will know that Haemba, Patrick, has served there as governor for 2 terms, now handing over to George Natembea, the immediate former regional commissioner for Rift Valley. In Nairobi, Johnson Sakaja is taking over the reins of power. And you remember, Nairobi is one of the peculiar counties because clearly there will be about 4, it has 4 governors so far. You're looking at Evans Kidero, who was the first governor, then Sonko, the second governor. You have Anne Kananu, the 3rd governor, and now the 4th governor, whose name is Johnson Ada Sakaja. And we also have Irene Muchuma, who is on standby at the Kenyatta International Convention Center. That's the swearing-in venue for the Nairobi County. And of course, you can also see that we have round-the-clock coverage across the country as the swearing-in continues. But let's head over to the KICC, where Irene Muchuma is. Irene?
Kioria, good morning. Good morning to you too, Victor. We are coming to you live from the Kenyatta International Conference Center. This is where we're expecting the swearing-in of Johnson Arthur Sakaja to take place, the governor-elect and his deputy, James Mushiri. And just to take you through what is happening here right now, they have already set areas for the sitting members of parliament and also members of Parliament-elect who are expected to attend this event. On my far right is where we're expecting the President-elect, William Ruto, to be seated anytime from now, and also we are expecting the Deputy President-elect, Rigathi Gachagua, also to make his way here at the Kenyatta International Conference Center. And on my far left is where we're expecting a section of legislators to be seated, and far end is where we have entertainment area, and also where we'll be having a band to entertain the people who will be making their way here. According to reliable sources, we're expecting approximately 1,500 people to grace this historical event, one that will see Nairobi County having its other governor who is going to serve the region for the next 5 years. Before we had Johnson Sakaja, we had the first governor of Nairobi County, Evans Kidero, who served his term. Thereafter, we had Mike Mbuvi Sonko, who took over from Evans Kidero, and due to court orders, we had Anne Kananu coming in to take over from Mike Mbuvi Sonko, and before Anne Kananu, we saw Polycarp Igathe, who was one of the gubernatorial candidates here in the county of Nairobi, bowing out of office, saying that there is no need for him to get to work when there is no work to be done for the pay. And just to give you the feel of the mood here, Kioria, Victor, it's a cold morning in the capital of Nairobi, though we are saying people are put on their best, of course, for this historical and memorable event. And if I just take you through, this is where we will see Governor-elect Johnson Arthur Sakaja making his way far to the podium where he will be sworn in. Thereafter, he will swear. Thereafter, he will sign documents that he is now taking office. He will also do the same together with his deputy, James Mushiri. And just as we take you around, we have already seen a number of dignitaries who have made their way here at the Kenyatta International Conference Center. And yellow, green have dominated the colors from the Kenyatta International Conference Center. This is where we're expecting the President-elect William Ruto to be seated, and we are also expecting Deputy President-elect Rigathi Gachagua to be seated here, and the Governor-elect Johnson Sakaja will be seated on that brown chair. That is where the Governor-elect Johnson Arthur Sakaja will be seated as he is waiting to be sworn in as the next governor of Nairobi County. And a number of legislators, a number of supporters of the UDA party are already seated here. This, as we're also expecting the Governor-elect Johnson Sakaja and the Deputy Governor-elect James Mushiri to come here together with their family members. And as I take you around the Kenyatta International Conference Center, it is important to note that the Governor-elect Johnson Sakaja once served as the Senator of Nairobi County before he moved to the gubernatorial candidature, and while he served the county of Nairobi as a senator, he seemed to have learned the tricks and the tactics to use in wooing the voters of Nairobi. Sakaja has been at the fore, saying that he's going to transform Nairobi County, and he said under his campaign slogan, "Let's make Nairobi work," that he will transform Nairobi into a city of order, dignity, and that of opportunity. He promised to establish 20 markets across the city, and this is aimed at creating opportunities for small-scale businesses, as well as implement a single business permit for businesses here in the county of Nairobi. And There is also the issue of introducing school feeding program for all primary school kids in the county, and that is also one of the things that we'll be looking at as he takes office. And as I take you to the county of Machakos, where my colleague Nancy Okware is on standby, here it is entertainment as we are waiting for more dignitaries to make their way here, and also the man of the day, Johnson Sakaja, the governor-elect for the county of Nairobi, and his deputy, James Mushiri, will be here. Security has been heightened, as you can see on my camera here, where Jonathan Mbate is panning. That is one of the commissioners for Nairobi, Mwaroa, making her presence here already. So, Okware, over to you as you give us the update from the county of Machakos, and to you, Kioria, and Victor too. Okware?
To you, Irene Muchuma. We are coming to you live from Kenyatta Stadium right here in Machakos County. And in the next few minutes, we expect that history will be written here as Wavinya Ndeti is sworn in as the first female governor in this county. She will be taking over from the outgoing governor, that is Dr. Alfred Mutua, who has served for a term for 10 years, that is for 2 terms. Remember that Wavinya Ndeti will be among the 7 governors that have been elected in the country. That is the 7 female governors. And of course, she won the governor's seat under the Wiper Party after garnering 226,609 votes against her closest competitor, that is Nzioka Waita, who is the former Chief of Staff, State House Chief of Staff, who garnered 129,181 votes. Johnston Muthama, on the other hand, garnered 37,980 votes. Remember that this is the 3rd time that Wavinya Ndeti has attempted to be governor of this county. The first time she vied in 2013 and was defeated by the current governor, Dr. Alfred Mutua, and she did not give up. She vied again in 2017 and lost again to Alfred Mutua, and this time in 2022 she managed to clinch the seat, and she will be deputized by Francis Mwangangi. Some of the issues that she said she's going to address in her manifesto includes ensuring that the health sector has been improved in this county, especially ensuring that there is enough medication in the hospitals, as well as ensuring that there is adequate staff to cater and, of course, to attend to the various residents. She also said that she will be serving all the people who elected her without any discrimination. If you elected her or not, she is going to serve them equally. And right now, as we speak, we are waiting for the official ceremony to kick off. But if we can take a look at what is happening, is that members of the public are already seated here at the stadium. That is a 15,000 capacity stadium. They were seated here as early as 7 a.m. and we expect that the numbers will be going up as time goes by. And right now it's a chilly morning, but that did not stop people from turning out in their numbers to witness as history is being written in this county. So that is what we are following up on, and of course we'll be giving our viewers more updates as soon as the ceremony kicks off. We will be giving you that live from Machakos County. But from this county, I'd like to take you to Taita Taveta, to my colleague Michael Mwandiga. Good morning, Mwandiga. What is happening on location?
Viongozi wa tabaka mbalimbali ambao wameweza kufika.
Well, a very good morning to you, Muchuma. A very good morning to you, Muchuma. We are coming to you live from Taita Taveta County. We are at Mwatunge Primary School grounds, whereby we are expecting in a while Governor-elect, that is Andrew Mwadime, to be throwing this venue so that he takes oath of office. Governor Andrew Mwadime with his running mate, that is Christine Kilalo. Remember that Mwadime won this seat
through the independent ticket, and he garnered 49,901 votes. And remember that this governorship, or the gubernatorial seat, was hotly contested because we had at most 13 contestants who were contesting for this gubernatorial seat, and Andrew Mwadime emerged the winner. And just to take you through, we have also the Senator Jonas Mwarumba through the ODM party, who won 39,142 votes, and County Human Rep was Lydia Haika with 38,663 votes through the UDA ticket. The MPs for remember that Taita Taveta County has 4 constituencies, namely Undani and Danson Moshako, who took the seat through the Wiper ticket with 16,210 votes. Taveta, we have Bwire Okano through the Wiper party, garnered 18,742 votes. We had from Motate Shakembo Jubilee Party gathering 11,317 votes, and from Voi constituency we had Abdi Chome through the Wiper Party garnering 9,418 votes. And remember that during his campaign and after being elected and given his ticket, Andrew Mwadime said he's going to serve all the residents of Taita Taveta County without discrimination rather, either they voted for him or not, but will ensure that all the Taita residents get to benefit from his leadership. And to take you through is that Taita Taveta County is well known for its economic activities, which are farming. We have beehive keeping, and also Taita Taveta County is endowed with mineral resources. And among the issues in his manifesto, Andrew Mwadime said he'll ensure that the residents of Taita Taveta County get to benefit from the mineral resources around here in Taita Taveta County. And this Taita Taveta County, almost 70% of this land is a national park. We have the Savo West National Park and Savo East National Park, of which residents are set to benefit more through the leadership of Governor Andrew Mwadime. As you can see right behind me is the beehive of activities as residents are thronging this venue to see the swearing in of the governor-elect. And just right behind me is choirs here entertaining people as we wait for governor-elect to come here and get oath of office. Residents are also thronging in to see what is happening. Security has also been heightened. We have ambulances around just in case of any uncertainties. They will be worked on in time. And this is all we have from now. And I'll be handing you over to my colleague in Kiambu County just to give you the latest what is happening there in Kiambu County. That is my colleague Gladys Mungai. To you, Gladys.
Thank you so much, Michael Mwadiga from Kwale County. We are crossing over to Kiambu County now, and this is at Kirigiti Stadium in Kiambu County, where the former senator for Kiambu County, now the governor-elect Kimani Wamatangi, will be sworn in a few minutes from now. The program has been set from around 8 a.m. in the morning, when members of the public had the gates opened as early as 7 a.m. to allow them come witness this particular activity. So we pitched camp as early as 6:30 at Kirigiti Stadium, and members of the public are still streaming in. The final preparation for that particular exercise is almost 99% complete, and we expect that from around 10 a.m. the governor-elect, that is Kimani Wamatangi, will be making his way to Kirigiti Stadium for that particular swearing-in exercise that is set to kick off at around 10 a.m. This particular Kiambu County had 6 candidates battling it out for the gubernatorial seat, and the Dr. Kimani Wamatangi emerged the top winner in that particular race, having garnered 348,371 votes, closely followed by the first governor of this particular county, that is Governor William Kabogo, who gathered 980 votes. Of importance to maybe mention to our viewers is the aspect of manifestos of these particular candidates. And Governor Kimani Wamatangi says he's coming to sort of rectify what his predecessors have probably did not fulfill, or they didn't deliver according to the expectations of members of the public. Issues to do with health, matters business, matters water are some of the key priorities in his manifesto as it comes in. And you remember, this is until the 9th of August, this was the sitting member of the Senate from the County Assembly, basically putting into performing the oversight role of the Senate in this particular county. And so we expect when he assumes the office of governor officially from today, members of the public are waiting to see what he's going to be delivering to them. And of importance to remember is that some of the campaign issues that are raised during the campaign period are usually somehow forgotten or foregone when governors-elect assume office officially. And so we'll be keeping tabs to ensure that, to see if indeed the Governor Wamatangi will be fulfilling that particular manifesto. If my cameraman can pan around to just show you members of the public who are thronging into Kirigiti Stadium. This stadium, members of the public keep on coming to this particular area. They are sort of dignitaries are set to sit in various seats. Members of the family, members of the county assembly, as well as matter security is highly beefed up. And now I want to engage one of the members of the public who've come at Kirigiti Stadium to get to witness what is happening. Hello, how are you? We are live on KBC Channel 1. I want to get your sentiments. Why particularly are you here and what are you looking forward to?
We are looking for better management of the county from Dr. Kimani Wamatangi. He has proved as he worked as a senator and he has truly delivered for the people of Kiambu, and we are hopeful for he'll deliver in most aspects for where the three governors failed, and with his education he is overqualified for that position, so we are looking forward to it. I'm Joseph from Kihara Ward.
Thank you, Joseph. You just said that three governors probably did not deliver according to your expectations. What are some of the key areas probably you expect to see some positive changes?
Like, for example, if we go to my own community, that is Kehara Level 4 Hospital, if you see how it was before the county came in, the hospital was more like a private entity, but today is totally very dilapidated. So we hope and we are here because he invited us personally as his friends so that we can be able to earmark what projects should be done in our communities. So for us, we are hopeful that Kehara Hospital, that is a level 4 hospital, we used to serve people from Kikuyu, Rimuru and all that. So we are hopeful to be improved and it will be rehabilitated. So that's why we are here to support his bid. And as well, we have the feeder roads, which are in bad state in Kehara and Ruaka. So we are hopeful that they will be done.
There you have it, John Jacob Curia back at our communication center. Those are some of our sentiments from members of the public. His name is Joseph. He says he hopes to see that matters roads, matters water, matters education, and areas where previous governors failed, Dr. Kimani Wamatangi, if indeed is going to make a positive change. Just also to just mention to our viewers is that this particular county had 6 governors, among them a woman candidate, and we wait to see whether the governor-elect will be incorporating probably some of the positive aspects in other candidates' manifesto. I'm handing you over back to you in studio.
All right, thank you very much, Gladys Mungai in Kiambu County, neighbors Nairobi, to the other end. But right now, let's take a breather. When we come back, we continue with our wall-to-wall coverage of the swearing-in of governors and the induction of members of parliament in the 13th National Assembly or 13th Parliament.
To get Change Your Thinking Skizatune, dial star 811 star 961 hash.
When you change the quality of your thinking, you change the quality of your life. sometimes instantly. Just as positive words can make someone calm, smile or laugh, your thoughts will react to the world in real time. So, change the quality of your thinking.
Dial star 811 star 961 hash. Star 811 star 961 hash.
Hello there. Good boys gone bad. Eric Omondi has evolved from being a comedian to now being the king of clout chasing.
How does a gospel artist make money? Jaguar wet again.
Anaweza kuwa celeb, anaweza kuwa na followers, but it's a time for artists to make bank.
Yes. How is your relationship with Zari, considering that she dates young?
These are accessories.
They do not make... Slap the guy.
Yo, what's up? My name is Ted Josiah.
Ah, mashallah.
You sing about serious issues, it will not trend. If you sing about Abdiambosi.
No.
Bahati hata kuwa na machozi. Willy Paul ndo alikuwa anatoa machozi.
For your beat these boys with stones. Let's all be logic. Yesu ashukangi chini analeta pesa.
Musicians are missing the point.
Do we sip water?
You are watching Pop Culture with Adhiambo with a Y.
All right, welcome back to the coverage of the swearing-in of 45 governors happening across the entire country. Of course, we don't have any swearing-in from Kakamega and Mombasa because the elections will happen on Monday. But a very quick one, obviously, before we get to Janae Karisa. Some very interesting things happening in Nyeri. For example, you'll be having Mutahi Kahiga taking over as governor, obviously for a second term, but as the fourth governor for Nyeri County after Gachagua and Derito, and then Wamarai, who succeeded Gachagua, and then Wahome Gakuru, the late, and now Mutahi Kahiga. In Nairobi, Evans Kidero, who served as the first governor, then to Mike Sonko, who was impeached to give way to Kananu, and now Johnson Ada Sakaja. And we'll be telling you some of the other counties, including Kiambu, where Gladys Mungai is, William Kabogo serving his first term, then ousted by Waititu. Waititu is impeached. James Nyoro comes in as governor, and now ousted by Kimani Wamatangi, who will be taking over as the fourth governor for Kiambu County. But right about now, let's head over to Kwale, an interesting county. Fatuma Achani will be sworn in as the second governor of the county of Kwale. You will remember for the last 10 years she has served as the deputy to Salim Vuria, the Kwale County governor. And Janae Karisa joins us from Kwale. Janae, good morning. What's the latest from Kwale?
Good morning, John Jacob. We are coming to you live from Kwale County, and today Fatma Achani goes into the history books as the first woman to be elected governor across the 6 coastal counties. This is a significant milestone considering the cultural practices that are in across the coastal region. So Fatma Achani today will be able to mark history as the first governor to be elected by her people here in Kwale County. So just a backgrounder, Fatma Achani was serving as the deputy governor during Salim Buria's tenure for the past 10 years. In 2013, they were elected on an ODM ticket. However, throughout the 5 years, they were able to fall out with former Prime Minister Raila Odinga and shifted to the Jubilee Party. In 2017, they were re-elected on a Jubilee ticket, and she was also serving as the deputy governor. And this year, in 2022, she has made history to succeed her boss, her immediate boss, Salim Vuria, to become the second governor of Kwale County, and of course the first governor across the six coastal counties. Now we are expecting Fatma Achani to be here just before 10 o'clock, which is just about now. The stipulated time according to the constitution is between 10 and 2 p.m. So they're doing their best that the event begins at 10 from 10 a.m. Guests started trickling in as early as 9 a.m. To this ground that is able to host about 3,500 people, and they're expected to come and see if the expectation or during the campaign period, Fatma Achani, the promises that she made, will she reverberate some of those promises to the people of Kwale County. Since in the morning, there was a few weather hitches, of course, but there are tents that have been erected here. I'll be joining some of the residents here to just give a feel of how they are feeling as that they have been able to make history together with Fatma Achani as the first governor here in the coastal region, just to get their feel. Also, another significant milestone is that Fatma Achani was able to beat around 6 other contestants, the immediate being the ODM contestant, that is former Principal Secretary Boga, who was able to garner 53,000 votes, but she managed to trounce Boga by getting 59,000 votes. So let me just get a feel kutoka wakazi on how their expectation and their feel that Fatma Achani is a governor who is a female and is making history here at the coastal region. Wacha tu nianze na wewe, niambie tu jina lako, waitwa nani na leo una matarajio yapi?
Okay, kwa majina naitwa Mimu, mkazi wa hapa Kwale. Leo natarajia furaha, sherehe yetu itaenda vizuri, kila kitu natumai kitakuwa vizuri na tutamwapisha gavana wetu mtakiwa hapa Kwale County.
Unaeleaje vile yeye ni mwanamke na hapa katika jimbo la Pwani, upande mkoa wa Pwani hakujakuwa na mwanamke ambaye amekuwa gavana?
Okay, tunafurahi kwanza sisi kama wanawake kwanza. Istoshe mwanamke ni jicho kwa jamii, anatuona sana. Wanaume tunaona hawatakuwa na ile, hawatatuangalia sana, lakini kwa sisi wanawake tuko na furaha nyingi sana.
Asante Umi, wacha nipate waitwa nani leo, matarajio yako ni yapi hata Fatma anapokuja? Je, umelichukuliaje swala kwamba mliweza nyinyi kama wakazi wa kaunti ya Kwale kuweza kumchagua mwanamke kama gavana wenu?
Oh, thank you very much. Asante sana. Kwa majina naitwa Ahmadi Ali Mopishi kutoka sehemu za Ukunda Wadi. Tunafuraha sana kwamba siku ya leo ndio ile siku ambayo tumeitegea sana kwa nguvu, kwa sababu leo ndio siku ya kumpatia mama yetu Achani nafasi yake ya ugavana hapa Kwale County. Na tunaamini ya kwamba kwa sababu tukiangalia katika majumbani kwetu tunaona kina mama ndio ambao wana take control, wanalea watoto. Kwa hivyo tunaamini ya kwamba kupitia kwa huyu mama mambo yote yatakuwa shwari na kutakuwa na amani na makazi yatapatikana kwa vijana, kwa sababu tunaamini ya kwamba Mungu mwenyewe alipokuwa anataka kuleta Mesaya alimpitisha kupitia kwa mwanamke ambaye alikuwa ni Mama Mariam. Kwa hivyo inamaanisha kwamba mama is very very important to the society. Kwa sababu Mungu ni mtu ambaye anaweza kufanya lolote, lakini ameona ampitishe Yesu kupitia kwa mama. Kwa hivyo tunaamini kwamba mama ni muhimu sana, na mama ndiye mwenye kuchunga familia kila wakati, anatunza na kuhakikisha kwamba hakuna watu wanalala njaa. Kwa hivyo asante.
Waitwa nani? Na je, labda matarajio yako leo ni yapi? Na nyinyi kama kazi wa gatuzi la Kwale mliweza kumweka kina mama kama gavana wenu, jambo la kihistoria, walichukuliaje?
Mimi kwa majina anaitwa Mansa Abdurrahmani Kumaka. Mimi niko na furaha sana kumpatia kwanza kura yangu kuipigia mama Fatma Achani kama mama kwa gavana wa Kwale. Kwanza mama, mimi kama kijana, mama ndiye naamini sana, mama ndiye anaangalia kijana zaidi. Kwa hivyo ni matarajio yangu mama atawaangalia kama vijana katika elimu, katika ulezi bora wa vijana, na pia katika usaidizi wote wa vijana. Mama atakuwa kipaumbele, kijana atakuwa anamwangalia zaidi kuliko wale baba kumwangalia kijana. Kwa hivyo mama ni mlezi. Kwa hivyo mimi kama kijana niko na furaha hii Kwale vijana wataimarika sana, kwa sababu mama ataangalia vijana, hususan kuwainua kwa elimu na pia kwa njia yote ya maendeleo.
Kioria, those are just some sentiments from the residents of Kwale County. They're looking forward to this swearing in. Of course, it is a sentimental day, a day that will be remembered by many, not only here in Kwale County, but across the coastal region. Remember, Fatma Achani managed to beat at least 6 other candidates who are eyeing for this seat. She managed to get 59,000 votes in the just concluded election. And we are expecting a host of other elected leaders to come. According to their transition team, they were able to invite most former and elected legislature. However, we are yet to see any of them to make their way. Maybe they will come together with the governor-elect as the swearing ceremony begins in a matter of minutes. But we are waiting for arrival. The scheduled time begins from 10 to 2 p.m. Of course, we are live here just to get, of course, our interactions from the residents and, of course, to get the proceedings that are happening here in Kwale County. It is a proud moment also, Kioria, as I hand it back to you as a woman to stand here and to see that some of the cultural practice from this particular area have of course, been forgotten, and they are moving forward to ensure that democracy is found not only for the men but also women. So maybe in future democracies we might be able to see more women being elected across the coastal region. But for now, we are waiting the arrival of Fatma Achani. As soon as she gets here, we will be giving you the live feed and more details as the days unfolds. Back to you, John Jacob Kioria.
Janae Karisa, they're doing a fantastic job in Kwale, and of course speaks about, being a woman and seeing what has happened in Kwale and across another 6 counties, because you have 7 female governors across the country. Quite an impressive performance by our women in this election. Victor, you want to take us to the land of Matoke?
Absolutely. The Green Highland, my neighbors, Kisii County and Wycliffe Okech is standing by. Wycliffe Okech, good morning. Good to see you. But then, this comes at a time when the incoming governor, Simba Arati, slashed his budget from 57 million shillings to around 7 million shillings. He said that he doesn't need to spend 57 million shillings for just 2 hours. What can you tell us more from Kisii County?
Good morning to you, John Jacob Kioria, back in Nairobi. Of course, we are coming to you live from Kisii County, the land of Matoke. Right where I am, this is Gosi Stadium, the event for this quite important function here today, where the former Dagoretti North Member of Parliament, that is Simba Arati, will be taking oath of affirmation, oath of office today, as he will be, after this function, actually will be taking the reins of power in this county. Actually, as we talk right now, as you can see from the background here, is my camera person, that is the Matiko behind the camera, can basically show you behind me here the main dais. It is packed. The main dais is actually packed. Actually, the people that have made their way in there is the deputy governor-elect, that is Dr. Robert Monda, and actually another dignitary that we can, a notable figure that has so far arrived at this function is the late Justice Teresia Mateka, who will be administering the oath of office to the new county leadership here. And John Jacob Kioria, one thing that we can begin by, like as we got in here, is the security issue. There are actually 3 gates for entrance. One is for the VIPs and 2 others for the general public here. But in all those, their security there is quite rampant. They are doing the frisking, a thorough frisking actually. And for the VIP gate, there are the invitation cards. That is the card that allows the VIP people, the dignitaries in, so that without that card you may not make your way to the main dais here. I have taken a walk into the main dais and looked at the sitting arrangement there. I have been able to notice, apart from the governor-elect, the deputy governor-elect and their spouses, there is a seat for the county commissioner, the deputy county commissioners, and actually other security personnel there. And also a seat for the outgoing governor, that is James Ongwai. Apart from the main dais there, actually, if my camera person just can basically pan around and show you general public that have actually parked at this stadium here. This is a stadium that has a capacity that can contain about 10,000 people here, and there are about 13 strands, and all the strands are already full, but they continue to welcome more members of the public here. Basically, Madam Chico, if you can show the strands there, by the time we got here, we got there about an hour ago, and when we got here, about of the 13 strands, only about 6 were full, but then now, between that, the span between we got here and now, almost the strands are very full, but then there's still more people coming in here. Actually, you see, this is quite an important day for the residents of Kisii County, as the leadership is now changed from the outgoing Governor Ngwai to the mantle being shown to the new governor-elect, the new governor, that is Simba Arati, and his deputy that is Robert Monda. Right now, what's happening is the dignitaries continue to stream in, and a bit of introduction as well as entertainment, as my Namachiko can basically show you right behind me. This is the police band that has been entertaining people here, but then right now they're on standby. I think they are waiting for the arrival of the governor-elect Simba Arati, so that the main function actually can begin. You do remember, according to the constitution, this function actually is supposed to happen between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. and right now it is about 2 minutes past 10 a.m. So we can expect the function to kick off now that the deputy governor-elect has arrived, as well as Lady Justice Teresia Mateka, as well as will be administering the oath of office, has also arrived here. There are just so many other dignitaries we can take notice of, with the MCAs and the MCAs-elect who will be actually gracing this occasion here, and the sitting MPs and the MP-elect, those seats are actually arranged in that order, and it is quite thorough in that main dais. You cannot really get there unless you have that invitation card that I just talked about. Something that we can notice about Kisii County, John Jacob Kiora, this is one of the counties that constitute the larger Nyanza region. You do remember Nyanza region actually is a region that is associated with the ODM leader Raila Odinga. Politically, this is an area that is regarded as Raila Odinga's backyard. And just to affirm that, you notice that since the onset of devolution, the first governor, who is now outgoing, having exhausted his 2 terms, that is James Ongwai, was elected on ODM in 2013, re-elected on ODM in 2017, and now again Simba Arati is taking the reins of power from James Ongwai, also elected on ODM. That actually shows you that this is a region that is dominated by the ODM party, and also to paint a picture of that kind of dominance, John Jacob Kiora, the election that is actually the election that is actually ending, Kisii County had registered voters of about 637 and 10 that is registered voters. Of those, the valid votes were around 864. And out of that, the valid votes, Simba Arati himself managed to score 270 votes, 938. That is more than half of the valid votes. He had other competitors. Actually, there were 6 candidates for this seat. Simba Arati managed emerged the winner, beating his closest challenger, that is Ezekiel Machogu, who vied for this seat on the UDA ticket. Other notable figures that were flattered by Simba Arati are former assistant minister, that is Chris Obure, who was vying on the Jubilee Party ticket, and the outgoing senator, that is Professor Sam Ongeri, who was vying for this position on the DJP Kenya. But then at the end of the day, it is Simba Arati who emerged the winner, and will now be taking the reins of power. And even as he do that, we know the residents have quite high expectations as the leadership now changes. Remember earlier on we ran a county profile of Kisii County, and some of the issues that the residents here wanted the new government to focus on is the planning of the city center. Talking about planning of the city center, John Jacob Kiora, I can tell you that based on the 2019 census that was conducted in 2019, actually not really projected, but then indicated that Kisii County population stands at 1,266,860, and the main economic activity in Kisii County is subsistence farming. people here are subsistence farmers, with the main crop being the banana. That explains why at the beginning you mentioned counties of 45 as the land of Matoke. And apart from the subsistence farming, actually, there are quite a number of people engaging in business activities, and that majorly happens at the city center. And now those people want the new leadership to focus on planning actually the city center, to create space for them, and also to avail to them the basic human needs such as the clean water and the construction of ablution blocks to cater for sanitary services there. Apart from that, actually there is another industry or another sector that is quite thriving, and that's the soapstone carving here. And now those that are partaking in that particular sector, they will be expecting the new leadership here to build that sector so that they can also grow economically here. One other thing that we can note, I can mention that I already got from the resident I spoke to earlier, is the financial kit for the special groups of the youth, women and people living with disabilities here. Like I've mentioned, apart from the subsistence farming, there are people trying their hands in business, and now they want actually the new leadership to create that kit to enable them financially so that they can continue with their businesses. And something I cannot forget to mention is the issue of business permits. Those people partaking in business activities, they know they are permits, they are tax levies, they have to pay, and now they just want the new leadership actually to issue them a simple business permit that will enable them to conduct their business activities seamlessly. And if that will happen, that will be charged by time, because after this inauguration, now the Simba Arati will be taking the reins of will be in that office, and actually will be seeking to implement the manifesto, the promises he mentioned, a plan he promised to the people here that are pegged along those factors that I have mentioned. Actually, according to on this important day, according to the committee of the assumption of office of the county governor, that is being chaired by the county secretary, that is Patrick Lumumba, had projected this actually important event to cost around 57 million. But then Simba Arati slashed that down to about 3.5 million, mentioning that he cannot splash that huge amount when the county has is bereft of essential services such as provision of clean water, and that money can be channeled into some other important things. An earlier interview about yesterday, actually he mentioned that I don't if you can hear me, Kioria, talking about that amount. He said that amount cannot be actually spent on a single day, although this is an important day, but then there are more other important things that money can be channeled to. And we'll be just looking to speak to other residents here, probably to share with us more expectations as the leadership of Kisii County changes. Well, so far the governor-elect Simba Arati hasn't made its way here. But I think it's the only notable figure that is actually being weighted, being that is the person of the day, is Deputy Governor-elect. The deputy that is Monda has made his way here, as well as the presiding judge that will be administering the oath. Well, we'll be taking a note of everything that's happening here and give progressive updates. Back to you, John Jacob.
Well, it appears like Kisii has already started celebrations quite loud there in Kisii County when the reins obviously will be handed over to Simba Arati from James Ongwae, who has been serving as the governor for Kisii County for the last 10 years, representing that county, and of course being in charge of a health committee, at some point the human resource committee under the Council of Governors. And of course, before we went to the counties, we're talking about the health function. But of course, as this continues, remember, we still have a Supreme Court petition, and I think parties that have been mentioned as respondents continue to respond to that petition. And of course, I see prayers of enjoyment already so far. The Farmers Party, led by Irungu Nyakera, has already applied, obviously, to be enjoined in this petition. But probably before we pick up, Wakili Gesore, from where we left in terms of management of the health function, it is important to talk about the timelines given by the Constitution. Not earlier than 10 and not later than 2 p.m.
Yes.
What is, the focus of the law there, and what was the intention exactly?
There isn't too much to that, Kioria. The reason, I think you remember the 2007-2008 crisis we had, where our president was sworn at almost 7 in the evening. That taught Kenyans a lesson, because how can we have a president who was sworn in at night, Then when the crafters of the Constitution, in their own wisdom, they said that taking office, which is a public office, you need to be witnessed, or you need to be seen taking the oath while everybody is there. It needs to be a function, it needs to be a ceremony, not a dinner evening process whereby you are sworn in like a thief. So I think that is the mischief they wanted to cure with all that. That's why they had to put the guidelines. And then, of course, there is the aspect of people will want to attend. Maybe they will want to travel, so they need to move back in good time. And then the other processes of handing over the office, the outgoing governor needs to give the reins, give you the keys of the county and such things, and then there's the orientation process. So I think it's only proper. Those are things which cannot be done haphazardly to avoid confusion. These things have to be done while everybody's watching.
Absolutely. Some of the counties, obviously, that we're looking at in terms of the number of governors that have so far served in those counties, obviously adding up to the people being sworn in today. I talked about Nyeri, where Nderitu Gachagua was the first governor. Then you had Wamadhai, who was the deputy to Gachagua. After his death, he succeeded him, and then was toppled by Wahome Gakuru in 2017. Wahome Gakuru would die in 2017, the same year, after being in office for 3 months, and Mutahi Kahiga came in as governor. He's been elected now to serve as a second term, or for a second term as governor in Nyeri County. In Nairobi, I've talked about Evans Kidero, the first governor of Nairobi County, then was toppled by Sonko, who became the second governor. Sonko was impeached. Anne Kananu took over as governor, and obviously under split roles with the Nairobi Metropolitan Services, and now Johnson Sakaja, who is taking over the reins as governor, and obviously his promise is to abolish, or rather ensure that all services taken by NMS are back with the county. In Meru, the Agriculture Cabinet Secretary Peter Munya was the first governor. We have Kiraito Murungi as the second governor, and now Kawira Mwangaza will be taking over as the third. In Isiolo, Godana Doyo was the first governor, just served 1 term, and then left it to Mohamed Kuti. Mohamed Kuti is not vying, or was not vying in this election owing to health problems, but endorsed Abdi Guyo of Jubilee, who will now be the third governor of Isiolo County. In Kiambu, quite an interesting one. Again, just like Nairobi, William Kabogo is elected as the first governor. Then Waitito Babayao becomes the second governor. After his impeachment, James Nyoro, his deputy, takes over the reins of power, and then he's been toppled by Kimani Wamatagi, who will be the next governor. In Nyandarua, also you have, the first governor, and then the second being Francis Kimemia, and after Francis Kimemia now you have Wahome Badilisha, who has Badilisha and Kimemia in terms of the leadership of the county. And quite an interesting turn in terms of how counties have changed their governors. In some counties you see stability, in others you don't. But we'll talk about that in a bit. But let's just pick it from where we left in terms of the management of healthcare. And you were talking about KEMSA.
Yes. There's the KEMSA issues. Of course, there is at the national level the KEMSA scandals, but that not being the case, there's been a very intricate process whereby we've seen governors complaining that actually KEMSA are complaining that they have not been paid by the governor, so they have not been able to dispense drugs to the counties. Some of them have gotten into arrangements, and the bills are huge. The bills have been huge, and even in the presence of all this, we still have people complaining from the grassroots that they cannot be able to find medicine at the hospitals. They are forced to go and buy at pharmacies which are private outside the premises of the government hospitals, which is really a challenge, because it doesn't make sense that you go get diagnosed, the doctor just looks at you, tells you you look sick, we need to do some lab tests. You go to the lab, they tell you don't have reagents, and then they refer you to an outside lab to go and get the results, and then come so that the doctor can tell you what you're ailing from. So when you see such a situation, it's very sad. Then it means actually that this healthcare needs to be rethought. We need to actually find a fix to this, because we're not actually dispensing, we're not actually giving healthcare to the people, but something else, because that it's like a public-private partnership with the local private pharmacies, which should not be the case, because we expect that once you get, it should be a one-stop thing. You show up, you get treated, you get diagnosed, you get to the lab, you get the results. The doctor tells you go to the pharmacy, you get the drugs out there, so that you pay. Now, this business is as good as going to the private hospital and getting treated there. In my own county, at some point for the longest time, the medical services had been closed down. Because the doctors had not been paid for quite a while, and people were accessing healthcare services from the neighboring county. Do you imagine?
And yet some of the administrations taking over from the previous ones have to inherit these debts from KEMSA. That means even when they take in the reins of power, they will still not have a constant supply of drugs because, of this irregular debts owed to KEMSA.
Yeah, but that should not be an excuse for you not performing or actually delivering for the people the best standard healthcare services, because KEMSA is a government organization and counties are government organizations. So there is that aspect of you getting into an arrangement on how you can be able to pay. It's very important that people should be able to talk and negotiate out. We've seen Nairobi had a very huge debt with the KEMSA, but I think Governor Songo under his leadership managed to negotiate, and some drugs were dispensed. I didn't quite use the services at the county hospitals, but I suspect when he negotiated, he must have gotten a good deal, because there's really no problem. Government to government, there is a way you can be able to negotiate things out and then be able to sort them.
All right. Of course, we have live pictures from the Kenyatta International Convention Center. This is where Johnson Sakaja, the governor-elect for Nairobi, will be sworn in as the fourth governor, actually, of the county of Nairobi. And here in this venue, we expect the president-elect, Dr. William Ruto, to also make his way there. Of course, Irene Muchuma mentioned that also the deputy president-elect, that is Rigathi Gachagua, will also be in the meeting, and he's also expected in Nyeri, his native county, to also witness the swearing in of Mutahi Kahiga. Now that these functions are happening concurrently, we'll see where he chooses to attend at this particular point. But those are live pictures from the KICC, and we'll keep shuffling between the counties to see where the swearing in ceremony has started, and of course give you live pictures and sound from there. But you were mentioning about KEMSA, and because this is a conversation that has come up in between, and I think that's Trans-Nzoia. Now we have George Natembeya walking in with the First Lady of the county, or the First Lady to be. That means then George Natembeya is ready to take his oath of office. I even see the Judge of the High Court there, ready to administer the oath. But of course that will be happening later. There are some modalities obviously to be done. I don't know whether it's the Registrar of the High Court or who calls the judge to administer. It's a magistrate who will call in the judge to come and administer the oath of office. But that's George Natembeya. And you also have Patrick Kayemba, the outgoing governor who has served Trans-Nzoia for 2 terms. We'll be heading there in a bit once, of course, the swearing-in begins. But as you were talking about KEMSA, it's a conversation that has come up in this election. Governors complaining about the bills, but also the deputy president also appeared to allude to it and saying, once I'm elected president, we are going to streamline KEMSA in the sense of the supply of drugs. But the proposal that has been is to demonopolize the supply of drugs from KEMSA. The biggest question is, if you demonopolize the supply of drugs and probably go the route that has been proposed by some of these governors, how do you then demarcate these issues so that you don't end up with a governor who is buying drugs from either the wife or the cousin or a company he has established himself?
That is the tricky aspect. Because in Kenya, we know people are entrepreneurs and we have had such cases. But given that, I think we need to find a proper arrangement which works, whether it's demonopolizing or actually even using KEMSA or streamlining the way it does its works. Because I think KEMSA has been very inefficient. They could be able to restructure it in a manner that they can just supply drugs and then the bills will be able to be catered or they can be guaranteed by the national government. I think that would be the best thing. Without even, because if you go the monopolizing aspect, that is going to give room for a lot of graft, but I don't know what their concept is around that. I'm waiting to see it. The other issue is the aspect of governors who had been complaining about the same, and I think they are the people who have been championing for that, because they're also trying to look for opportunities where they can be able to make their own decision. It can be a good thing and a bad thing at the same time. It can be a bad thing because of corruption, which is likely to come by. And then it can be a good thing if it actually works. If there's a governor with a good strategy who's not interested in money, who does not have greed, then that can work because it will ensure constant supply of drugs to the county, which is very important, and the people will be able to benefit. Absolutely. That is what we all want. Nobody wants any other excuses, but we just want to go to the hospital, get the drugs, and get treated.
All right, and of course, from the pictures you had earlier on your screen, you also see as Eugene Wamalwa. He is the defense CS, and also, in an acting capacity, also in the devolution ministry. And you also remember he serves in a very interesting role, particularly when you talk about DAP Kenya Party, because he is the patron of the party. I don't know why they stopped short of calling him party leader, but then again, he is the patron of a party. The party leader is Wafula Wamunyinyi, who has since been felled in Kanduyi by a Ford Kenya candidate. But he's in this county, obviously, Eugene Wamalwa, as the patron of a party on which George Natembeya was elected as governor in Trans-Nzoia. But also Trans-Nzoia is his native county. That's where he comes from, CS Eugene Wamalwa. And of course, you see them a lot as we await the swearing in of George Natembeya as the second governor of Trans-Nzoia County. Probably before we head there, there's also the aspect of the amount of money being allocated to the Ministry of Health, yet health is a devolved function. You're looking at about 79 billion shillings, probably to manage policy formulation, as well as a few hospitals, referral hospitals that are under the Ministry of Health. And the people who ask, is it justifiable to have this amount of money remaining in the national government, while the people who carry the crux of a burden are struggling or are underfunded?
I think that has been a big problem. Government needs to come clean whether it really wants to fund the county's health scheme, or they just want to maintain the docket and reserve huge amounts of money for the minister and the ministry, as opposed to devolving that money to the county so that they can get to help. Because some of these issues, especially with KEMSA, some of those monies could have really sorted that out. Or if they could, I think the best decision, as for me, could have been the ministry should be able to undertake guaranteeing, because KEMSA is a parastatal, and the minister is in charge of that. He can be able to guarantee that to the government, since he has the is in charge of policy. You can formulate a policy around those areas. There's a sense in which you get to see that there's been some cold feet from government having health ministry being a default function. For some reason I don't understand why, because right from the word go, we have never had a good mix. We have never had a good start with the health function being devolved. So there's something which we most probably will want to discuss and find our way out on that.
All right. And I think from the entry there, this is the Kenyatta International Convention Center entry. That's the Governor-elect Johnson Sakaja making his way to KICC. You remember there's also Njoroge Mushiri, his deputy, who is also going to be sworn in as the deputy governor-elect for Nairobi County, county number 47. This is quite a big day for Johnson Sakaja. And I mean, for a person who has had to deal with what he has dealt with in the last 2 months.
He's showing up alone without the wife. Where's the first lady?
Quite an interesting one. Maybe the first lady is seated. We don't know.
Could be.
It could be she's seated. We will see from the dais, and probably once the introductions are done, we'll know the first lady is there. But I think the culmination of this day, probably for Johnson Sakaja, is also quite a big deal.
It's a big deal
knowing the kind of things he has had to deal with, including questionable academic papers.
Exactly, exactly, which was really a big problem because we expected better of him. Personally, I've been looking up to him as a young leader, but when the issues came up, I was really disappointed. But then, in one way or another, he's managed and he's there. So you can only wish him well. You can only wish him well. Nairobi is a big county, and being the age he is, we expect more from him. We expect that the shenanigans which happened with Sonko and the likes to actually reduce. We expect him to provide leadership, proper leadership, because Nairobi is at the heart of every Kenyan.
And when you talk about, proper leadership, because obviously we have had the benefit of seeing the last 3 governors, that is Kidero, Sonko, and now Anne Kananu. But as Sakaja takes over the reins of office in Nairobi, what do you think are his immediate priorities? Of course, dealing with the seat of power, that is Nairobi County.
His immediate priorities, I will wish that he first sorts out basic things, especially the things to do with the provision of healthcare, to ensure that I think President Uhuru Kenyatta tried under NMS, tried a big deal. There were a lot of hospitals which were set up, especially in the slum areas. If those hospitals can really be operationalized, so that they can be able to serve the majority of the people in the slums, then I will have done a good thing. The second thing is collection of litter. Nairobi, sometimes in some places you could find that there's some dirt. That I will want him to look into that. And then the other aspect is the aspect of drainage. Drainage is a big problem in Nairobi, especially trains. You realize if you're driving in Nairobi or even you're using public transport, it becomes a nightmare at the mere sense that it's about to rain.
Hold on, obviously as you continue with that, that's now Sakaja and the two sons making the way to KICC. You talked about the First Lady. Maybe the presence of the children there is in a sense of confirmation that the First Lady probably is around.
Sure.
But obviously we'll be confirming that once you get to see the arrangement or the sitting arrangement in the dais, and of course once the introductions have been done. But that's Governor-elect Johnson Sakaja of Nairobi walking into the Kenyatta International Convention Center, where he will be sworn in as the fourth governor of Nairobi County. And you're talking about litter.
Yes, just before that, I think it's a very good picture for him to show up with the sons.
Yeah.
It shows that he's a family man, and he's a person who wants to nurture his sons to actually be able to know that we have taken power and this is how we'll be doing things. So in future, in the next 10, 20 years, you should expect those boys to be also following up in his footsteps. And because
did with
yes, I think there's a photo where Kenyatta and the other former presidents were, and Kenyatta was the youngest, and now they say this is the complete picture of Kenya. So I think it's a very good thing as parents to actually also orient your kids to also get to enjoy. We saw Bama do it, and of course, as he was leaving, he said he will not be remembering any bill he made or supported or any policy. You'll be remembering how happy his kids were and what they felt during the process at the state. So this is very important, and I think Sakaja has really scored as a parent.
Yeah. All right. Go ahead and talk about garbage collection in Nairobi.
Yes, the garbage collection in Nairobi is a big problem. If that can actually be sorted, I think with the issue of transportation, especially the infrastructure, there has been some good work which has been done by the administrations which has been there. So we only expect him to do maybe the drainage, and of course extend that work to the other places where the roads are dilapidated or do not exist, especially there was a program around the slum area. We can be able to do that to open up Nairobi. Do you imagine if you're in Langata Road, still it's impossible to get to Ngong Road, and it's just a short distance away, which could actually be able to reduce traffic jam, though that is a national government function, but it could also do some county small roads, feeder roads, which can be able to be connecting joints. So
and the man who has been doing some of those roads is there. That is the NMS Director General, Mohammed Abdallah Badi is there, probably because he's the person who will be handing over his duties to now as the new governor for Nairobi County. So can we listen in from the KICC?
tunakaribisha msanii wa kizazi kipya. Samahani, naambiwa kwanza kabisa tupate maombi kabla burudani. Kwa hivyo tunakaribisha kwanza BAPS, tafadhali songeni mbele.
Can I also ask the representatives from the Islam faith and the Christian faith to come on stage so we can do this quick, fast, and in a hurry, in an orderly fashion. So if they can come on stage, and then one by one we'll start with the Christian faith, then followed by the Hindu faith, and then lastly the Islamic faith. So let's come on stage, please, as we prepare for this.
Tumuombe Mwenyezi Mungu. Mwenyezi Mungu mwenye utukufu na enzi na iza, tunakushukuru kwa siku hii ya leo na kwa haya ambayo umetuletea katika mji wetu. Twakuomba uibariki mji wetu wa Nairobi, uwabariki viongozi wetu, hasatan the incoming governor. Mpe hikma, mpe maarifa, mpe utulivu, umpe falsafa ya kuweza kuendesha nchi yetu kwa uzuri na salama, na kaunti yetu ipate kupata malengo yake, irudi katika ile hadhi ilikuwa ya Nairobi City. Mwenyezi Mungu wewe ndio mweza, kama ulivyomteua Sakaja, pia ndio maana ya sisi kuwa hapa leo. Nairobi yetu twakuomba Mwenyezi Mungu uirudishe katika hadhi yake. Wewe ndio uliotupatia nchi hii, wewe ndio ulipatia mji huu. Twakuomba Mwenyezi Mungu kwa iza yako na rehema yako, wakabidhi viongozi hao wetu nguvu kama ulivyomkabidhi Nabii Suleimani na hikma, wakabidhi hikma na maarifa kama ulivyomkabidhi Nabii Suleiman, na wakabidhi usawa na utendaji haki kama ulivyomjalia mtume wetu Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Ya Rabbi, sisi ni waja wako, viumbe vyako, tutengenezee mji wetu uwe ni mji wa matendo na baraka na matunda ya fanaka. Ya Allahu ya Aziz ya Ghafar birahmatika ya Rahman Rahimin, ya Jabbar ya Dhal Quwwati al-Matin ya Rahman Rahimin. Wa sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa sallam. Alhamdulillah rabbil alamin.
Asante sana Ustadh Hassan Ali.
Let me invite BAPS to come. Oh, there you are. Right.
Namaste, brothers and sisters. I, Engineer Kamal Gupta, pray on behalf of entire Hindu community for our great leadership. Om Bhur Bhuvah Swah Tat Savitur Vareniyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo Yo Nah Prachodayat. O God, the Creator, the basis of all life, who is self-existent, who is free from all the pains, whose contact frees the soul from all troubles, who pervades the universe and sustains all, the creator and energizer of the whole universe, the giver of happiness, who is worthy of acceptance, the most excellent, who is pure and the purifier of all. Let us embrace that very God so that he may direct our mental faculties in the right direction. I also pray for the entire leadership and everyone in our great nation. Sarve bhavantu sukhina, sarve santu niramaya, sarve bhadrani pashyantu, ma kaschit dukha bhavet. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om, may all be happy, may all be free from illness, may all see what is auspicious, may no one suffer. Om, peace, peace, peace. Amani, Amani, Amani to our great nation, Kenya. Thank you very much.
Om, we always begin a new assignment or work by praying to the Lord Ganapati to remove any obstacles and give the wisdom, willpower and strength to achieve the goals. Om Gananantva Ganapati Gum Havamahe Kavim Kavinam Upamasravasramam Jeshtarajam Brahmanam Brahmanaspata Ana Shrunvannoti Bisida Sadhanam. This prayer is meant for to drive away the negativity in and around us Bring the good thoughts which leads to the good deeds and the positive vibration. Namaste astu Bhagavan Vishveshwaraya Mahadevaya Trayambakaya Tripurantakaya Trikagni Kalaya Kalagni Rudraya Nilakantaya Mrutyumjayaya Sarveswaraya Sadashivaya Sriman Mahadevaya Namaha. Asatoma Sadgamaya Tamasoma Jyotirgamaya Mrutyurma Amrutam Gamaya. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. We pray for the peace in our family, peace in our motherland, peace in the universe. Let the peace and tranquility prevail in our beautiful country, Kenya, at all times. Mungu tu bariki, Mungu I bariki Kenya. Amani, amani, amani. Ashanti ni sana.
Now we invite the Christian faith to come and say a word of prayer. There were 3 bishops earlier. If they could just come on stage and wind up this session for prayer.
Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus, we want to thank you, worship you, and love you because you're a good God.
You're now leading.
We want to thank you because of the nation of Kenya.
Bishop Pius Meru of Maximum Miracle Center is leading prayers there. Of course, you've also seen other religious leaders leading prayers at the KICC. And at this point, obviously, it's important to confirm that the President-elect, Dr. William Ruto, is also there. He even arrived earlier than Sakaja, because, I mean, this is Sakaja's moment. So by the time Sakaja was coming in, the President-elect was already seated at the KICC. Obviously, after prayers, because the MC had gone way ahead of prayers, she had intimated about entertainment. But then we start with prayers, and then after that, entertainment, and we shall see the swearing in of Governor Sakaja. But of course, as we were talking about Nairobi, we were talking about garbage, we were talking about congestion, and I think that's one of the biggest challenges he has to deal with. And walking through town, other than, vehicles that are making their way into Nairobi, we have seen our resurgence of hawkers inside the central business district. Quite a concern there, Wakili.
Not even only hawkers, the border people.
Oh, yeah.
They can actually hit you nowadays in this town. So those are some of the issues which we expect the governor to deal with. Either find designated places for the borders, and the hawkers now should also be restrained, maybe limited to some streets, because also, Kiori, you need to know that most of the Nairobi people are poor. So some of them are actually making their livelihood out of that hawking business. So telling them totally not to be in the CBD is actually making several homes go hungry. So he needs to find a right mix of either designate some streets where people can actually go buy these wares from the hawkers, and then they should be contained to that. But the business of finding a hawker everywhere, even outside the office of the president, it's a big concern. It's a big concern which we need to limit, so that we can have some order and some semblance of organization, so that even visitors who come, I think in some other cities around the world, it's not that they don't have these people, they do, but they have designated places. If you go like Pretoria, you might think that the city is totally pro-Western. Till you ask where are the other people, the common folks now, like the Muturuas and the likes. Then you're told, just a minute, like 10 minutes from the CBD, you just switch into a new world where you find all these people. So if we can have such a mix, then I think it will be a great thing.
Absolutely. Of course, I expected, now this is Narok, Keturek Olen Tutu, the next governor, the second governor of Narok County, also now on your set at the William Olen Timama Stadium, headed for his swearing in Narok. Will also be taking you a bit to Narok to witness that. But of course, talking about KICC, Onwesa Sakaja is obviously expected. The ANC party leader Musalia Mudavadi, who's been quite critical and elementary in the political career of Johnson Sakaja the last 5 years. I'm talking about the last 5 years. At one point, Sakaja toyed with being an ANC member, and then at one last minute we realized he's in UDA, but I've not seen him on the podium, or probably then he has gone to witness the swearing in of Issa Timami of Lamu, who is the only elected governor on an ANC ticket. But the pictures you have on your screen are from ANC, from Narok, and you have Patrick Olen Tutu. He was CAS in President Uhuru Kenyatta's administration the last 5 years. He will be sworn in as the second governor of Narok County, taking over from Samuel Ole tonight. And of course, he warded off stiff competition from Moitalel Ole Kenta, the immediate member of parliament for Narok North. I spoke to Sakaja about a month and a half ago here on KBC Channel 1. And obviously he was talking about the problem of water, and he appeared to understand the problem of water in Nairobi County in terms of supply and the shortage thereof. But I'm interested in seeing whether it will be Sakaja who finally cracks that big puzzle around water supply in Nairobi.
Yes, actually, that's one of the other things, actually. I don't know how I forgot that, but that's one of the major things we need to discuss as Nairobi, because that's becoming a problem. That you find, I think it's only like 60% of the residents of Nairobi, especially the well-to-do places who can be able to access water. The other places where the majority of Nairobians stay actually do not have access to water. And water is quite costly there than these other well-to-do places. So that is largely a big problem, and I don't think it's an issue which Nairobi in itself can be able to solve. It needs to work with the national government. There was a very interesting proposal that we were doing, the Northern Collector Tunnel. I don't know how that project is. It has been in the pipeline for too long. Actually, it has been in the tunnel now, not even in the pipeline. It has been in the tunnel for too long. we hope, because somebody was it was being marketed as the one silver bullet which could solve Nairobi problem. We most probably could want to know how far the project is and how soon we're going to have water in Nairobi everywhere. And then you realize, Kyori, also the problem of Nairobi water is not basically lack of water. There is also the aspect of cartels, who, especially in the slum areas, who go cutting the pipes and connecting them to their tankers so that the water bowsers, so that they can be able to sell it for a profit. So that is something which needs to rein in and be able to get all these people. First, it needs to ensure that there's enough water. Once the enough water is there, then be able to be supplied and be able to cut the pipes so that the cartels do not take advantage and capitalize. And they should be able to investigate everybody with a water boss. Where do they get their water? If you're having your water boss within the estate and there's no water, most probably you're trying to to profit out of it. So we need to investigate whether you are the one who has actually cut the pipes, or you have used your cronies to actually do the work for you. Those are some things which can be able to sort, so that Nairobi looks like a city which is well managed.
It is pop musician Nyashinsky.
Yes, very nice musician.
Performing at the KICC. For the invited guests, of course, and the governor-elect Johnson Sakaja. And speaking about Nairobi, of course, when I was speaking to him, and anybody who makes reference to Nairobi County is synonymous with one very dark word: cartels.
Cartels, yes.
are you telling me that since, you know, the era of local government and, you know, the other, and we'll talk about that in a bit, but let's just head over to Murang'a County. I understand Irungu Kang'ata, the governor-elect, is about to take his oath of office.
I take this I now take this opportunity to introduce the governor designate, Honorable Dr. Irungu Kang'ata of ID number 21775938. To take his position in front of the podium in readiness to take the oath of office. I also call upon the judge, the honorable judge, to take her position next to the governor in readiness to administer the oath. If it may please your ladyship, I would like to call upon the governor to lift the Bible with his right hand and place his left hand on the Constitution. Yes, the spouse can come and hold the Constitution for him. So the governor will lift the Bible with his right hand. He will then place his left hand on the Constitution. Kindly proceed and take the oath of office.
I, Honorable Dr. Irungu Kang'ata, do swear that I shall always truly and diligently serve the people and the Republic of Kenya in the office of the Governor of Murang'a County, that I shall diligently discharge my duties and perform my functions in the said office, and that I will do justice to all in accordance with the Constitution and the laws of Kenya without fear, favor, affection, or ill will. So help me God.
I now call upon the officer of the CSC so that she can come over and hand over the leadership of the which the governor will sign together with the oath of office and the certificate of inauguration.
All right, that is Irungu Kang'ata. Now we'll be just signing that oath, and that effectively makes him the next governor of Murang'a County, the second governor of Murang'a County, representing the over 1.3 million people who call Murang'a County home. It has about 600,000 registered voters. Let's just head back there, see what is happening. All right, that's signing of the oath. And this function obviously is at Ihura Stadium. Ihura Stadium is in Murang'a town, being the headquarters of the Murang'a County government. Looking at the pictures from the dais, I saw the Deputy Governor, Maina Kamau, at the dais. I have not seen the gentleman of milk, Mwangi Wairia, the incumbent or the outgoing governor for Murang'a County. I've not seen him on that dais. And probably once you have clearer pictures, we'll see whether he's on that set. And that is Murang'a County. Again, one of the counties in Mount Kenya, and that prioritizes much on issues of agriculture, which again is another devolved function. But counties still appear to be struggling with this function in terms of identifying opportunity for their farmers, and probably even improving on the aspect of trade.
Yes, that is a big challenge, but I don't understand why that could be the case, because I mean, Kenya is agriculture is the backbone of our economy, and we do a lot. We do a lot of farming, so it's just a matter of a county government identifying which crops are grown within their jurisdiction, and then getting to actually do even value addition, which is not a costly process. For example, Kiori, if I may tell you, there's the aspect of we have seen what the county governor, the outgoing, has been able to do. He actually set up a creamery, which is very commendable because his people produce milk. So I don't know what happens to the other counties where milk is produced. They could not be. We have seen people like Kivuta Kibwana from Makueni. He has done quite a lot around agriculture. He has been able to set up, I think, 2 factories, so to say, and now he's gotten into negotiation with the European Union to export some of the products of his county, and even Israel, I think. So it's about governors not understanding what it is that they can do, because there's a lot. There are these counties within the food basket region who actually have done nothing at all. You know, Makueni is kind of not a very, very conducive for agriculture, but the man has been able to go to the ground, identify opportunities, and capitalize on them. And you see now, he's even doing things which even the government has not been able to do, signing agreement with the European Union. You realize the one we have with the European Union has already lapsed. We are on a transition period which the government has not been able to secure a deal. But for him and his county, they have secured a deal for his farmers. That is quite commendable. So it's about a governor knowing or having the right people and actually knowing where to put the money.
All right. We still have a lot of pictures from Murang'a and Embu County. That, of course, is Cecily Wamutito Barire and her deputy Mugo. And of course we are on standby also. I think it's time for him to take the oath of office, so probably we can listen in, and then probably Victor, when we come back, will be telling us whether Cyprian Awiti has done anything about fish in Homa Bay. So let's first listen in.
The governor first, and then we shall swear in the deputy governor. And I hereby call upon Honorable Sakaja Arthur Johnson, CBS, to take his stand. And he may be accompanied by Mrs. Sakaja to hold the Bible for him. My lady. Salimia. Judge will be on this side.
Johnson Sakaja, siasa safi na maendeleo. Tumchagua Johnson Sakaja Nairobi. Chagua Johnson Sakaja Nairobi. Kawangware wewe. All right.
proceed and read the oath of office.
Thank you. I need the microphone. I, Sakaja Arthur Johnson, do swear that I shall always truly and diligently serve the people and the Republic of Kenya in the office of Governor of Nairobi County, that I shall diligently discharge my duties and perform my functions in the said office, and that I will do justice to all in accordance with the Constitution and the laws of Kenya without fear, favor, affection, or ill will. So help me God.
So the governor will now sign the oath of office in triplicate. The governor shall also sign the certificate of inauguration, again in triplicate. And pursuant to Section 38 of the Leadership and Integrity Act, as read with the Regulations 34(1) of the Leadership and Integrity Regulations 2015, the governor will sign a commitment to the General Leadership and Integrity Code. And now the judge will commission the same.
All right, we have in Embu County now. It's official that Sicily, Wamutito, Mbarire, and Mugo are the deputy governor, governor and deputy in Embu County, taking over from Martin Wambora, the man of 9 lives, the guy who's been impeached twice, but never went anywhere, done his 10 years as governor, and now he's out and leaving the reins of power to Sicily Mbarire. Quite an interesting time there in Embu. Victor, obviously, before we went over to, Embu and Nairobi, we were talking about the management of the agriculture docket by county governors, and we'll be interested to see probably, particularly from Homa Bay, and we depend on fish from that area. Question is, Cyprian Awiti, what has he done in terms of ensuring that the farmers in Homa Bay have an accessible market for the fish, but most importantly, even in terms of value addition?
Well, I'm yet to get the correct data of...
or it does not exist.
Exactly. And just to have the correct picture of what the outgoing governor did to the residents of Homa Bay County. But you remember in the morning when Simon Achola had that interview with the gentleman. He said that his main concern is to see the cotton farming revived. Homa Bay County does pretty well because the bigger part of the lake basin is a black soil, and it used to do so well in terms of cotton farming. A majority of farmers or families in Homa Bay County are just subsistence farmers, not commercial, so to speak. So you'd imagine that one of the biggest source of revenue would have been either pineapple, which does well in part of the lower part of Homa Bay, that is in Kochia area. There were watermelon farming, but most importantly, fish trade. The biggest problem that many people in Homa Bay faced is lack of storage facilities.
All right. We'll come to you to finish up on that point. Let's head over to Meru. Kawira Mwangaza and the deputy are about to take the oath of office. I don't know whether Kawira has already done or is about to. Let's just listen in.
I'd like to invite the Honorable Governor-elect, Honorable Bishop Kawira Mwangaza, to come and take her place before the lintel. If it pleases you, my lady, I invite you to take your place next to the governor. Governor-elect, kindly lift the Bible with your right hand. I invite your spouse to place his left hand on the Constitution of Kenya.
I, Honorable Bishop Kawira Mwangaza, do swear that I shall always, truly, and diligently serve the people and the Republic of Kenya in the office of the Governor of Meru County, that I shall diligently discharge my duties and perform my functions in the said office, and that I will do justice to all in accordance with the Constitution and the laws of Kenya without fear, favor, affection, or ill will. So help me God.
Let's go, you sign the certificate.
For the oath of office in Nairobi as the Deputy Governor. Of course, we've also seen Kawira Mwangaza, of course, elected on an independent ticket in Meru County, taking over or being sworn in as the Governor for Meru County. Of course, with the ink on that oath, it makes her the substantive governor for the next 5 years. Of course, all factors remaining constant. Victor, you were finishing up on whether your governor has handled agriculture the way it should.
Just before I get into that, I'm looking at the timings of these swearing-in ceremonies, right?
Yeah.
Irungu Kangata took oath of office at 10:52 a.m. Sakaja at exactly 11 a.m. And now we have got Kawira Mwangaza at 11:07 a.m. You would imagine that they are rushing against time to beat the deadline of 2 p.m. So, and you can see it takes less than a minute to read that oath and you're done. 45 seconds to so to speak. What will actually prolong these kind of events is now the speeches and the entertainment. But the biggest, reason why people are here today is just to be sworn in. Then the rest are just entertainment. Now, back to Homa Bay County. As I refer to what gentleman said in the morning with Simon Achola, is cotton farming should be revived. It used to do pretty well years back, but right now that does not work. But again, the fish farming or fishing in Lake Victoria, you'll realize that a majority of people in Lake Victoria, actually, a majority or the huge amount of fish that we consume here in Nairobi come from that region. But those people from that particular area do not have storage facility. They don't have. Go to Mbita, go to Homa Bay, go to Kisumu, they have none. What you'll find are lorries ready to pick whatever they have at the lake, and then they leave. Then the rest are just remaining there for small scale buyers there for consumption. But a majority of fishermen and businessmen get their fish from Homa Bay, from Mbita, call it, all to this side of Nairobi, including heading towards central part of Kenya and even to Mombasa, because they say that the fish in Mombasa sometimes is not that sweet as compared to the other one coming from the lake basin.
That's true. We have Cicely Wabutito Berire on your screen. She is now the Kiambu Governor.
It's worth it.
Yeah, and doing her dance. I would imagine if you were the one in this position, you would be doing skelewu. But Wamutito appears to be, deeply engrossed in praising God. Obviously after this victory. And of course it's important to say the judge presiding over the swearing in Nairobi is Rose Abirili, who is a judge of the High Court and has administered the oath to both Johnson Sakaja, the governor, Nairobi County, and Dr. Njoroge Mushiri, the deputy governor. And of course you also have pictures from Kwale there. Fatuma Achani will also be taking the oath today as the governor for Kwale County. I also understand in Homa Bay, big man Oyugi Maguanga has just arrived. And then, so what we're waiting for now is the governor-elect Gladys Wanga to make her way to that venue, and then they will take the oath of office. So clearly, quite a number of governors already have taken their oath of office, including in Murang'a, and you have seen the deputy also Munani taking the oath of office. So we could say that effectively there are counties already where government has already shaped up in terms of who will be their next governor in the next 5 years, Victor.
Absolutely. And now what now remains is now the first order of business, whether you're going to deliver your manifesto. If you had an encyclopedia in the name of a manifesto, then you have got, a lot of work to do. But first of all, you just need to identify. For example, you go to Murang'a. You did the gubernatorial bit in Murang'a. And what were they talking about was the avocado farming. It's as simple as such.
It's a big deal, particularly when it comes to avocado farming. And because remember, the avocado farming in Murang'a is being added to already existing tea and coffee, which is one of the biggest income earners for farmers in Murang'a County. Tea and coffee. And then now the horticulture adding up. And avocado, looking at the markets that have been available through the national government, we are yet to see a concerted effort, particularly from the county government, to create more awareness and to ensure that, the conformity of standards, because I understand China does not own avocado. Maybe Ogola can tell you the kind of avocado China wants, but I understand they want it processed. You're sending it to them in a mukebe. So the idea of plucking it from the tree and just thinking it's ready for sale is something else different. This is Kiambu. Kimani wa Matangi is there. Is that Bishop Makariuki? Yeah, that's Bishop Makariuki. Also there. But you know, Bishop Makariuki natively is from Nakuru County, but probably he's the religious figure for Kimani wa Matangi, and that explains his presence there in Kiambu County. But Victor was telling you about Murang'a, and I think it's a challenge shared across Mount Kenya counties, including Nyandarua, Kiambu, Embu, Kirinyaga, Nyeri, as well as Meru and Tharaka Nithi, in terms of, you know, creating that market and awareness around the avocado market.
Yes.
And what really the market wants in terms of the final product. I don't think there's much information around there or concerted effort from county governments.
And I say the most important thing is the common mwananchi would want to see that value for their farming input. I do large-scale farming in maize, coffee, or something, and I would imagine my immediate government, that is the county government, does not have that immediate step to make sure that I get that value for my money. The only thing you can give me is your manifesto. I will do this, I will do that, I will do this, I will do that. You get that value, you get that money from the national government, coupled with your revenue collection from the national, from the county government. Why would a governor just identify a particular area? For example, in farming, when you go to my home county of Homa Bay, say, I want to have 2 storage facilities in Homa Bay and another one in Beta. You shall have saved thousands of fishermen from that region, for example.
Absolutely.
You go to Turkana. I'm told that Turkana has the sweetest fish. Again.
Favor, affection, or ill will, so help me God.
Mr. Goti, Chairman, University of Embu Council, Mr. Kennedy Okongo, Vice Chancellor, University of Embu, Professor Daniel Mugendi Jiro, the Chairman of Assumption of Office Committee, Mr. Jason Nyaga, County Commissioner, Andy Nyale, the members of Parliament here present, the Honorable Mushangi, Eric Mushangi Karemba of Runyenjes constituency, the Honorable Roko of Manyata of Bereno, the Honorable Gitonga Mukunji of Manyata constituency, the Senator of Embu County, Honorable Mundigi, County Assembly of Embu, Honorable Diriko, former Speaker of Embu County Assembly, Honorable Kariuki Mate, Clerk of the County Assembly of Embu, Mr. Jim Kauma, the honorable members of the County Assembly that have just been elected, all distinguished members that are present, and all the leaders and wananchi from Embu County. Hamjambo. Hamjambo tena. Muyano. Muyega renge. Bwana asifiwe. God is good and all the time. Thank you so much. May I also recognize the presence of MP-elect from Bene South constituency, the Honorable Engineer Nefat Muriuki. Karibu sana, Mheshimiwa. I take this opportunity to thank the Almighty God for giving me this distinguished opportunity to serve you, the great people of Embu County, as your second governor. I further thank the good people of Embu County from all walks of life for giving me the opportunity to be their first female governor of this county. It is not a mean achievement. Let me take this opportunity to express my profound gratitude to the electorate of Embu County for turning out peacefully and in large numbers during the just concluded elections. The men and women who woke up early and stood patiently in long queues to overwhelmingly vote for me are the real heroes of this victory. I salute you. I thank you from the bottom of my heart for your vote of confidence in me. I cannot forget to thank my family, starting with my husband Dennis, who is here. Please, Dennis, I request to stand up and just wave to the people of Embu County. That's the test of man. Thank you very much. My children, Tiffany and Samora, my mother, and my siblings for their immense support and prayers throughout my campaign journey. I also thank all the bishops here present, the clergy, some here and some not here, and the entire church who supported me in prayer throughout my campaign period. To my friends and supporters, no words can adequately relay the gratitude and appreciation that I have for the immense support and love that you have shown me along this journey. I can confidently say that without you, we wouldn't be here today. I cannot also forget my campaign team that planned our activities with passion and precision and went with me around this county to campaign and ensuring that we achieve the victory that we celebrate today. Asanteni sana wote na Mungu awabariki. To my worthy competitors, I congratulate you as well for running a peaceful campaign and wish you well as we look forward to moving on and developing our county. I want to take this opportunity also.
All right, that's Cicely Motito Barire. I had mentioned Motito. It's Cicely Motito Barire of Embu County. Let's cross over now to Kwale. Fatuma Achani, the next governor for Kwale County, is taking her oath.
Gentlemen, under Section 12, Subsection 1 of the Assumption of the Office of Governor Act of 2019, the law provides that the governor-elect and the deputy governor-elect assume office by taking and subscribing to the stipulated oaths or affirmations for the execution of the functions of the office of governor and deputy governor respectively. Now, the particular oaths and affirmations for the two officers are prescribed in the first schedule of the Act. Section 11.3 of the Act requires that the oath or affirmation be administered to the governor-elect and the deputy governor-elect before a High Court judge. Hence, the meaning and import of the presence of Lady Justice Olga Sewe. I will ask her to stand. Thank you. She may say her names.
Good morning, everyone. Hamjamboni nyote. My name is Olga Sewe na niko na furaha kuwa hapa leo. Asanteni.
Section 11.3 of the Act further requires that the swearing-in ceremony of the two officers be conducted at a public place. Formed the choice of this venue, Kwale Stadium, as the venue for all this important function. Section 12, subsection 2 of the Act states that the oaths and affirmations for the two officers shall be administered not earlier than 10 a.m. and not later than 2 p.m. It is now about 11:25 a.m., so we are still within the statutory timelines. Your Ladyship, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in line with the provision section 11.1 of the Act, the assumption of the Office of Governor Committee, published by notice in the Kenya Gazette, the date, which is today, the time, as per the statutory timelines that I've stated, and the place, which is Kwale Main Stadium, where we presently are for the conduct of this swearing-in ceremony. The relevant notice is Kenya Gazette Notice number 9898, dated 17th of August this year, and published on the 19th of August this year, which clearly indicated that the governor-elect, Honorable Fatuma Mohamed Achani, and the deputy governor-elect, Honorable Chirema Josephat Kombo, are to be sworn in today at a ceremony to take place between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. at Kwale Main Stadium. I confirm, Your Ladyship, that we are within the statutory timelines prescribed in the Act and that we have complied with those sections of the law. Further, it is instructive, my lady, that by section 11, subsection 2 of the Act, that the governor-elect and the deputy governor-elect be sworn in on the first Thursday after the 10th day following the declaration of the final results of the election by the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IBC, which date is again today. Your Ladyship, I am therefore pleased to inform you that the assumption of office of the Governor Committee, Kwale County, has complied with all the provisions of the assumption of the Office of the Governor Act in preparing this swearing-in and inauguration ceremony. I now wish to introduce the Governor-designate, Her Excellency Honorable Fatuma Mohamed Achani, of identity card number 22980-218, to take a position in front of this rostrum. To take a position in front of the rostrum of the judiciary in readiness for the administration of the oath by Honorable Justice Olga Sewe. I wish to call upon Your Ladyship to take your position next to the rostrum beside the Governor-designate in readiness to administer the oath. If it may please you, my lady, I would like to call upon you to guide the governor-designate to lift the Holy Quran with the right hand and place the left hand on the Constitution of Kenya in readiness to take the oath of office, and request your ladyship to proceed to administer the oath in accordance with the law. Your ladyship, you may proceed.
Okay, so we have the oath here, and I'll request the governor designate to proceed to read the oath of office. Please go ahead.
I, Honorable Fatuma Mohamed Achani, do swear that I shall always truly and diligently serve the people and the Republic of Kenya in the office of the Governor of Kwale County, that I shall diligently discharge my duties and perform my functions in the said office, and that I will do justice to all in accordance with the Constitution and the laws of Kenya, without fear, favor, affection, or ill will. So help me God.
Come over.
Thank you. Asanteni sana. Having administered the oath of office, Her Ladyship will witness the signing of the oath and the certificate of inauguration, and further, Section 40 of the Leadership and Integrity Act of 2012.
Fatma Achani being sworn in as the governor for Kwale County. Now we head over to Kisii County. This is Simba Arati being sworn in as the next governor for Kisii County. Let's listen in.
Okay, kuna kiapo cha pili chini ya Leadership and Integrity Act kwamba atawafanyia kazi kwa njia ya uadilifu. Governor, karibu.
I, Honorable Paul Simba Arati, holder of national ID 22481719, having been elected as the governor of Kisii County, do hereby confirm I have read and understood the specific leadership and integrity code prescribed for the state officer in the county executive of Kisii, and I hereby commit myself to abide by the provisions of the code. So help me God.
Shangwe na nderemo tena wananchi wapendwa. Gavana wa pili anaenda kutia sahihi.
Of Nairobi County, a county of order, of dignity, of hope, of opportunity. Let me ask if they come back to today, jamani, to later tafadhali. Let me now let me hand over actually this part.
All right, that's Isiolo County. Abdrahman. Actually, I'm understanding that today that's his name. In Nairobi, we've been referring to him as Abdi Guyo, who has been serving from 2013 to 17, served as minority leader in the County Assembly of Nairobi, and now from 17 to 2022 was serving as majority leader in the County Assembly of Nairobi, representing Matopeni ward. I think it's somewhere in Embakasi Central Constituency. And now, after Governor Mohamed Kuti cited ill health, he endorsed Guyo to be governor. He is the governor now for Isiolo County after taking this oath of office, elected on a Jubilee Party ticket. Maybe we can listen in. Yeah, we still have a sound challenge with Isiolo, but of course, so far the people who've taken off, we've seen live pictures from Murang'a as well as Embu. We have seen live pictures from Kwale, and I understand also Mwadime of Taita Taveta has taken his oath of office. In Homa Bay, Gladys Wanga just got there. In Nairobi, we also have Johnson Sakaja, who has taken his oath of office alongside his deputy, Dr. Njoroge Mushiri. And those are some of the places where we are on standby, including in Nyandarua also, where we expect Wahome Badilisha to take his oath of office as the next Nyandarua governor. Victor, probably maybe time will prove us wrong, but I'm seeing a tendency where a governor who probably was elected on a different ticket from the one that the outgoing was elected on, or the outgoing one has a challenge with the one who has been elected. Obviously, you're seeing some of these governors keeping off from these ceremonies. But let's just head over to Uasin Gishu. I think Jackson Mandago is handing over to Jonathan B. Chelilim, alias Kotimoja.
First and foremost, let me take this opportunity to thank God for the most peaceful elections ever witnessed in the Republic of Kenya. And the peace that we have had, we give thanks to God. Secondly, let me take this opportunity to thank the people of this great county of Uasin Gishu for the opportunity you gave me to serve as your first governor and to serve for 2 terms, and the opportunity to serve you as your senator in the next administration. Indeed, this county is great, having also gotten the opportunity to elect the 5th president of the Republic of Kenya from this great county. On behalf of myself, the CECs, the chief officers, and the county public service, we wish to thank all of you for the support you accorded us as the county administration for the 10 years you gave us opportunity to serve. We want to thank you and we want to wish you God's blessings. Let me also take this opportunity to congratulate the 2nd governor of this county, Honorable Jonathan Chelilim B, aka Koti Moja. Kwa sababu vile tunaambiwa wanaokudharau leo kesho watakusalamia kwa heshima. Wale walikuita Koti Moja leo lazima waseme Your Excellency. There is no shortcut. Na sio tafadhali, itabidi waseme. Lakini kwa vile niliwashauri hapo mapema, siasa usiweke kwa roho, basi hata wale walikuwa sehemu ile nyingine ya uchaguzi, tutawakaribisha wote tuendelee kujenga kaunti yetu ya Uasin Gishu. I want to assure the people of this county that as we hand over the administration today, we are leaving behind a very professional county public service, a robust county public service with systems that are working. And we believe the next administration.
All right, that's the outgoing governor, Jackson Mandago, who is now the senator-elect for Uasin Gishu. Let's head over to KICC. Johnson Sakaja is addressing Kenyans.
I wouldn't say we were poor, but our estate wasn't the best either. And I'm so happy to see my relatives all here. It wasn't as organized or as clean as our neighbors. And I've given this story many times. And I always wondered why that was so. especially compared to our immediate neighboring estate that seemed like heaven to us. The roads were nicer, there was no litter, the grass was even greener. But I eventually got to know at that young age that it was because that neighborhood did not necessarily have better people, they were just organized. They had created a sense of community. They had selected good leadership, and things worked. So being the politician I was, even then 7 years of age, I organized a demonstration to protest that system. I got other children involved and things began working. And I'm proud to say that even then we started seeing change. I've also just learned that today, on this day, August the 25th, in 2012, Neil Armstrong, who was the first person to set foot on the moon, died at 82. He accomplished that at age 38, which is a year older than me at that time. And what I really admired about him was the ability to dream. If Neil and his team were bold enough to dream to be the first people on the moon, what is stopping us as Nairobians, including the 7-year-olds out there like I was, from hoping for a working city? I don't think it is too much for us to ask for. We can do it.
All right, that's Johnson Sakaja elucidating his vision for Nairobi County. We'll be getting back to him in a bit, but let's just head over to Nakuru County. Susan Wakarura Kihika is taking her oath of office.
In the office of the Governor of Nakuru County, that I shall diligently discharge my duties and perform my functions in the said office, and that I will do justice to all in accordance with the Constitution and the laws of Kenya, without fear, favor, affection, or ill will. So help me God.
Congratulations.
Asante.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Asante.
Congratulations. You are now the Governor of Nakuru County. Congratulations.
Amekwisha tangazwa rasmi, sasa tunaweza kushangilia. Ni wakati sasa wa governor kuweka sahihi kwenye cheti. Akishamaliza basi atakuwa amekuwa sasa sio governor mteule, lakini sasa ni governor rasmi.
Susan Wakarura Kihika is now the governor of Nakuru County. We are also live in Machakos and we'll be heading there in a bit. Wavinya Ndeti will be taking over. Of course, the oath of office now is about to be administered in Machakos. Let's listen in.
Now it's the moment, and I would like the governor-elect to take the oath by reading it herself.
I, truly and diligently serve the people and the Republic of Kenya functions in the said office, and that I will do and the laws of Kenya without fear, favor, affection, or ill will. So help me God.
Interesting sights there of Wavinya Ndeti of the famous Yaliondwele Sipite taking over as the new governor for Machakos County. Now, let's head over to Homa Bay County. From one lady to another, now being governors in the Republic of Kenya. Gladys Wanga is taking over as the governor for Homa Bay County. And she's about to take her oath of office. They're obviously being administered by a High Court judge. And obviously after that oath, obviously we will be talking about the governors who have not shown up in these events to probably hand over to their successors, either in one way aggrieved because of the results, or they were not in the coalition they were supporting. And we'll be talking about that in a bit. But if we have sound now, we can go to Homa Bay County and listen to Gladys Wanga taking her oath.
Serve the people and the Republic of Kenya in the office of the Governor of Homa Bay County. That I shall diligently discharge my duties and perform my functions in the said office, and that I shall do justice to all in accordance with the Constitution and the laws of Kenya without fear, favor, affection, or ill will, so help me God.
Congratulations, Governor Homa Bay. It's another oath we shall take for a governor-elect. There is another oath from the... Okay, so let's sign the oath together with the certificate of inauguration. She's signing the oath of office as governor of Homa Bay County, and she'll also sign the certificate of inauguration, and the judge will also sign to witness that certificate and the oath.
All right, that is exactly what's happening from the county of Homa Bay. Gladys Wanga taking reins of power there after Cyprian Awiti having served his 2 terms, and now the first woman to be elected as the governor of Homa Bay County already in office. And of course, one of the biggest issues that bedeviled most of the governors is the issue of graft, or corruption, if you like it. A majority of governors in their first terms were in the court corridors or under the graft agencies that the EACC battling their cases. We know some of them already on record. And this oath is tailor-made in such a way that even these governors are taking oath of office with the issue of corruption in mind.
All right, Gladys Wanga signing that. And of course, as you rightly pointed out, Victor Olo,
right,
there is, for the first time, a second oath being administered to these governors, and that is commitment to the war against corruption. And, the enforcement of the Leadership and Integrity Act as captured in, in Chapter 6 of the Constitution. Let's head over
to take an oath and not to be affirmed. So I'll ask His Excellency to lift the Bible with his right hand. Your Excellency, Judge, please. I now ask that you take the oath.
I, Honorable Dr. Paul Kimani Wamatangi, do swear that I shall always truly and diligently serve the people and the Republic of Kenya in the office of the Governor of Kiambu County, that I shall diligently discharge my duties and perform my functions in the said office, and that I shall do justice to all in accordance with the Constitution and the laws of Kenya, without fear, without favor, without affection or ill will, so help me God.
You will be guided. Yes. Asanteni sana. It is now time for His Excellency to sign the oath with Honorable Justice Mshila.
Having been elected as Governor of Homa Bay County, do hereby confirm that I have read and understood the specific leadership and integrity code prescribed for state officers in the County Executive of Homa Bay, and hereby commit myself to abide by the provisions of the code.
Thank you. Congratulations, Governor. And now, once again, I ask the Governor and the Judge to sign this oath of EACC, committing ourselves to the leadership and integrity code of conduct.
Governor of Kiambu County.
All right, it's a comprehensive coverage of the swearing in of governors. And remember, we are also on standby in Parliament for the induction of the new members of Parliament. But of course, the oath taken by governors across the country, 45 of them. Of course, 2 will be taking later, obviously, after the elections on Monday, and that is in Kakamega and Mombasa. But 45 of them taking oath of office. And quite a spectacular ceremony here, covered exclusively by KBC Channel 1. When we tell you that we'll give you a front row seat on issues and events as they unfold,
this is what we mean.
We mean business,
this is it.
Victor.
This is it. Even as we get mesmerized by what we're doing, I mean, even as we are getting shocked that you are giving it the best. Kioria, perhaps Wakili and Prof. Ogola here, there is that leadership and integrity code, that oath they're taking right now. It's a bit unique as compared to the last governors. Let me start with you, Wakili. Chapter 6 of the Constitution, coming out quite prominently this time around.
Yes. I think Mother Com, in deciding to have that particular document signed, is a matter of affirmation that we need to give life to Chapter 6 of the Constitution, because earlier on we have seen misappropriation of resources, and especially even in aspects of leadership, because it is one of the roles of a governor to provide leadership in a county. And then some of these governors let things to happen, and then they later say, you know, that is not my work. The CEC involved should be able to take responsibility. So we are trying to avoid such a situation, because leadership is part of your responsibility. CEC are people who are under your docket. So you need to provide supervision for everything that which they do. And I think it's from that particular understanding that we get to have Mother Kome in our wisdom say that besides taking the oath of office, which is constitutionally given, let's also try to give life to Chapter 6 by ensuring that these people sign and commit. We saw that happen successfully with the elections, where we saw the Electoral Commission ask or demand from the members of parliament that there will be no violence, and they actually signed a code to that effect. This time round we saw very little election violence, and I think it's in the backdrop of that that I think in her wisdom she thought that by having them sign, they'll be committing themselves that they will be able to follow the code and conduct of ethics and that corruption provisions and the Chapter 6 of the Constitution.
Absolutely. And bringing just in Professor Fred Gola, who is Academic Director at Strathmore University, also political strategist. Prof, Chapter 6 of the Constitution coming alive, the EACC had a lot of work in the first term of governance, second term as well. Perhaps this is just meant to reduce pilferage of public money, public funds, and to send a signal to the governors that, hey, you sign this and the buck stops with you, should anything go wrong in your county.
Yeah, of course, you see, when we passed the 2010 Constitution, passing a Constitution is one thing. To get it enacted...
Okay, Prof, probably, that is Governor Irungu Kangata now giving his speech. Probably we can just listen to him shortly, then we come back.
Sure.
And then we come up with what we call a payment plan, in which pending bill is not genuine. So that we do not pay ghost contractors. Also, there are many county assets that need to be audited. That includes Murang'a Milk Factory. The county, the people of Murang'a expended billions of shillings on that factory, and we also want to know the status. We need to do a special audit to create what we call a baseline, so that we know from here, this is where the Kangata government is starting. I know the task ahead of me. How we rank audit reports.
Silence, please. Silence. I, Joseph Oyugi Magwanga, having been elected as the Deputy Governor of Homa Bay County, do hereby confirm that I have read and understood the specific leadership and integrity code prescribed for state officers in the county executive of Homa Bay, and hereby commit myself to abide by the provisions of the code. Sworn at Homa Bay Stadium. Congratulations. So help me God. Congratulations, Deputy Governor. I'll now invite the Deputy Governor and the judge to sign the oath, the true oath for the leadership and integrity, and the oath of office as Deputy Governor.
That is Oyugi Magwanga. Like I told you, Victor Law is a big man. Even in terms of intonation, he didn't go like Oyugi Magwanga. He's Oyugi Magwanga. It's such a big man, even in terms of intonation. And of course, will be Gladys Wanga's deputy. But let's just head over to Machakos. Listen in to what is happening there. But of course, those are live pictures from Machakos. Victor, probably Professor Ogola can finish up on the question you had asked him.
Yes, Prof. Let's talk about the issue of the Code of Ethics, what you're talking about, the integrity bit.
Yeah, so I was saying that, when you pass on a constitution, the same people who pass the constitution, like members of parliament, must do enactment. And now when they were trying to arrest these governors to talk for how to put them into account, it was always difficult how to prosecute them, because there were some enactments which were not done, how exactly that constitution should actually put them into account with Chapter 6. You saw the issue of certificate clearance during election. It was not very clear how it is done, because the constitution did not actually get enacted properly to show how do you clear someone. So in this way, by signing it, now they don't hold you to the constitution, but they hold you to the oath which you took. And of course, what is happening that they have realized that so many counties almost did nothing with the money they had. I don't want to talk too much, but you can talk about Homa Bay. If you can imagine around 7 billion shillings going to Homa Bay every year, if you look at Homa Bay and you look at 7 billion coming every year, it is you to judge where it was going. Go to counties like Siaya, go to, I don't want to mention in specific, but you can see there are so many counties where money actually didn't work. And we should be happy that in this election, we're having this swearing in, we're having 26 governors who are new. They were not in the previous administration at all. So I'm sure by then being sworn into office for the first time with this new formula of swearing in, we might see something new. Also, we have around 8 to 11, I think, around 8, 11, who lost and now have come back after being out for a few years. Now, again, that is another thing we are going to learn from. Of course, then we have some people are repeating office. So I'm sure that they are being sworn in with new this kind of affidavit they are swearing in now. So that should be able to bring freshness. But at the same time, when someone tells you to swear in a certain word, what these people don't know is what's the implication. And
do you really think they understand, or they were very much aware?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. Sometimes they don't know why they are reading these things. What they want is to become a governor. By the time you become governor, you read anything to become a governor. But after that is where the problem
that sounds so gross, I think. Because we've had such statements even in the past, 3, 4, 5 months ago, during the political rallies that, hey, I signed this, but I don't know what I was signing.
Yes, but even in marriage, when you sign the marriage certificate, people don't even know until that very day what they are signing. And I told you, you ask me, do they actually get this thing to read before? Even if you give them, will they find time to read? When you start seeing all that jargon, code, I don't know what, code this, I know, there's a wakil in the house. Ask him. Anybody who does not know law, how do you read a legal document and understand? Because a legal document is not like a love letter. It's a legal document. So when you read it, you say, oh, what is this saying? So some people normally enter in a wedding, then they say, I want a divorce, without knowing what are the exit clause to a marriage. In a marriage, there's no exit clause. Even if you have binoculars, you cannot see an exit clause on it. So these guys are basically signing what they don't know.
Perhaps, Wakili, you have been put on the spotlight that you are coming up with some words that incriminate people in a certain way.
But you see, look here.
Yes.
In Kenya, the most current term is opaqueness. If number is opaque, whereby 10 plus 10, people say it's not 20, is hard. What about all those sentences being read? How opaque are they? Maybe you can tell us.
How opaque are they? Curious.
Opaque is back again. We thought we were done with Cherera. But opaque is back. But of course, you can see pictures live of, the swearing-in ceremonies all over, and leaders being dedicated to God. And of course, I said we would speak about some of the governors that have completely given a wide berth to the handing over ceremonies. For example, in Murang'a, Mwangi Wairia doesn't see eye to eye with the person succeeding him, despite the fact that Wairia has served for 2 terms as governor. Murang'a County doesn't see eye to eye with Irungu Kang'ata. You also have a situation in Nyandarua where Francis Kimemia has decided to keep off. Obviously, I think he's contesting the win of Wahome Badilisha. And Richard Munga, a reporter there, tells me the governor has decided to go bury his cousin. which is quite in order. In Nakuru, Lee Kinyanjui has also avoided the swearing in completely. Now we have Governor Alfred Mutua, at least as we were speaking about handover, is on the podium, and clearly this one, at the tail end of a campaign, endorsed Wavinya Ndeti as the successor. And now he's here to hand over. Yesterday he said goodbye, now handing over to Wavinya Ndeti. Let's just listen in a bit to what Alfred Mutua is saying.
That as this man walks alongside.
Award was given by Mwai Kibaki when he became government spokesman. Surround yourself with the right people, qualified people, able people, and not political psychopaths. Those will bring you down. Work with experts. 2. Have no malice. People have always said that
Of course, we have some problem there in Machakos, but of course that's Governor Mutua probably giving Wavinya Ndeti the leakage to, how to serve as the governor. But Kalonzo Musyoka is also seated there, who is regarded as a supremo of the Ukambani region. We'll also be listening to him at some point. But Wakili, tell us, what does the law say in terms of a governor who is handing over if he doesn't show up at the handing over ceremony? Because you've seen quite a number that have completely kept off the handing over ceremony.
Curia, I think the law does not compel a governor to be present if he's outgoing to hand over instruments of power. What it behooves him to do is actually to ensure that the processes are in order. If it is where he was a signatory, he needs to ensure that that is changed. If it's the office, he needs to hand over the keys to the offices. And as you know, once a governor leaves, he leaves with this executive. So basically, this is a new team coming in, which should be able to set their things in order. So there's the people who are supposed to be there, it's a must to be there, is the assumption of office officials, which is headed by the secretary to the cabinet of the county. That one is the chairman, and those are the people who actually ensure that everything goes on smoothly in terms of transition. If they fail to show up, then that's going to be a problem, because these are the people actually who run the government. So whether the governor decides to attend or not to attend, it's really not a big deal. But for purposes of political image and for purposes of logical sense, he needs to be there to show that he's giving his goodwill to the incoming governor.
All right. And I've seen some quite maturity probably. In Kiambu, I've seen Governor James Nyoro, despite the fact that he's contesting the results, he's shown up to hand over to Kimani Wamatangi. Professor Ogola, because we were speaking about the oath in terms of the war against corruption that has been taken, and we'll come back to that. But first of all, let's head over to Nairobi again and listen to General Mohammed Abdallah Badi, who is the Director General, Nairobi Metropolitan Services.
All the distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. First of all, today is a great day of celebration. For the governor, was a personal friend of mine. We worked very well. Since the creation of NMS, Sakaja has been a backbone of helping NMS achieve its target. So today, I say congratulations, Your Excellency. NMS was created for specific mandate, and I'm very happy to report, Your Excellency, the Governor, that NMS has accomplished all the tasks given to do within the 2 years. And the extra tasks that we have taken on board, which are ongoing projects, I'll be more than happy to hand over. I know you'll make this great county prosper. We will start the process of handing over from next week. And as we wind up as NMS, going back to various ministries and some of the staff returning to the county, I would like to personally and on behalf of NMS, pledge our support to the governor. We will always be available for you, to work with you to make Nairobi great again. Thank you very much. God bless Kenya. God bless the county. Thank you.
Thank you, General Badi. I think as we continue with our program, would like to acknowledge and hear our President-elect at some point. But before that, I know you haven't heard enough from the new governor-elect, isn't it? And you'd like to hear him again, is that so? Can I ask him come back? Your Excellency, Governor Sakaja.
Asante sana. I have nothing much to add, but to affirm to the staff in Nairobi County that we will work together. We will work together. And I know we have amazing people in the county. We have amazing people who have a heart for the people. We will start from tomorrow. And the first thing we must do is to reorient ourselves to know these people of Nairobi are our customers. We must serve them with respect, with diligence, and with honor and dignity. I also want to again to thank NMS General Badi. Thank you for the things you've been able to achieve. We shall take over and do. And I'm glad that you are available for us to call upon you at any time. I know you also have a good team, and we shall sit down and agree who comes back to the county and who goes back to the national government. Right now, ladies and gentlemen,
for Kwale County. Probably let's head over to KICC. I understand the president-elect of course will be addressing members of the public who've turned up for the swearing in. But of course, once we have him ready, we shall. There he goes. President-elect Dr. William Ruto. It's a big deal, obviously. Sakaja, the Nairobi governor, is from his party UDA.
Your Excellency, Governor Johnson Arthur Sakaja, and your good deputy, James Njoroge Mushiri, and your families, all elected leaders present here, the Director General of NMS, and the great people of Nairobi, good afternoon. Hamjambo. Let me join the people of Nairobi in congratulating you, Governor Johnson Sakaja, your deputy, and your team for a wonderful election period that I shared with you and many other Nairobians and Kenyans. We have come here to witness your inauguration as Governor of Nairobi. I want to say, from my family and I, from the UDA and Kenya Kwanza family, congratulations. You have made us proud. I want to take this opportunity at this very early moment, not only to congratulate you, but to wish you well as you take over the reins of governor of this great city, which also is the capital of the Republic of Kenya. As I congratulate you, Governor, I congratulate all the other governors that are being sworn in today across Kenya. I know about sworn in today or have been sworn in already. And I want to say to all the governors of the Republic of Kenya, congratulations. And I pledge that the government of Kenya, the national government of Kenya, will work with all the governors of Kenya in making Kenya a great nation. In a very special way, allow me to pass very special congratulations to the women elected governors of the Republic of Kenya. In this election, the people of Kenya made yet another historic decision. From the 3 governors that were elected in 2017 that are women, we now have 7 women elected as governors in the Republic of Kenya. And I want to say congratulations to the women of the Republic of Kenya and to those who have been elected as governors. Very special congratulations to Fatuma Achani, elected governor of Kwale County. Very special congratulations to Cecily Mbarire, the elected governor of Embu County. Very special congratulations to Anne Mumbi Waiguru, the elected governor of Kirinyaga County. Very special congratulations to Governor Faith Kawira, the elected governor of Meru County. Very special congratulations to Avinya Ndeti, the elected governor of Machakos County. Very special congratulations to Gladys Wanga, the elected governor of Homa Bay County. And of course, very special congratulations to Susan Kihika Mburu, the elected governor of Nakuru County. To all these great women, we wish you well as you take over the responsibilities of governor in your counties, and to all the other governors that have been elected in the Republic of Kenya. I want to say just 2 things to our governors, starting with my good friend Johnson Sakaja, that you will have the undivided support of the government of Kenya as you discharge your responsibilities in your counties. I know, having been chair of the Intergovernmental Budget and Economic Council, that we have had challenges on matters to do with release of shareable revenue on time. I want to commit to all our governors that the government of Kenya going forward will make it possible that the shareable revenue will be released in time and in accordance with the law and the Constitution, so that we can better manage our counties and make it possible for you to deliver on your mandate and the commitments you have made to the constituents in your counties. Let me also say that we are going to work with you on making sure that counties build the capacity to raise resources on their own source of revenue channel to make it possible for additional resources from the shareable revenue, from all revenue, so that you can better deliver on services and on the mandate that you have been appropriated to by the Constitution in your counties. I also want to commit that we will work hard. I have already discussed with the Kenya Revenue Authority on how to raise revenue. And I commit that we will work together with you so that Kenya can live within its means. And there will be no tall men or big girls, that the rule of law is going to equalize every Kenyan so that each one of us can pay their taxes. There will be no exemptions on anybody on account of paying taxes. I want to commit that going into the future, the rule of law will be the benchmark, that all of us, irrespective of who we are, will be expected to live by the rule of law. I want to commit to all my friends in leadership that we are going to work together to make Kenya a country of opportunity, that every citizen of the Republic of Kenya working hard will access opportunity without the necessity of having any connection. As we go into the future, and especially in the city of Nairobi, you know, my brother, Johnson, that you are a miracle candidate, that your election to the city governor of Nairobi is indeed a miracle. And it wouldn't have happened without God. And I want to appreciate that you have understood and underscored the place of faith and God in your election as the governor of the city of Nairobi. I want to tell you, my friend and brother, that we will work with you. We have confidence in you. We are proud of you. And we know the great city of Nairobi has the best that it can get in terms of governor. I also will be available to consult. You know the commitments we already made to the people of Nairobi with respect to market infrastructure, the commitments we have made in matters collection and management of garbage. You know the commitments we have made in matters to do with transport infrastructure for the great city of Nairobi. And you know, my brother, the commitments we have made in making sure that every hustle will count in the great city of Nairobi. I will be on hand to support you. And finally, you and me have already discussed on making the rivers of Nairobi places of opportunity, enterprise, and business, as opposed to what it is today, a place of filth and raw sewage. You and me have discussed on the Nairobi Rivers Commission. I will be looking forward to consultations so that we can set it up and begin to truly make this great city a city of dignity, in your own words, and a city of opportunity. To all my fellow citizens of the Republic of Kenya, I want to urge us, as we go into the future, you have spoken to us loudly. And I want to ask all the leaders of the Republic of Kenya to listen to the loud message that is coming from the citizens of our country. The citizens of our country are speaking to us loudly that they want their politics to be non-tribal, and they want their politics to be peaceful. In this election, we have seen a very new phenomenon, that we all voted, and the next day we were ready to go to work, and we were ready to go on with our lives, and everybody onto their hustle. That is the loud statement that is coming from the people of Kenya to those of us who are leaders. I am asking all of us as leaders to listen to what the people of Kenya are saying so that we can conclude the remaining steps of our election in a peaceful, orderly, respectful manner, respecting all the institutions that will discharge their responsibilities, because we are a country governed by law, by the rule of law, and by our constitution. I want to conclude again by asking all the leaders of the great city of Nairobi, from our good friends, members of the County Assembly, and the workers of the great city of Nairobi, to join hands with the new leadership under Johnson Sakaja and take our great city to the next level. And I want to commit and pledge to you that we will be available to work with you, because Nairobi is our collective business. Asanteni sana, nawatakia baraka ya Mungu, and may the good Lord bless you. Thank you very much.
President-elect Dr. William Samoei Ruto obviously congratulating Sakaja and all the 45 governors being sworn in across the country, and of course emphasizing the need to work together with MCAs and the national leadership to foster and take further the agenda of devolution. The deputy president, who is now the president-elect, also revealing that he's willing to work with all governors in terms of ensuring the shareable revenue is sent to counties in good time, and not just in good time. There's also the aspect of ensuring that own source revenue is also enhanced across the counties. Now let's listen in to Fatuma Achani, the Kwale County Governor. All right. Once you have her sound, we'll be taking it over to you. But of course, she's taking over from her immediate boss, Salim Mvurya. She has been serving as a deputy governor to Salim Mvurya for the last 10 years in Kwale, and now assuming the roles of governor, having been elected with about 59,000 votes to make her the governor of Kwale County, beating her closest rival, that is Hamadi Boga. And I think Chirao Ali Makwere, a former minister, came in third, and several other candidates who sought to be a governor in Kwale County. There's a lot of pictures from Nairobi. But Professor Ogola, we were talking about that oath of office, and particularly on the one on corruption, because it is to tame graft, because much of public resources have been lost within the handover process and when governors were in office. But my only question is, if we have been unable to enforce the Constitution as is on the fight against corruption and the Leadership and Integrity Act, how sure are we that by oathing then we have the silver bullet?
Yeah, just like I told you before, we have even done research, as a scholar, that most of the things that happen is not about the Constitution, it's not about the oath, it's about the leadership. And you see, curbing corruption starts by electing the right governor. And in fact, that's what we have seen across the board. CDF laws are the same across all constituency. How do we have disparity of success or failure in different constituencies? You'll see with this oath, do you think with this oath, let's say development will be equal across counties? Not really. It's just like I told you, all the things people say with their mouth, they keep with their mouth. Their action may be another thing. And in fact, what is very critical here, which we need to look, for example, is before we wait for these governors to take oath, what is needed is how did they qualify to this oath? You see, for example, you had Deputy President and President-elect saying that Sakaja has been one of the most difficult governors to be to office because you saw what was happening. Papers are questioned, isn't it? some of them have come with integrity questions. If a thief holds a Bible and says that from today, I will serve you diligently, do you believe the words or you believe the previous action? And we believe the past is a good predictor of the future. Yeah. So for me, it's the person who is taking this oath. Someone who lies morning, afternoon, and night, swearing in public that they'll keep the codes of conduct. Do you really believe them? That's my big question. At the same time, I actually agree with my brother here, Victor. Have they read that code, or they are forced to read, they have read? For me, these are very important questions. Maybe Wakili knows whether, before you say you have read, whether someone has taken through. Just like the bank, we sign things. You're told, agree if you agree to terms and conditions. All of us pass agree. You are downloading an app. You just go where to agree. Do you go where to read? These are normal things we see. For me, it will be seen more after they take office and seeing whether that will make them prosecutable, because that's when wakilis will tell you, oh, you know, I didn't read this one, or there is no proper way to execute this oath. I think that's where the gaps will come in.
All right. You know what's an interesting bit here, Prof. Kuria, is that this bit of oath has been introduced this time around. Yeah. And it's quite peculiar, but Chapter 6 of the Constitution has been there since 2010. And we've seen, you know, government institutions running up and about, prosecuting people left, right, and center. But we've not seen somebody behind bars, actively behind bars, because of graft. Did the government have to introduce this? Martha Koome, as the CJ, to introduce this to tame corruption, while it's already stipulated clearly in the Constitution? Chapter 6 is there. Did you have to get there?
My brother Victor, we go back. These guys were cleared using Chapter 6. You saw what happened. EACC said, we recommend the following are not suitable for office. Yes. We recommend to IEBC. But some of them were cleared. Okay. That is the point. So when we talk about enforcement, does enforcement means arresting? Does enforcement, look here, Kidero had so many issues in Nairobi. He was running for governor of Homa Bay. Sonko, I think that's the only thing where we saw at least being stopped from running. But after stealing, what happens? Have we seen any governor who stole money, their money going back? Remember last time when these governors stole, they came out with what you call assets. Whenever you are accused of corruption, they said, how much money do you declare? They compare what you declared minus what you have, and they take the difference and hold them in an asset in public. Then they say, only after your case is cleared, you can begin back the money. Now parliamentarians went to court and to parliament and said, let us allow these guys to access their money, and they use that money for campaigning. So we are looking at what does enforcement here means. What is the goodwill in parliament? Yes. If parliamentarians also have the same issues as governors, how can they oversight them? Senate should oversight governors. Now somebody was a governor, now he's in the Senate. Have we seen those things happening? Yeah. How will they oversight a governor, yet they can have the same cases? You'll tell, but now we know your cases here, just keep quiet in the upper house. So this is an ecosystem that Kenyans actually should be able not to allow. For example, I'm not saying those who have been elected to senator after being governor is bad, but what is the implication? The implication is that they enter a club where I was a governor, I have cases. How can you unearth my cases? So for me, what I think is we need a lot of civil education so that we start by electing the right person.
Okay. Let me bring in here Wakili. Wakili, the assumption of innocence, he's talking about several governors who are able to still vie for these positions, much as they still have cases pending in court. That principle of assumption of innocence. But then now what happens to other sectors where they do not have this kind of oaths? You know, governors, okay, they have read it today, they have signed. So what about other oaths, other institutions?
All right, obviously, as a response to that, those are live pictures from Nyandarua County. Homa Bay and his deputy Joseph Madara have already been issued with the certificate, the inauguration certificate, and that makes them a substantive governor for Nyandarua County and his deputy. And of course, as you respond to that question, there is also concern that a third of members of parliament are either facing criminal charges or are convicts?
That's according to Interior CS material, remember?
Yeah.
Note your words.
There's also a proliferation of wash.
Yes.
Actually, somebody wrote a comment on social media that the current parliament looks like a prison because these guys are charged of heinous crimes. Others have been convicted from fraud, rape, murder, and all those things we can talk of. And they're going to represent us. So he was wondering whether, are you sure they're representing us or representing themselves? So thank you for that question. Victor, you have mentioned or alluded to the fact that what happens to the other sectors where they do not take oath. I want to believe that even when you joined KBC as a state or corporation, you must have signed some code of conduct. That code of conduct is what binds you at your level. So for governors, and there's the Leadership and Integrity Act, which has been in existence for the longest.
But they find a way to evade it in somehow. I mean, some way.
Yes, there is of course loopholes of people trying to evade it, but I don't think it's actually evading. It's just actually people overlooking, because to some extent you find that even the person who's supposed to be following you is also guilty of some other crimes. So they just look the other side. It has become a way of life for Kenyans. But with Mother Com introducing this particular new oath, it's just to commit the governors that, this is a high office you are holding. You need to commit that you're going to be responsible or stay true to the oath of office you've taken. And that is a very positive thing. When it comes to courts, it's going to be very easy now for courts to actually convict somebody on the basis of that oath they have signed. So as opposed to what we have been seeing previously, going by what the ethics and anti-corruption law.
Just hold it tight a bit. We have the Wiper leader, Kalonzo Musyoka, now speaking in Machakos during the swearing in of Wavinya Ndeti as next governor.
Kama magavana wa sehemu hii ya Lower Eastern, gavana rafiki yetu Lenku wa mlengo Azimio One Kenya vile anaendelea na shughuli kama hii, na kwa hivyo nitapitia pale kisha baadaye nifike Makueni tumshangilie kijana Mutula Junior, na mwishowe Kitui ambako Governor Malombe amechaguliwa tena. Na kwa hivyo ndio nikasema nizungumze kabla ya Governor elect kutoa hotuba yake, acceptance speech. Naomba mavoko jameni, mtupe dakika moja tu, sitakawia. Mimi taendelea because I can't get the communication. Thank you. Bemba. Mwenda Mutemba. Ataongea baadaye bwana. Mutemba umenipa shida.
That's Kalonzo Musyoka, obviously. The crowd was asking for somebody else to speak, but obviously because he has a tight schedule, as you've heard him say, he's asked to speak before the other leaders speak, including the governor for Machakos now, Wavinya Ndeti. He says he has to go to Kajiado for the swearing in of Joseph Olelenku, and then to Makueni for Mutula Kilonzo Jr. swearing in, and finally end in his native Kitui County, where Julius Malombe will also be taking his oath of office as the next governor for Kitui County. I don't know how much time he has, because, I mean, his ceremony has to be done by 2 p.m. How he's going to shuffle between these 3 counties between now and 2 p.m. is quite interesting. A 1 hour difference, obviously, but again, thinking that he will be issuing a speech in every place that he stands.
No, the remaining bit is just speeches and party and drinks.
Yeah, maybe he will address others later.
Exactly, yeah.
Kalonzo Musyoka in Machakos. I don't know whether we can get back and listen to him in Machakos County.
I called you the next governor of Machakos. It was delayed, but it has come to pass. Kwa hiyo wendo bitokana na Kalonzo na kwekisia ndeto isubie muno.
Nice of you. Kalonzo Musyoka, the Wiper Party leader, has decided to switch to his native camp, obviously, to address the crowd there. But you've heard him, of course, say he had predicted that Wavinya Ndeti would be the next governor for Machakos County. And that's just 8. But, of course, as you can see from your screen, live pictures from different parts of the country. And we are positioned strategically to give you a front row seat into the swearing in of these governors. Exclusive coverage you've never seen anywhere else, and you're not seeing on any other screen except on KBC Channel 1, because we mean business. And after all, Victor, Kenya is watching.
Absolutely. The stranger's choice. Since 6 a.m., it's going to, I think today is just going to be party after party across the 45 counties, I would imagine.
Yeah.
This is very important in the history of the country. It's constitutional, so all the governors will have to take oath of office. But now, the question I would love to, Wakili was responding to something. Wakili,
yes.
please, before I ask the question.
Yeah. Yes, so I was saying that across all the cadres of government, people get to sign some code of conduct depending, which is going to bind them in their work ethic in terms of what it is that they are expected to do. So that now was not the case with governors. They were just randomly under the law, which now has become very difficult to actually nail them in terms of issues of leadership and integrity. So we have seen some success cases, so with some of the governors being hounded out of office, and there was a very successful case which was done by Justice Ngugi, which gave an order that, a judgment that Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission needs to rein in on governors, and actually she set a precedent on how that process is supposed to be. So this is an addition to that particular, because if you look at Waititu, the former governor of Kiambu, so on that basis that he was actually hounded out of office, and then we also had Song also fall into the same. So having this is an impetus, or adding to the particular judgment, so that we are going to have a couple of more other governors.
I think even a governor at some point, Moses Lenonkula.
Yes, it was also, the case is still ongoing, but it was not successfully ousted, but the case is ongoing. We are going to see rather a big number of, especially outgoing governors, or the ones who have finished their terms, have very difficult time, because some of their cases are still active. I think we had Oparanya, the case is still, not Oparanya, the one of Busia. The case is still active in court. And some other couple of other governors. And then now there is the aspect of the auditing of the reports takes some time. So some of them is until they have left office when you can actually properly audit them. So we're going to have a couple of them also answer to some of the charges. There's also another aspect of we are seeing some governors who wanted and others have actually succeeded to go to the Senate. Senate is the accountability house for governors. So I don't know where people who are saying will want to elect a governor into office to just go and cover himself at the point where he's supposed to actually be accounting. So that's going to be a challenge to actually audit them, because they will be the same people who will be going through the reports of what it is that they did. And there's no way you can be able to give a bad recommendation that you should be prosecuted. So that is, I think, a lacuna. We should have had the law whereby once you've served as governor, you can not actually change over and be a senator because of that particular situation where you're going to audit yourself. You're supposed to be accountable. Because that's going to be another problem. But luckily for some people, they managed to not elect those people, and I want to commend them. Because that's a plus. That's a plus. That's what we should be able to see more often. So I'm seeing a situation, Victor, where we're going to have a couple of other former governors now face the law, because now they will be without the influence, without everything. And these cases take quite some time. maybe we could we had the BBI which was suggesting that the cases should be able to be handled within a very short time. Maybe in future we should be able to contemplate that so that we can have people account within the shortest time possible. We have those who are going to prison to go, and those who are going to who are asked to refund the money. So there is some serious success in terms of getting resources which you cannot be able to account for. The government, there's a state agency which has been doing a very good job, whereby they have closed accounts and actually taken back monies which somebody is not able to account how he got them, and that is a success. So there are several good things happening, but in small bits. We are hoping that should be able to, because we saw the former account officer in Nairobi who had several houses across the Kiambu. All those houses have since been taken by the state. I think, was he given a sentence? I'm not sure. I think he was given a short sentence. A short sentence, and but the resources have since come back. So that shows that actually there's some good work progressing. It was only that maybe we have not seen a governor being caught in that particular
As we cross over to
position.
you, Victor, very quickly, of course he alludes to Mandera and Uasin Gishu, the only counties that have given their governors the mandate to be their senators. Quite a conflict there. But also probably pose this question to Professor Ogola. How do we deal with governors who have now devised ways of hiding evidence by conveniently banning their finance offices, and then when investigations are done, we really never get, we just told it's an electric fault, and that was just it. But it bans conveniently documents that contain fraud.
I think what is happening in this country is serious, because these people know what they are doing. Anytime there's an investigation, you hear fire. Now, even, let's go on. I don't want to bring the issue of IBC. There are some places on fire now where IBC is related. I think now what needs to be done, maybe even to put somewhere that if you ban evidence, or at least you can be put culpable. They said they didn't ban them, the fire just emerged. But you see, where there is no evidence, I think this is where the legal minds have to help us. The threshold, when you accuse somebody of any crime, the threshold is too high that allows the thief to walk scot-free. And what I'm trying to say here is, if money was lost, you are given 7 billion, and you cannot account for it, why don't you be charged for lack of accountability rather than having evidence that actually you took the money and spent? If I give you 7 billion, you tell us what you spent it on, rather than trying to give me evidence that did you actually steal the money? You are given 7 billion. Where would the money go in a year? That's actually what we need to work. But just to add to your point, I wanted to put something very important. When you see this code of conduct being used...
From the picture you can see now, that is Murang'a.
Yes.
At least it's a done deal for Irungu Kangata. It's now time to clap and, ease, cool down his feet.
Do you want to listen to that song?
Yeah, if possible, yes. Director, if you can listen to the song, he's clapping.
Let's listen in.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Allah? I told you, it's celebrations all over the country right now, and I think we're missing a lot, Kyoria. We'll try and catch up with some party somewhere across the county.
If you need to invoke a code of conduct, there's something wrong. Just like if you need to tell your wife that, we signed a marriage certificate, you should know there's something wrong. My prayer is that we do not have to invoke those codes of conduct by saying you signed here, you signed there. But even to put it clearly, if we can have the county structured in a certain way that the governor is just the head, but not having the influence they do have in the county government, that may reduce these issues where we have like accounting officers. For example, if you talk about the structure of national government, the minister is more of the leader of the ministry, but their bodies, people who are individually responsible. We have so many things within national government. For example, Procurement Act and Disposal, Procurement and Disposal Act. That helps at least to streamline. We have so many agencies, for example, SCAC, that does the evaluation on how every public and national government works. How much do we have this in the county level? When you go to a county level, people can agree. No, these guys can collude and agree. Let's have documents, evidence to see this money moved and did this, and there's nothing. And who goes on to evaluate? In fact, more importantly, why even the one of Martha Koome is important, have you heard that the Supreme Court made CDF illegal?
Probably just look at that. That must be from Nyandarua, if I get it right. The change of number plates. You came as a civilian and now you are driving off in a government vehicle with a flag.
State vehicle.
Exactly. So perhaps just get that.
And you will remember, Victor, and probably you can also be guided by Ogola and Wakili, that vehicle that the governor now is about to board was actually perhaps the vehicle that was being used by the outgoing governor. Unless they have purchased a new one, that means today morning probably the governor was told you are going to use private means moving forward. This vehicle we are taking to make your private arrangements. We are moving this vehicle to the inauguration square where it will be, carrying the new governor. And you've seen quite a change there.
This must be a government vehicle and a flag there. There's a county flag being mounted at the GK. It's quite interesting how this protocol change immediately, and how titles can also change within a blink of an eye. You drove in as a civilian.
By the way, just to give you some highlights, actually I was on this KBC the day we had a state funeral for President Kibaki. I was closer to some of these guys who sit in the inner circle for the president. Let me tell you what, when you hear that somebody has been named a minister in a government, and that you hold that ministry, your life changes forever. You become aware of things you never knew. Like, for example, those people never know the fuel prices. For 5 years, they'll never know. But you see, if you just leave that office, immediately you hear tires are wearing out, you're being told about the insurance, you are not aware. In fact, you may want to run back. In fact, for those who have moved from governor to senator, at least they are cushioned by some kind of those costs. It is a serious. Moi government, you could be chairing a meeting somewhere, for example, in Addis Ababa, and your ministry has been taken. Now, all protocols, how you will land back to the country is totally different from how you flew. And your life changes forever. Even your children ask you, Daddy, what is happening? If they are not mature kids, you'll actually be answering very serious questions. It is not something you want. That's why I don't want that very big bubble. Being a professor, I drive myself. I go to work myself. I know what I do when I want to do shopping. Some of these people, even if they get their wife shopping for them. I was talking to a head of military somewhere, I don't want to mention the country, when he differed with the president. He didn't know that when you are visiting your family in those very remote areas, your team goes to do shopping for your wife. They put them in the boot. For you are not aware of what was happening. You are being told, sir, enter here. You've passed by an hotel, you ordered a meal. It is paid, you have no idea. The cars are fueled. The day you leave that office, you start paying every single bill. It's very painful. And this transition is not taken for granted. It's a serious transition in these people's lives.
And these are some of the behind the scenes that perhaps people would not understand how it happens. It's part of the tradition. As you said, some of these leaders don't even know the real price of cooking oil. I mean, basically, they don't know. I mean, but again, Wakili, it's an interesting bit there. But let me ask you something, Wakili. Most of these governors are coming into office, but the biggest issue is the issue of pending bills. It's spilling over from first government, people who served in the second, counties again, second. Now we are in the third bit, and the issue of pending bills. It's something that has been talked over and over and over and over again.
This is, Victor, it's true. That's a big problem. That's a big problem, and as a country, I think we will need to find a way on how to solve some of these challenges, because this is holding the economy down. Because as long as business people are not being paid by government, then there is very little money which is left for doing business or for moving around in terms of money circulation. But then we cannot fully blame the county governments. Themselves have been on the receiving end, because government does not do disbursement as it's supposed to do. And this boils down to the government that we have. The government is struggling to actually sustain even devolution. That is why sometimes you find it's not possible to you find like county workers, I think a county official was telling me they have not been paid for the last 3 months. And that's a senior county official. So that becomes a big challenge because when government does not disperse these monies, then they don't have money to pay the people who have worked or who have done work for the counties. So if a government can be able to, I think there's been discussion around that whereby they said we are securing, I think they're talking about 500 billion.
Yes.
That's $500 billion, which is supposed to be paid to private contractors. Some of them, like Nairobi County, they have been discussing and saying we need to scrutinize these bills first before we pay. But of course, that's just a technique to try to tell you we're not sure about what you supplied. We'll need to audit it.
But okay,
then
now, what is the immediate antidote? Because even the incoming governments will still go through the same problem. Some will tell you know what, the books of accounts I have right now does not belong to my administration. Exactly. I inherited this from the previous one.
Look at that match. Look at that match. Quite an interesting one, yeah? Let's take a breather. But of course, the pictures you see there is the county askaris with the governor for Nyandarua County, Homa Bay. But at this point, we take a breather.
Kupata Zaburi 18 mstari wa pili, dial *811*817#. Mwenyezi Mungu ni mwamba wangu, ngome yangu na mkombozi wangu. Mungu wangu, mwamba wangu ninayemkimbilia ninapohitaji kuwa salama. Zaburi 18 mstari wa pili. Zaburi 18 mstari wa pili, dial *811*817#. *811*817#.
Bosi, mtoto mimi sijamuona tangu jana.
Maana yeye ndo babake na mamake. Au mtawadopt.
Siku zote wewe ndo wampeleka shuleni. Mbona leo?
Sasa pia tutabishana kwa sababu ya hili.
Put him down. Nilifikiria swali la kwanza tunauliza ni nimeingiaje ndani.
Sina njaa mimi. Mpelekeo kahindi mule, nyote mwe vibonge mfanani.
Be mara ngapi kwa mtu lazima shukula?
Yuko wapi?
All right, you've been hearing our voice behind the scenes, and of course, we've been giving you 360 degrees coverage, wall-to-wall coverage across the country, the march that we could, the swearing-in ceremony for all the 45 governors across the country. This is their D-Day, several of them already in office. That on your screen must be Kalonzo Musyoka, if I get it right. All right. He said that he's flying from one county to another, of course, the larger part of eastern side of Kenya. And that is Kalonzo Musyoka now flying out to other counties. That must be in Kitui and Makueni. He's just from that function in Machakos County, where Wavinya Ndeti has been sworn in as the first female governor of Machakos County. It has been an eventful morning. Remember, the timeline constitutionally is between 10 and 2 p.m. We are just 2 or so minutes to 1 p.m. And now what is now remaining for all the governors who've been sworn in is just party, or get to work for those who do not get into it. There are a lot of concern from the relevant quarters that a lot of governors, many of the governors were actually going to use a lot of money for these functions. And one interesting bit is from Governor now of Kisii County, that is Simba Arati, who slashed that budget from an alleged 57 million shillings to 3 million shillings. He said that he was not going to use that total amount for just 2 hours. Part of the reason is that The amount that he said was to be given was 33 million shillings for his official car and that of his deputy. But he said, no, I don't need that money. I already have a car, all right? So where do I take the money? Where to take my car? So those are some of the reasons why county governments were going to use a lot of money during this swearing in. Of course, it's going to be now down to work. Kenyans are expecting that to be there. All right. From the counties to the capital city, the National Assembly, also the induction will be taking place today. Of course, members of parliament, 333 of them will be taken through the induction process and order on how things are done at the National Assembly, from registration to verification to handing over and actually submitting your resume. There you have the pictures there from the National Assembly chambers. Perhaps that is now the beginning of the 13th Parliament, and 12 of them will still have to be nominated from different political parties to make that number complete. And from what we heard earlier on, Sarah Kyoko, who is the acting clerk of the National Assembly, perhaps has a lot of work to do to take through new members through the process at the National Assembly. Some of them are new members and they need this quite urgently. Perhaps you can just listen to what's coming from the National Assembly.
Right, the National Assembly. And of course, when you mentioned 333 MPs, it is the 290 constituencies minus Rongai, Kacholiba, Pokot South, and one more constituency where elections didn't happen and they are bound to happen on Monday. So you're looking at about 286 members of parliament coming in for induction, and then 47 county women representatives. The 12, of course, will be nominated later either for a gender top-up or representing marginalized communities. But those are live pictures from the National Assembly. This is Nakuru again. Nakuru Governor Susan Kihika in celebration there. And it's been a celebratory mode everywhere. And I think she's about to deliver, is this what you call a maiden speech? Yeah. It's our inaugural speech. Let's listen in.
Elect members of the County Assembly elect, County Commissioner, County Commander of Police, staff of the national and county governments, bishops and clergy present, all the members from the various embassies present, all the protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. First and foremost, let me take this time to thank God for the gift of life and the gift of victory that we consistently prayed for and that He has granted us as the County of Nakuru. And to all those who voted for me and those who did not, thanks for entrusting me with this position of leadership as the third governor of Nakuru and the first woman governor of this great county of Nakuru for the next 5 years. And I want to assure everyone that I will be a governor for all. I also take the time to thank my family, my husband, our children, nieces and nephews, our parents, brothers and sisters, and all our family members and friends. Also the clergy for your prayers, which have given me and my family the courage and the hope to run this tough campaign and to emerge victorious. Kweli ni maombi. I also want to thank my party, the United Democratic Alliance, the UDA, and our party leader, and the 5th President of the Republic of Kenya, who is the President-elect, His Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto, the President-elect, for giving me the chance to fly our flag in this great county, And with us here today is our Secretary, very esteemed Secretary General, Madam Veronica Maina, who will speak to us briefly at the end of when we are done here. So thank you very, very much. Ladies and gentlemen, from my interactions with wananchi across the 55 wards, I came to see and listen to the challenges facing all of you. This formed a key component of my manifesto, which was shared to the public, and I wish to reiterate that I intend to do what I intend to do over the next 5 years. In my visits to the village, the mothers and the young girls had one cry: to have clean, accessible drinking water across the county. Mothers and girls have had to go to long distances to fetch water for their basic needs as well as for their livestock. The large industries and companies also raised their concern regarding inadequate water supplies to run their businesses. Under our Constitution, Schedule 4, water and sanitation is a devolved function. The water supply in Nakuru has not been able to meet the demands by the residents, and I intend to undertake the following to address this issue. 1, the completion in line with the Intergovernmental Act. I shall engage the national government to ensure we get a contractor to complete the Itare Dam, as well as enter into negotiations with Baringo County for supply of water from Chamasusu Dam. Itare Dam will provide water for Kuresoi North and South, Njoro, Molo, and Nakuru Town, East and West, while the water from Chamasusu Dam will supply Rongai and Subukia and Bahati. We shall also construct the Malewa Dam to supply water to residents of Naivasha and Gilgil sub-counties. Sanitation of all boreholes sank by...
That's Susan Wakarura Kihika, the Governor for Nakuru County. Let's cross over to Kisii and listen in to Governor Simbarati.
Immediate lifting of the moratorium.
Songwae, the Deputy Governor-elect, Dr. Monda, the Senator-elect, my brother, Honorable Richard Onyonka, the Women Rep, Representative, the presiding judge, the Lady Justice Teresia Madeka, the County Commissioner, honorable members of Parliament, honorable members of the County Assembly, the clergy led by His Lordship, Joseph Mairura, other faith leaders, distinguished invited guests, and members of my family, friends and fellow great people of Kisii County. This afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, I want to be very brief with the statement that I'm going to make today. Allow me to start. I stand here before you today with utmost humility and solemn gratitude as I take up the duty to serve as the second governor of Kisii. Ladies and gentlemen, on a momentous day like this one, it's often not possible to acknowledge everyone who has supported us in this channel. But allow me to single out the church for their prayers, for the spiritual guidance in the transformation of our county's affairs. We have managed to walk this journey as one united family. I thank you. I pay special tribute to my lovely wife, now our First Lady, for her steadfast love and guidance during my entire political career, and for being an amazing mother to my children. I also wish to extend my heartfelt gratitude to my campaign team, led by the campaign secretariat, agents, well-wishers, for their ideas, guidance, and conviction that they were carrying out this campaign. To my family, my mother is around. I saw her here, Mama Kayale. And my mama is here. Ukuja hapo onekane dakika moja.
The governor for Kisii, Simba Arati, introducing the family. And there's a comeback king in Wajir, Governor Abdullahi, now making a speech.
Complement our plans in providing basic help to alleviate suffering caused by the drought. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we shall hugely invest in the water sector by enabling our people access to this precious commodity. I am very much aware of the acute water shortage within the 4 miles radius of Wajir town and the anxiety this causes to the residents of our county's capital. My administration pledges to fast-track the implementation of the Wajir Town Water and Sewerage Project funded by the World Bank under the Wajir Water and Sewerage Company, WAJWASCO. Furthermore, we shall work towards repairing and expanding existing water sources and drilling additional wells to enable sufficient water access to the people, their livestock. My administration shall further avail fully operational technical support to allow uninterrupted water supply. Ladies and gentlemen, we acknowledge the role played by our religious leaders in imparting the right knowledge of Islam as a means of countering radicalization. As such, we shall create a harmonious collaboration between all stakeholders to address the county's challenges with the help of our clerics, especially in peace building and conflict resolution, family affairs, and social issues. Furthermore, we shall provide critical funding to foster social support for the elderly and issue marriage support funds to the ready and willing but less privileged among us. To persons living with disabilities, this is your county too. We are here to serve you and create a disability-friendly county. In 2013 to 17, my then administration was the first and probably the only among the 47 counties to establish the Disability Fund for the severely disabled. We will operationalize this fund and increase its beneficiaries. We will protect your rights, provide the needed resources, and ensure that you also enjoy equal rights like everyone else. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my administration shall
interesting on Governor Abdullahi. And you will remember, Victor, this is the first governor to improve healthcare in Wajir in the sense that the first Syrian section under county government hospitals was done in Wajir and under the reign of Governor Abdullahi. He's now making his second, or rather he's returning to the office of governor after being felled or toppled in 2017 in the general election then, and now he's back as governor of Wajir County. Of course, talking about the issue of provision of water and other services to the residents of Wajir County. And of course, we continue with this coverage of...
To the great people of Machakos County, thank you for bestowing upon me the transformation of Machakos County. I am inspired to work for you and with you towards a prosperous Machakos County. Today marks a great milestone in Machakos County as we witness this historic event. It is a special occasion as the executive power transits from one governor to another as determined solely by majority vote. Special thanks to the Deputy Governor, Honorable Francis Mwangangi, the Wiper Democratic Party family, members of my campaign team, including volunteers from all over the county who believed in our vision and worked with dedication to achieve this success. My family is here today. Charlie, Daniel, Alika, Rita, the entire Ndeti family, my mothers are here, and my family from Nigeria, my relatives of my late husband, Prince Henry Dolamu Joseph Oduole. May God rest his soul in eternal peace. I'm sure he's happy to see me here being your governor today. And most of you knew him. Also, my friends are here and well-wishers. I want to thank you all for your support over the years. I would not be here without you. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish from the onset to thank the outgoing governor, Dr. Alfred Mutua, and his administration for facilitating a seamless transition. I also appreciate my worthy competitors in the gubernatorial race. I would like to state that time for political competition is over. I call upon them all to unite with me by bringing forth and ideas that can help take Machakos to greater heights, or take Machakos forward. If you recall, we made numerous promises to you during the campaign. I will endeavor to work with all elected leaders.
All right. That is Wavinya Ndeti giving her acceptance speech there in Machakos County. From Machakos, we told you wall-to-wall coverage. Let's fly to Uasin Gishu, where Jonathan B. Elias Kotimoja is also giving his acceptance speech.
In the economic transformation, working closely with the national government and other elected leaders. Ladies and gentlemen, my government will be proactive in responding to the needs of the residents, and I will adopt a participatory or participative approach. We will provide equal opportunities to all and promote sustainable development, exercise transparency, and leverage the use of technology to make a government that is visible and responsive. As we begin a new chapter, my government, through policy intervention and strategies, will facilitate all sectors to establish institutional structures to attain economic development that promotes sustainable wealth creation through the Nguzo Kumi platform. We will align the economic policies in the manifesto with county strategy and county integrated development plan to make them achievable. As stated, my agenda for the people of Uasin Gishu, my government will focus on the following 10 pillars. The one you know very much is agriculture and food security, health, ICT and e-government, trade, industrialization, cooperatives, and enterprise development, education, youth, sports, culture, and tourism. 6, infrastructural development and public works. 7, water, environment, and natural resources. 8, land, housing, and physical planning. 9 public service management, and finally Eldoret municipality. Ladies and gentlemen, agriculture is the key driver of our country's economy and to a large extent the national economy, with our county being the breadbasket of the country. As part of our economic transformation, we need to re-establish agriculture through market research, subsidized farm inputs, mechanization, and value addition. The County Department of Agriculture will be equipped with adequate resources to provide extension services to farmers on modern farming to enhance their productivity. As an alternative, we will introduce high-value crops. They are already introduced, but will enhance and fast-track.
Jonathan B., the newly elected governor of Uasin Gishu there, giving what to say, his manifesto and what you should expect of him. Now, from Uasin Gishu to our neighboring county of Kiambu, Governor Kimani Wamatangi.
Kwa hii siku kubwa ya maana kwetu na ya kifahari, lakini kabla sijasema mawili na kusoma hotuba yangu kama gavana wa Kiambu, naomba niweze kuwatambulisha viongozi wetu wengine ambao wamefika baada ya wale wengine kujulishwa. Our women rep, Madam wa Murang'a, nafikiri alikuwa amepita kule kwenye bunge. Leo bunge ya National Assembly pia walikuwa na sherehe na utaratibu wa kuwajulisha na kuwafanya integration viongozi, na kwa vile kwa niaba yenu Karungo Wadhango waliongea, mengine nitamalizia. Tuko na mjumbe wetu kutoka Thika, Alice Wamboi Ng'ang'a, ambaye pia amefika wakati tumeendelea. Tunasema karibu sana mheshimiwa wetu. Tuko na kiongozi wetu aliyechaguliwa kule Gatundu South, anaitwa Jiji Kagombe. Huyo ndiye MP wetu mpya kule Gatundu South, ambaye pia amekuja kama ametoka kule National Assembly. Tunajua kama kiongozi kama Kagombe na wa Murang'a vile wale ni mono kule kwa bunge lazima wangekuwa na hamu ya kuenda kwanza kuona ni nini huendelea kule, na kwa hivyo tumewaelewa. Na sisi hapa Kiambu tulikuwa tunaendelea na tunasema karibuni. Naomba nitasoma hii speech yangu ambaye nimeandika kwa lugha ya Kimombo, alafu tutasema mawili kwenye lugha yetu ya hapa na Kiswahili. It gives me great joy to stand here to mark and celebrate this day with you. It is a triumph that takes me back the memory lane of the remarkable journey I have traveled with the people of Kiambu. This journey started from my humble beginnings, walking barefoot to Keviko Primary School near Wangige Market, to working as the people's servant as senator for 2 terms. Now, having earned the trust and the faith of the people of Kiambu to serve them as their 4th governor, my journey and exciting future offer both a thrilling and humbling experience, one only made possible by God and you. This is indeed not only a test of my skills and capabilities, but reminds me of the call to serve the great people of Kiambu. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a long journey that has been full of hardships and hurdles, that we have had to endure and overcome over the years. What an enormous honor.
Very good. We are still flying across the country to different counties. Of course, that is Kimani Wamatangi, the new governor of Kiambu. Now let's cross over straight to Meru County, where Mwangaza is literally lighting that county. All right. She's already turned to local dialect there, which is quite important to easily connect with her electorate. It's a good moment for most of the governors right now, trying to put their house in order and now stamp the authority as they take reins of their respective counties. Curia, a lot is happening now. We are seeing official governors now taking their, reading their official speeches.
Each one of them will have to, and then probably switch to the local language, because at the end of the day, if you want really to speak to somebody's mind, obviously you have to switch all to the language they understand best, and that is just what is happening. But very quickly, because taking a little bit back, because you heard the NMS Director General Badi talk about handing over back functions to the county government of Nairobi, which happens on Monday. It will be the functions of health, transport, public works, as well as planning and development. Those were the functions that had been handed over to the national government and through the NMS, and beginning Monday, the process of returning them back to the county government of Nairobi begins. Victor, I don't know whether from the top of a screen you can see your very own Cyprian Awiti.
He's actually handing over. Perhaps the director, we can also listen to that, because he's one gentleman that we rarely hear him speak. All right.
And we'll be heading there.
Yeah.
You're meant to listen to Cyprian Awiti. The gentleman who has been at the helm of affairs in Homa Bay for the last 10 years. I'm not too sure there's so much of public speech that you would cite of Cyprian Awiti. As regards his performance, well, the jury is out there for the people of Homa Bay to judge him. But now the reins of power are firmly in the hands of Gladys Atieno Wanga, who is the next governor for Homa Bay County. And that's just state. But probably, as you escalate this conversation, Prof. Ogola, in terms of shareable revenue, there's no denying that much of the problems that face counties is first, delayed of shareable revenue, and number two, even the amount of money going to counties is not enough comparing to what is being left to the national government.
Yeah, of course, you see, there's always that budget deficits are always everywhere. But the main question is, even the little they get, what do they do with it? Because now, if you invest money in where you don't get...
Hold that. Let's head back to Meru County now. Listen to Governor Kawira Mwangaza.
Nitasimama na nyinyi. Ndeto bukaliria otonga mwenu. Ndeto bukaliria mbesa cienu.
Professor Ogola, finish up on your points. Kawira keeps switching between English and American.
Remember, that's the language that took her to that seat, so you have to use it. You must be very, very faithful. Because they may think you are departing away from how you came there on your inauguration day.
Yes.
So I was just trying to say that what we need to talk about is what we got. What did you do with it? Because if we start talking about the issue of shareable revenue, we know why government has challenges of putting money in the county. We know that the CDF, they were faithful. We have seen that that has actually had an impact. But the one for the county, we need to know what is the impact of that money before we start talking about the deficit that they didn't receive. And I was just trying to tell my brother here, Victor, is that all these governors, when they were running, they never faced the same question as the presidential candidate, who was being asked not only what you want to develop, but being asked, how will you deal with the Kenyan debt? They never answer that question. For example, in Nairobi, I said that Sonko inherited 58 billion. Then now Sakaja is inheriting 85 billion in terms of debt. What things which are outstanding. Now, are you going to get, when you get allocation, pay 85 billion out? Will you be elected? Because see, if you take the 57 billion and pay and all suppliers are happy, do you know, for us who voted in Nairobi, those who voted, me I voted in Ogenya, those who voted in Nairobi, they don't know about the 58 billion. They know you said water, Nairobi that works. So where do you start? Where do you start if you're in Nairobi to work? Is that question there? 100 days plan, they said it. Can 100 days plan bring us into productivity? You owe water to the Nairobi Water Company. You owe the Nairobi Sewer Company. You know, the debts that are there are amazing. Do you start by paying your debt first? Or do you start by putting money on things that can help you pay debt? Or do you start by making people happy who voted you? The staff salary, some of them have not been paid. By the way, I'm telling you, today is the only day these governors are happy. From tomorrow, you start facing reality. Because when will they receive the first check? Are you aware? We have a sitting president who is going through what's called temporary incumbency. How does the money move to your office? Because temporary incumbency means that he cannot make an executive decision. There's a kill in the house, isn't it? How does money move? When you get the first check, but 100 days people start looking for, they start seeing you, roads are not working, water is not working, electricity is not working, healthcare is an issue. Soon you'll see doctors going on strike, nurses going on strike. How do you function? Where do you start? For me, the most question is, where do you start and how do you start? These people might have not figured out. They're just looking for how do you get elected and how do you get sworn in. The next question is day one of work.
And that is the biggest question. But Wakili, obviously, as we talk about shareable revenue, you will remember some of these counties under the what you would call defunct local governments used to make a lot of money in terms of own source revenue. There appears like an uncoordinated response or uncoordinated collection of revenue, so much so that there's pilferage in counties, and counties are not making as much money as projected.
Yes, I think there's that problem of, let me say it's not a problem, it's laziness or cover-ups, because I don't understand if local governments used to make money and the collection was not that efficient. And now county governance comes in and then the resources or the collections go down. Then it means either there is somebody who has created a hole where the money goes, or there is a reluctance in collection, which I doubt that the latter is the case. So we need to investigate such cases. But we need also to commend some few counties which their revenue has increased over time. And that shows that actually there is collectible revenue which can be collected from the counties for purposes of consumption in the counties. What there is the issue of where does this money go in case we find a situation whereby the revenue is going down. Where is it going to? Because people still get taxed in the market. They still tax the selling places where cows are sold. There are some others who even wanted to tax chicken. So we will want to know, who is pocketing this chicken money or this cow's money. So those are some of the issues we need to look at. That's why they were signing the code of ethics and the code of conduct to actually, we can be able to put them to task to actually explain where this money goes to. Yes.
Quite an interesting one, because as you remember, 2013 to 17, we even had such incidences of a situation where even the Kakamega County government wanted to charge people for slaughtering chicken.
Yes.
But the live pictures you see on your screen, Wavinya Ndeti of Wiper Party, the new governor for Machakos County, and the outgoing governor, the party leader of Maendeleo Chap, Dr. Alfred Nganga Mutua. There was quite an interesting ceremony. Gladys Wanga. But she has decided to switch to her native. We'll go back to her later. There was an interesting ceremony that was supposed to happen in Meru, Victor, by the Njuri Ncheke. You remember, the Njuri Ncheke appeared to have endorsed Kiraitu Murunge, and there was still another endorsement at the top tier level. And today it appeared like they wanted to undo what they did the other time and probably place their blessings on Kawera Mwangaza. So we had to know whether that event happened or it will happen after she's done with her speech.
All right. Is it, on a lighter note, they don't want 2 centers of power. They have to transfer power from one source to the next. Because if you ask me, yes, we only have one governor right now, so you cannot bless. You have to transfer the blessings from one source to the next. But
and maybe it's a conversation we'll have one day.
Exactly.
Of course, with the risk of
Regina is there.
What do elders have? What business do elders have in politics?
Regina is there. Probably she can also tell us more what you should expect from that.
Mother Karua is here. In Homa Bay, the Azimio running with candidate is in Homa Bay to support Gladys Wanga. Of course, it's a big deal for women. And Mother Karua as one of the trailblazers in terms of women leadership. You would understand she feels at home in Homa Bay and in the presence of Gladys Wanga as the governor for Homa Bay County. And I think this is the first time a lady is trying to be governor in Homa Bay and getting it well at it. Because I don't think there's been
an important scenario here. People have made a lot of comments about Martha Karua that she did not win so many votes for Mount Kenya, but that was not her reason of being running mate for Azimio. She was supposed to become a national leader. And if you look, she's got a lot of acceptance across all areas where Raila
she's got that
famous. And I think that the national appeal she gave to the coalition was much bigger and should not only be reduced to the number of votes that were in Gichugu or, for example, in Kirinyaga and the larger Mount Kenya. I can see Wakili is smiling, but to the much I know, I think this has been a gain for Azimio because so many women who come from my own area and rural who said they'll never vote, when they saw Martha Karua ticket, they said, now we will vote. And I think this is a good statement for her to go to Homa Bay to see. She could have gone to Kirinyaga or maybe somewhere in Murang'a, but she's choosing to go to Homa Bay to give a booster. I'm sure also Gladys Wanga was also seen to be an iron woman, and you could see a lot of similarities between Gladys Wanga and this iron lady, Martha Karua.
And of course there's Lilian Gogo behind there, and then on this other end you have Bensouda.
Bensouda.
The new woman representative for Homa Bay. She speaks heavy.
Exactly. And it's sweeter. It's sweeter when you get it.
And remember whom she's beaten. Kidero.
Exactly.
Evans Kidero is not
Gladys
an
has
easy
beaten
pusher.
Kidero, yes.
To have beaten Kidero shows she has today graduated as in the class of being an iron woman.
I'm tempted to ask this question, the two gentlemen. Kenya is a young democracy, so to speak. We're still progressing from years and years.
Are you sure we can't enjoy this song?
Sorry?
Hold on a minute. Are you sure we can?
There's a song.
Justin, we want to enjoy the song.
Director, give us, come on.
Justin, we want to enjoy the song and then the song ends. So, okay, go ahead with your question.
It's a wrap. Okay.
Now the speech.
Okay, now the speech. All right.
We'll still have to ask your question because
Gladys Wanga
Gladys is
not. All right. I just said. Okay, sometimes it's good to speak in mother tongue. The way Prof said that you speak to the hearts of the people, just to get it direct. But then, my question was, Kenya is a young democracy, and we are progressing every single year. We make mistakes, we learn from it. The Constitution was promulgated 10 years ago. A lot of efforts have been put in place to, fix some loose ends to make it work. We are not yet there. When you see this progress from now 3 women governors now, okay, director says that we have to cross over to Homa Bay and listen to Gladys.
Led by Honorable Peter Konokaluma, who's the area MP, and all my colleagues, I do recognize you, our visiting members of Parliament, our members of the County Assembly, our political leadership, the clergy who are here in their numbers, Mama Dr. Phoebe Asio, our Council of Elders who are present here, my family, led by my husband, George Wanga, my family from Kochia, my family from Kano, who today represent my mother and father, my late parents, the Assumption of Office Committee, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, the great people of Homa Bay County. Let me take this opportunity to first and foremost thank the Almighty God, He who makes the impossible possible, He who lifts the weak, He who lifts us from PDUB and takes us to a place to eat with the kings, for His favor. And let me thank the voters of our great county of Homa Bay for their clear decision that led to our resounding and historic victory in the just concluded elections on 9th of August. I want to salute our party leader, His Excellency Raila Amolo Odinga, the father of devolution, and our party ODM for having faith in me and backing my bid to become the governor of Homa Bay. Allow me to thank, in absentia, Mama Dr. Ida Odinga, who's been my mentor over the years. Allow me to thank Her Excellency Martha Karua, who joined us in the course of our campaign, supported us, and has also taken her time to grace today's occasion of our swearing in as her commitment to the leadership of women. In a special way, let me thank the outgoing governor, His Excellency Honorable Cyprian Awiti, for being there with us for the last 10 years and midwifing the start of devolution in our county. Let's also recognize the role played by our political leadership, outstanding teams of professionals, the ground campaign teams, our media teams, our logistics teams from every corner of Homa Bay. I'm also grateful to the clergy, the Council of Elders, the various groups that partner with us, including the teacher leadership of Homa Bay and the teachers, our healthcare workers, our fisher folk and the BMUs, our water sector, business community, women leaders, youth leaders, among other actors who stood with us during this campaign. To members of the County Assembly, I would wish to congratulate you and reiterate that we will work together. The county government of Homa Bay is in two parts, the county executive and the county assembly. We will work together
quite some sound problem there with Gladys Wanga. But of course, I hope I'm not the only person who was expecting a Jokanyanam Untie from Gladys Wanga. Let's head over to Isiolo. Governor Guyo is speaking.
Against all odds, peacefully went to voting, made a decision and elected me as your third governor. I thank you all for entrusting me with this responsibility, and my promise to you is this: I will serve you diligently, Isiolo people. My sincere gratitude also goes to my family, my beautiful wife, the First Lady, the entire family, my deputy, Dr. James Lowassa and his family, and our campaign team for sacrifices that they made to earn Isiolo people this week. To the outgoing governor, His Excellency Dr. Mohamed Abdikuti, Isiolo people are proud of you as their long-serving political leader who always jealously guarded peaceful coexistence and harmony among community living in Isiolo as corner on which progress and prosperity will be realized. Also, as the first senator and the second governor who oversaw successful rollout of devolution in this county, we will certainly build on these gains made under your administration as we endeavor to deliver a lot more. In this regard, I also wish to acknowledge all development partners for the support and investment they continue to make in this county in making the evolution work. My administration is ready to work with you as we believe we can achieve more together. We therefore invite you to a discussion on how you can complement our effort in improving the lives of Isiolo people. To our elected leaders, both at the national and county level, congratulations on your well-deserved win. As leaders, our roles may be distinct when it comes to legislation, representation, oversight, and execution, but we should always remember we've got a collective responsibility in ensuring we deliver the much-needed service and development to our great people. It is therefore prudent if we undertake our different role without undermining the need to engage positively and progressively to steer our county to prosper while living to the expectation of the electorate. It is important to note our development agenda can only be realized and when our efforts are in sight, as we all working for the same employer, the great people of Isiolo County. To my worthy competitors, indeed everything has an end. It is not who won and who lost that is important. The most important vital win is when we all agree to come together as leaders of this great county. Put our political differences aside and instead shake hands, as this county and its people are much more important to us than the individual ambition we hold. In this regard, I'm happy to extend an olive branch to each one of you as a step toward healing and reconciling our people in realizing our shared interest to elevate Isiolo to greatness. To Isiolo County government workers, as I traversed the county during my campaigns, I interacted with many people and saw firsthand the challenges that our people experience in every other day. And I made promises to them before God and that I'm determined to fulfill. Therefore, as I set out to begin my work as their third governor, I will always be guided by principle of good governance and desire to transform and impact the lives of Isiolo people. In this regard, my administration will not tolerate misappropriation of public resources, laxity, and laziness on the side of public servants. On this note, I wish to state this now. If you are a county worker and you are not at your station of duty, I advise you to immediately report to your duty and begin serving the people of Isiolo. It is not going to be business as usual. I made promises to the electorate and I must deliver on the same. My vision and promise to Isiolo people is well articulated in my manifesto, and we settle down to develop the third county integrated development plan. We will have it incorporated as a sure way to realize efficiency in conducting public affairs, particularly in development and execution of our policies, programs, and projects. Ladies and gentlemen, it is important to acknowledge that no meaningful development can be realized where security of our people and their property is always in a state.
All right, Abdi Guyo elected on a Jubilee Party ticket in Isiolo, now to the only independent governor, Mwadime of Taita Taveta.
Tukifurahia ubuheri wa afya na amani hapa kwetu Taita Taveta na kwa Kenya nzima kwa ujumla. Shukrani pia ziende shirika la IEBC kwa kuendesha uchaguzi wa amani na pia kwa asisi mbalimbali kwa kudumisha usalama. Napenda vile vile kwa shukuru wote wale waliojiunga na timu wa kujaa kutoka kila kijiji cha jimbo letu, ambao kujitolea kwao kumetuwezesha kupata ushindi huu wa kihistoria. Siwezi kuisahau watunzi wote wa nyimbo tamtamu za ujumbe wa kunipigia kampeni ambazo zilipokolewa kwa moyo wote na wapiga kura wote wa Taita Taveta. Kame siwezi kusahau kwamba Makampena wangu wengine walipitia dhuluma na uonevu mbalimbali, na hata wengine wao kuingizwa ndani ya vituo vya polisi kwa sababu ya kuamini, kupigania na kutetea sera za wakujaa. Niseme nini ila kuwaombea baraka za Mwenyezi Mungu na kuwatolea shukrani kutoka kwa moyo wangu kwa wananchi wote wa Taita Taveta mliojitokeza kwa wingi na kuchagua uongozi wangu wa amani, upendo na maendeleo. Nasema asanteni, asanteni sana. Mwisho kabisa, napenda kushukuru mke wangu mpendwa na familia yangu kwa jumla kwa upendo na uvumilivu wakati wote, hasa wakati nilipokuwa nikiuguza majeraha ambayo niliyapata katika ajali ya barabarani, pamoja na wakati wote wa kampeni. Kwa wote hao niliowataja, nasema asanteni sana na Mungu wa mbinguni awabariki. Pili, ningependa kuwapongeza washindi wote walioshinda viti mbalimbali vilivyogombaniwa, pamoja na wale wengine ambao hawakujaliwa kupata ushindi wakati huu. Naamini ya kwamba kwa kuwa tumejaliwa kudumisha amani, basi sote na Taita Taveta kwa ujumla ni ushindi. Mabibi na mabwana, nachukua nafasi hii ya mapema kuhakikishia wananchi wote kwamba mimi wa kujaa nitakuwa gavana wa watu wote na nitatumikia wote bila upendeleo, hila wala chuki kwa mtu au kikundi chochote. Hata wale ambao walikuwa wakiegemea upande wa pinzani wangu, vile vile nitajitolea kushikana na kushirikiana na viongozi wengine wa kisiasa ambao wamechaguliwa katika nyadhifa mbalimbali za uongozi. Naamini ya kwamba tofauti zetu za kibinafsi si sababu ya kutuzuia kushirikiana kwa manufaa ya mwananchi wa Taita Taveta. Wananchi wenzangu, wakati wa siasa sasa umepita. Sasa ni wakati wa kujenga Taita Taveta yetu tunayoipenda. Kiapo hiki ambacho nimekila mbele yenu leo ninakichukulia kwa uzito mkubwa, na naahidi kutimiza ahadi zangu zote ambazo nimeahidi katika manifesto yangu, ambayo ni mkataba kati yangu na wananchi wa Taita Taveta. Naahidi vile vile kuchukulia kwa uzito tena mkubwa matakwa ya wananchi wangu, kama vile project na huduma watakazozipendekeza katika CIDP na vikao vingine vya wananchi. Wahenga walisema uongozi ni kuongozana. Wapendwa wananchi wa Taita Taveta, serikali ya kujaa ni serikali ya wananchi, na hiyo ndio sababu ya kunifanya niwe makini kwa malalamishi yote ambayo yatanifikia kuhusu huduma duni kutoka kwa maafisa wangu. Msichoke wala kuogopa kuleta malalamishi yenu. Mambo sasa yamebadilika. Kwangu mimi, wananchi mbele, maafisa wangu nyuma. Mabibi na mabwana, niruhusuni sasa nichukue nafasi hii kuongea na wafanyakazi wote wa kaunti ya Taita Taveta, na ujumbe wangu ni huu: mambo sasa yamebadilika, na narudia tena, mambo sasa yamebadilika. Uone wako kama unafikiria kwamba unaweza kujitajirisha kwa ufisadi katika serikali yangu. Hii ni tahadhari ambayo sitairudia tena. watakaoshiriki ufisadi wataona cha mtema kuni. Pili, uzembe wa aina yoyote hauna nafasi katika serikali yangu. Aliye mzembe na aumie sasa, kama atataka tupumzishe au abadilike na aendelee na kazi. Mimi wakujaa naelewa kazi wachache sana wasio na maadili na roho ya utendakazi. Wengi wao ni waadilifu na wapendao kazi zao. Kibinadamu, bidii yote lazima iwe na zawadi yake. Ni kwa sababu hii ndio naahidi wafanyikazi wote kwamba bidii yao nitaitambua na mishahara yao haitachelewa kwa kipindi chochote mtakachohudumu kama gavana wenu. Isitoshe, nitahakikisha kwamba pesa zote za kuendeleza mafunzo ya wafanyikazi zitatumika kwa sababu hiyo, na nafasi zote za training nitahakikisha zitapeanwa kwa njia ya haki na usawa. Wananchi watukufu, maendeleo yetu hapa Taita Taveta kwa muda mrefu yamesonga kwa mwendo wa kinyonga. Aibu hii sasa imefika kikomo. Kuanzia leo, zabuni zote za muundo msingi kama barabara na miradi ya maji zitatolewa kwa njia ya uwazi na usawa. Isitoshe, nitabuni kamati maalum ya kufuatilia kila hatua ya zabuni zote kuanzia mwanzo hadi mwisho. Naahidi kuharakisha malipo kwa kila zabuni itakayotekelezwa kwa njia ya kuridhisha. Na makontrakta wote ambao wana uzoefu wa kutenda kazi duni, onyo langu kwao ni hili: hatutalipia zabuni yoyote iliyofanyika kwa njia ya mkato. Mabibi na mabwana, kama vile nilivyoahidi katika manifesto yangu, uongozi wangu ni wa amani, upendo na maendeleo. Naahidi kuinua kiwango cha maisha cha kila mwananchi na kikundi katika kaunti hii. Nitatimiza ahadi zote kwa kuwa naelewa kuwa wapiga kura wa Taita Taveta hawawezi kuhadaiwa na hadithi za uongo, pesa au nyimbo tamtamu. Sina shaka ya kwamba Mungu akipenda, mimi wa kujaa nitakuwa gavana wa kwanza wa Taita Taveta kutumikia kwa miaka 10. Nimepanga mengi ya kufaidi vijana, wananchi wanaoishi na ulemavu, vikundi vya kina mama, wafanyabiashara, wakulima, wachimba madini, mafundi wa jua kali, wafanyikazi na vikundi vinginevyo. Yote hayo yako katika manifesto yangu, na manifesto yangu si ya kuwadaa wananchi. Mwisho kabisa, namalizia kwa kushukuru tena wananchi wote wa Taita Taveta kwa heshima kuu ya kunipa uongozi wa kaunti hii. Heshima hii isiyo na kifani ndio itakayo nishinikiza na niwatumikie kwa moyo wangu wote, ili sote tufaidike kutoka kwa uongozi wa amani, upendo na maendeleo. Taita Taveta ndio kaunti tajiri kwa rasilimali, lakini kwenye Kenya nzima naahidi kuiweka Taita Taveta kuwa kichwa na wala si mkia kwa kipindi chote cha ugavana wangu. Wananchi, kuna masuala ya pending bills tutaangalia kwa undani, na vile vile ninatoa amri kwa county secretary, ikiwezekana Jumanne wiki ijayo kuanzia saa 4 nikutane na all union workers wa hii Taita Taveta County. Nikisema union workers, nasema health workers, wale veterinary union, kuna hawa local workers, kuna civil servant, wale viongozi wa union, tukutane saa 4 so that tujue mbele itakuwa namna gani. Professionals and diaspora.
All right, that's Governor Mwadime. And of course, I made a mistake there, of course, saying that he's the only independent candidate. It's a replication of 2017, 2 independent governors, this time Mwadime and Kawira Mwangaza. In 2017, there was Derito Mureithi of Laikipia, as well as Mohamed Kuti of Isiolo. And now, Wahome Badilisha, the governor, Nyandarua.
Na mjue tutaanzia pale chini. Wakati nilikuwa natafuta kura niliwaambia hii serikali inaanza wapi? Pale chini tunaita namna gani? Bottom. Tunaita wapi? Bottom. Alafu tufanye namna gani? Hatutaki mtu yoyote abaki nje. Hata wakati tutaanza kupanga maneno kule vijijini, tutakuwa na wawakilishi katika serikali hii, wale ambao watatuambia yale mambo yanayofanyika kule. Miradi yetu ambayo tutaanzisha itasimamiwa na watu wa wale chini, kwa sababu hao ndio wanafanyiwa kazi ili watu wetu waweze kufanya hivyo. Nimeongea na our county assembly and I have a very good team here. Asanteni sana kwa kuchagua hawa MCAs. I've never seen wonderful MCAs kama wale wamechaguliwa hapa. Na tumekubaliana tutafanya kazi pamoja. Si ndio hiyo? Na vita tuache. Sinamna hiyo? So, now having said that, our ambassadors and high commissioners, our friendly, from our friendly countries, may I now take this opportunity on behalf of these people to express my gratitude and say that we are grateful and happy that you honored us. You honored our invitation. You've been very around here since very early in the morning. You came very early before 8, and that is to show how much you love our county. As we discussed in the morning, this is a county of dairy industry, and I know some of you are very good in that. We have potatoes. We have planted potatoes, 37,000 acres, and we can still do more with your support. We are also coming up very well in cut flowers. That is another area. You can also join us. We have a great lake here called Lake Orborosat. Lake Orborosat, we have discovered the other day that we can do fertilizer from there. We also have serious issues in animal feed. Those are some of the areas that we are looking upon to partner with you, plus many others that we will sit and discuss. Having said that, let me now introduce our ambassador from the Embassy of the Islamic Republic.
Right, Wahome Badilisha, the new governor for Nyandarua County in central Kenya. Of course, making a speech there as he assumes the reins of power in Nyandarua County. Unfortunately, we have to put a cap on this one and, of course, give way to the Swahili team of Ben Chumba and Zainab Said. But let me start with you, Wakili Gisore, to make your closing remarks.
Kyoria, what I would want to say is the fact that now we've seen new sheriffs come to office. We would want to expect that they will be able to discharge their duties with the utmost diligence. They should be able to reduce corruption. They should be able to deliver more, especially in areas which are within their mandate, like agriculture and health, because those are the things which really touch Mwananchi more and we should be able to transform, because that's the only way we can be able to transform our country from the lower ranks up to the national government. That is all I'm praying, that we have that in the next 5 years.
All right. Victor and Professor Ogola?
Absolutely. Prof, your closing remarks. As you make your closing remarks, please, there's a question I wanted to ask you about our young democracy. So what do you think that the political parties in this situation, because we have got so many parties in the country, many governors have been elected from different parties and coalitions, what do you think they are going to do to enhance democracy and governance moving forward?
Yeah, thank you very much, Victor. First of all, if you tackle the issue of political parties, the Constitution is very clear on how to advance political parties. And there's something very unfortunate that all the independent candidates have done. Do you know that we have what's called the government MPs, then we have the opposition MPs, but there's a position for independent MPs that if independent MPs never ran to another coalition, they could actually have a position to coalesce as independents, and that could have what's called that middle ground. Like, for example, when you go to democracies like UK, there's always what is called the left wing and the right wing, and there's somebody standing in the middle. So that middle has been lost in this election because some people have run to, for example, to Karen, to deputy president, to at least have allegiance with them. They have killed what's called independence. And I think that there's even how they can get resources allocated to them. I'm sure they have not read the Constitution. Maybe Wakili can correct, but they should have read the Constitution to realize that independent is advancement. Then secondly, Kenya is a young democracy, but young for how long? The first multi-party election was in 1992, isn't it? And I'm sure that these things of saying young is a way to bring retrogression. We should mature up and grow very quickly and move towards this. But of course, lessons learned, we are advancing. That is nothing to worry about. And look at what has happened now, the issue of swearing in today taking place, all governors being sworn in. All the EACC officials are present in all those functions. So that will take us forward. So when I make my closing remarks, I'll say, if you have been sworn as a governor, please implement your manifesto. Read, even if you didn't read, go back and read those codes, what they've been said, to allow you not to get into trouble, because people are looking forward to you. We want a celebration, not of words, but celebration of action.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Professor Fred Ogola, Academic Director, Strathmore University and political strategist, thank you so much for joining us throughout the morning session. It's now time for us to give way to the Kiswahili team. But before then, thank you so much for being a part of the show. We head straight to Parliament. O'Brien is standing by. An action of orientation is there at the National Assembly for the 333 members of National Assembly. Over to you, O'Brien. Good afternoon.
Well, many thanks, Victor, although back there in Broadcasting House. Of course, we've been camping here since early morning, overseeing this process of induction of MPs-elect. It started at about 7 in the morning. It has been ongoing for the last now almost 8 hours. And so far, from my understanding, about 100 members of Parliament have been inducted. They have been taken through the registration process. They have been taken inside the chambers. They have been shown around on how to register and how to raise your hand in case you want to, contribute to a motion and so much. And so the process is still ongoing until around 6 in the evening. And of course, it is continuing tomorrow because the whole point is to ensure that all the 333 members of Parliament elect, are registered, and of course they are issued with the necessary documents, and they are ready for the swearing in, which is slated to happen next week. And so this is a process that has been going. It's expected to go on, even tomorrow. And so according to Parliamentary Service Commission, it is expected to come to a close tomorrow evening. And so we continue to sample some of the views of members of Parliament elect who have undergone this process. And now joining me now is a man known as Jalango, but officially he's a Felix Odiwo. He's a member of Parliament elect for Langata constituency. Thank you very much indeed. Bwana Jalango, for joining us here. Number one, I want to hear from you. What do you make of this process from the registration to the orientation inside the chamber?
Wow, it is such an eye-opener. Maybe not what most of us who've never been in here. Today is my first time in Parliament grounds. I've never been here before. There's only a day I went to the Senate. I'd gone to see Speaker Lusaka, but I never went to the chambers. I've never been in here, so I'll be honest from the word go. But this process is very important and it's so smooth. It's a good induction, and even into the chambers they are amazing. So we are just waiting to start. It's such an eye-opener of what this institution is all about and what it gives. Yes.
Have you been registered? Yes.
Yes, I've already been registered. The biometrics, everything. I think so far, so good. Yes.
What would you say has been the most baffling aspect of all this process since you started?
No, the details, how they're running through it, what they really need to know, and the declaration of wealth, there's a lot going on.
Declared your wealth?
No, I think it's a document that you can't just sign in a day. You have to go back home and actually ask if really this is your property. But it's really gone well, and the details and how much of the scrutiny it's giving, very important.
Very good. Jalango, I mean, a lot of people, they know you as a comedian, as an MC. So how do you plan to balance your new legislative role with your talent of acting?
Of course, yes. Now this one becomes my main job because delivery for the people, for the people of Langata, this we have to deliver. But we've just been taken through about the settings and everything. If you don't have any other thing you're doing, then you'll be wasting your time. There's a lot of time here, and I think if I also stop doing what actually elevated me to be where I am today, it will be a very big disservice to the creative industry. It is a creative industry that has got me to where I am. So creative industry to the go. There's no way I'll drop it. You can imagine your member of parliament being your MC. Such a dope thing, eh?
Tell me this. You still want to continue with being an MC, being a comedian, and still at the same time playing your legislative role?
No, being a comedian. A comedian is born a comedian. There's nowhere you go learn to be a comedian. I've just told you that the creative industry is what has elevated me to be here where I am today. It's been a path to this place. So telling you that I'm going to stop doing we have members of parliament here, we have doctors, we are lawyers. We're still practicing. All right. It's only that our job out there with KJ here is so loud.
KJ, come here. Just come here. Probably KJ. Maybe he was your role model.
Thank you so much. KJ, let me ask you. Why do
you're not going to take over my show.
Why do people always think that we should not go on doing what we love doing?
It's discriminatory. No one ever meets a doctor and tells me, treat me on the spot. But every time they meet Jalango on the street, they tell him, make me laugh. You know, they take what he's doing very lightly. But I've got to tell you, if you see someone with the creative and comedy genius of the level of the people like Jalash, Churchill, the Walter Mongares of this world, just know that you have to be so intelligent to act that stupid. Those people are at another level in terms of intellect. And there's a great humorist by the name of Oscar Wilde who said that these people are actually telling some very serious truths. And he said that if you want to tell the people the truth, make them laugh. Otherwise, they will kill you. So they're telling you truths that would make people kill you, but they're lacing them with humor. And that is what wit is. That's what intellect is.
And you see, the fact of the matter is that, the fact that you are here and at some point you used the same platform in the creative industry, to earn a living, is a testament that it is possible to play the two cards.
And people only see the comedy in Jalango. They don't see the entrepreneur. They don't see the businessman. People see KJ maybe as a comedian. They don't remember that KJ was actually doing comedy as a hobby while he was in university studying a professional course that he took up as a career. They don't see KJ as someone in media communications and advertising, an entire 20-something year career, but they will remember the comedy. So what Jalash is saying is extremely true, that there are lawyers in this house who are still practicing, there are doctors who are still practicing, there are engineers, surveyors who are still practicing. There would be nothing wrong with Jalas practicing and plying his trade, even as he is being a member of parliament. But remember also, it took the entry of people like KJ into this house for some of us to take up the creative economy as a constituency. That when I stand in the floor of the house in Bunge, I'm representing a constituency called the Goreti South constituency, but I'm also carrying the banner of youthful leadership, carrying the banner of new and emerging industries like information, communication and technology. I'm carrying the banner of the visual and performing artists in this house. And practically so, we have pushed laws that have pushed the envelope for artists when they're out there. The Copyright Amendment Law of 2018, the Kenya Privacy and Data Protection Bill, the improvement of Skizatune's royalties. And that has happened practically when we have started electing people like KJ, people like Felix into this house. So it makes sense for the generation.
I want to hear from you, Jalaz. I mean, who inspired you to get into this house? I know Ukraine, they elected their first president, who used to be a comedian on TV, President Zelensky. Who inspired you to go to parliament?
No better inspiration than the person standing next to me. We're in the same university together. We went to school together, and we used to talk about this. And we just needed some of us to get in here. So people could see the different side that they don't see about what the creative industry is and what we are able to do beyond just making you laugh. New leadership is coming in, a lot of vacuum are being created, and it is time we took leadership. And one thing that I need to tell the young people, I don't know if it happened to your side, the young people need to register as voters. They vote apathy, and not even vote apathy.
No one will do it for them. No one will do it for them.
You know, we had to, at some point, we had to now go back and start talking to the older generation. Please come out and vote for us, because a quick verification of so many young people easily showed that, you know what, they could only come around, dance with you, move with you, but they didn't have voter's card. You understand? And the youth need to understand. Nobody is going to give you anything in your hand. You'll have to go for it.
Tell me this. Why are you here?
Why are we here? Wow.
Well,
here is...
Why is he here?
Here.
I asked you that question.
Definitely, I would easily tell you. The role of a member of parliament, legislation, oversight, representation. The people of Langata have given me the chance to partake these three, to make sure that we stand and bring in the leadership that they want. They've trusted me with their vote to be their representation in this house. And that is one thing I want to do diligently. And maybe add one more. I also want to lobby on a lot of things. Out there we work with a lot of corporate industries who we now want to twitch in a bit and bring into the leadership, where they just don't see us as a politician, but we can partner with them. You see, I don't know how much the removal of CDF as a kitty will affect people with the constituencies. I know it will really affect, because maybe some people have not gone to Mashinani to see what CDF has been able to do. But even without that, if you are able to lobby and knock a few of these doors that we've knocked these whole years, we are able to have a lot of corporates coming in, putting up their money into projects, into foundations and things like that.
Very well. KJ, I mean, before I let you go, guys, what advice would you give to Jalango, who is joining you in this house from the creative world?
Well, I would say to him that, one, it's a great honor to be called a member of parliament. If you look at the history of this country, we are now a population of over 55 million Kenyans. Out of those 55 million Kenyans, very few Kenyans have ever gotten the lofty title of member of parliament. So many have been called, few have been chosen. Jalango, you've been chosen by the people of Langata to come and fly the banner of Langata very high. Secondly, you're a young man. You are flying the banner of a generation. We are asked, why are we here? Well, there's a man who has an answer for us. This man by the name of Frantz Fanon, who was an Pan-Africanist, says that every generation must, out of relative obscurity, discover its mission and either fulfill it or forfeit it. Jalash, your generation is looking to see if you shall, because you've discovered your mission, whether you will fulfill it or whether you will forfeit it.
And of course, the same will happen to you.
It is asked of us too.
Very good. And also the most interesting thing is the fact that, standing next to each other is John Kerry, who was vying on a UDA ticket, and Felix, who was vying on an ODM ticket. And you have set aside
the United Democratic Movement, it's the ODM, the Orange Democratic Movement, and this is what democracy dictates. That the majority will have their way while the minority have their say. If the majority in Lang'ata decided it is Felix, I have no business to contest what the majority in Lang'ata have said. Similarly, if the majority in the Greater South say that they want to elect KJ on top of a wheelbarrow, you cannot contest it. But what is important is what Jalash has said, and I think it should go on record, that the court ruling on NGCDF was actually on the CDF of 2013. And you remember when they went to court in the lower courts, when they charged the CDF of 2013, the CDF was refined so that it reflects what the Constitution says, which is that CDF can only perform national government duties and functions, meaning that we might not have lost CDF. So when we get in, our first order of business is to prosecute the ruling by the High Court and see if it has anything to do with NGCDF 2015, because to my mind, NGCDF is still there. It is very separate from the CDF of 2013.
Gentlemen, thank you. I have to let you go.
Thank you.
Go on and legislate. We'll be watching you play.
And let me tell you, the national broadcaster is doing very well, and you're hearing it from people who have been in the industry.
Thank you.
We are liking what you're doing. The national broadcaster is going digital, it's going young, it's going trendy, it's getting edgy. We are happy to have a national broadcaster that is quite switched on. And O'Brien, you've been part of the movement.
We thank God. Keep on watching, Jalango and Kerry, all the best. Thank you very much. That is Dagoretti South, the Member of Parliament, John Kerry, who is a veteran here actually, and of course a newcomer, that is Felix Odiwo, aka Jalango, who has just been elected on a UDA, on an ODM ticket to represent Lang'ata constituency. Well, we continue to sample some of the views of Members of Parliament here, both old and new, the experience and of course the expectations going on. And now I'm joined too by another gentleman here. Is this your first time to be here?
Yeah, it is.
First of all, tell us who you are, where you represent, and of course, what has been your experience here?
My name is George Gashagwa from Nyandarua constituency. It's my first time to be here, and we came for orientation, and it was quite a good exercise. We've not had any problem. Yeah.
Very well. I would want to hear this from you. Why did you choose to vie and come to the National Assembly?
Basically, it was after I realized that there were some things that were not being done the way they're supposed to be done. The service to the service delivery to the people. And I found that maybe I could be an alternative. Yeah.
I know now you're already in, and of course you must be looking forward to something. What is this that you want to change in Parliament that is going to impact the people of Kenya and the people of the constituency that you represent?
Well, I feel I should be responsive to the needs of the people, both socially and economically, and see that I've raised the people's standards of living, and maybe make sure that we have equitable resource distribution within the whole constituency. Yeah.
Is there any one legislative that you would seek or that you would wish to see being passed that is going to meet the aspirations that brought you into this house?
Some of the bills that I would like or wish passed here in Parliament involves most of these basic human rights. And, we came to Parliament on a hustler narrative. There are a lot of problems down there, and especially these medical cases. I wish that we can look into that aspect, and also the provision of the infrastructure, water and roads.
And so when you look at Parliament, I mean, the legislation is done through committees. Is there any committee that you would wish to be represented?
In an infrastructural committee, and especially that of water, on water and maybe roads. Or anything natural resources.
Very good. All right, we wish you all the best, and we hope that your aspirations of making Kenya a better country, a great country, will come to pass.
Thank you very much, and we are very happy of you people, KBC. We normally the reach is quite vast, and you normally inform us on what is going on in the country.
You know what we say? Ain't nothing else like KBC.
Anytime.
Enjoy your afternoon, sir.
Thank you.
Very good. I mean, those are some of the views of members of Parliament, both old and new, who are, thronging the National Assembly buildings to, of course, get re-inducted and, of course, get to be oriented on the goings on and ins of this house. And now there's also another gentleman who is here joining me. This is also your first time to be here?
Yes, this is my first time.
What is your experience with the induction?
The induction process has been very good. The people we have met and interacted with are very friendly. They have taken us through what is expected of us, and also what we need to look forward to. So we are very excited.
You represent which constituency?
My name is Freddy Kana, Member of Parliament-elect, Shinyalu constituency in Kakamega.
Shinyalu constituency. What is the agenda of being here?
My first mission will be to ensure the people of Shinyalu get good representation at all levels of government, especially at the National Assembly, where I'll be steering debates, motions, and bills that will work towards improving the lives of the people of Shinyalu.
Apart from dealing with the people of Shinyalu, I mean, the other responsibility you're expected to perform in these houses to ensure that the laws, the bills that are crafted here, they not only go to benefit the people of Shinyalu, but of course the whole country. Is there any bill or law that you would seek to pass that you feel is going to have a major impact on who we are as a nation?
I'm looking forward to making a contribution towards enacting laws and legislations that will especially empower the youth, help in job employment creations across the country. And also, I'm looking forward to giving my contribution towards enacting laws that will help us deal with the economic crisis that we are facing currently in the country.
What kind of a crisis is that you would want to be addressed?
We know we are not in good times in terms of our economy. We are not doing well. So one of the things that I want to contribute towards is to bring ideas that will help us come out of the current economic situation, reduce our debt burden, get better ways of fundraising funds to cater for our obligation as a country without necessarily incurring huge debts, as has been the case in the past.
When I have, through my interactions here, I've been hearing, a lot of members of Parliament saying that one of the issues that they seek to address in this House is how, they can work with the Kenya Revenue Authority to reduce the tax burden that is on Kenyans. Do you share with us in the same sentiment?
Yes, I do. That's one of the areas that we need to explore to ensure we reduce the burden of our common mwananchi. So I'll be looking forward to working together with the relevant parliamentary committees to ensure we reduce the tax burden by increasing productivity and also increasing the tax base, so that we don't overtax the few Kenyans that are willing to pay their taxes.
Very good.
Yeah.
Asante sana. We wish you all the best and continue legislating, because that's the whole agenda of being around here.
Thank you so much. Allow me to also say a very big thank you to the people of Shinyalu for electing me, and assure them that I'm not going to let them down. Thank you also to KBC. We're proud of you, our national broadcaster.
Very good. Thank you. Keep on watching, and I think the biggest thank you can say is ensuring that the laws that are going to be passed in this house are all geared as benefiting them, and of course making Kenya a great country.
Thank you so much.
Asante sana, and all the best. Asante. Well, that is Shinyalu Member of Parliament elect, of course, giving us his views and, of course, his expectation going forward. And that is what has been happening here the whole day. As I was telling you, about 100 members of Parliament elect, they have gone through this process of induction. They have been taken through the various stages of registration. They have been taken inside the chambers so that they can see the operations of the chamber. As you can see just behind me there, you have about 6 tents. The first tent is where you first of all produce your certificates of from IEBC that indeed you have been duly elected and certified by IEBC, and then you produce your national ID, and after that your biometrics are taken, and then you move to table 2, whereby the security of or the security of your document is confirmed, it is authenticated, and then after that is done, you move to tent number 3, whereby your photo is taken, that is passport, which is going to be used in your job ID that you're going to be issued here, and then after number 3, you go to number 4, whereby what is going to happen around table number 4? Yes, that is where you are going to be registered. You give all your documents, including now your CV, so that they can create a profile for you, so that when a member of the public wants to see who exactly is, for example, the member of parliament for Kibra, they just log in and then they see your profile, their picture, and of course, if at all there are bills that you are going to sponsor in the house, then they're also going to be uploaded on that website. And then the table number, that is a station number, we were station number 4. Number 5 is where now they take you through the human resources practices of the National Assembly, whereby you're taken through the Human Resource Code of Conduct for the National Assembly, where you sign, and of course, other documents like, the Kenya Revenue Authority, IRA PIN is confirmed. Then from there, you go to table number, that was number 5. You go to table number 6, whereby you're taken through the various insurance policies that the National Assembly has to offer, and the allowances that are there. So this will be talking about travel allowances, sitting allowances, and so much. And finally, you go to table number 7, whereby now everything is confirmed that you have delivered all the documents that are needed, and then thereafter you're issued with your card. Then after that, you'll be taken to the chambers inside the National Assembly, whereby now you'll be shown around how to operate various various gadgets inside that chamber. And of course, early on in the morning, I had the privilege of talking to the acting clerk of the National Assembly, that is Sarah Kioko, and we also managed to go through the same process. We were taken through the chambers, how you register digitally, and how you can raise your hands, if at all you want to make a presentation, and how you also register that I have attended today's proceedings. And it was an exciting session, and of course that is what exactly is happening to all the members of parliament who are coming in here. I was telling you about 100 members of parliament have so far been taken through this orientation process. They are targeting all the 333 members of parliament by the close of the day tomorrow, and so you are looking at about 233 more members of parliament as they wait at the end of this month for the other areas where they are yet to hold their parliamentary elections, to be concluded, so that they can be taken through the process. So that is what we are keeping an eye here, and of course ensuring that we give you what we call top-notch coverage live from Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. Well, my name is O'Brien Kimani. We'll keep on tracking what's happening here, and of course giving you more details, because for now we want to take you back to Broadcasting House for Mr. Chumba to pick it up from here. And Zainab.
Maridadi kabisa mtazamaji, wanasema mbiu ya mgambo ikilia lazima kuna jambo. Wenzangu Victor Olo pamoja na Jacob John Kioria wamekuwa pamoja nawe kuanzia mwendo wa asubuhi na mapema hadi sasa, na ni awamu yangu Ben Chumba na Zainab Said kukuelekeza sasa, kukufahamisha jinsi matukio mbalimbali yanavyoendelea hapa Kenya. Mtazamaji, ukumbuka kuna matukio mengi ambayo yanaendelea, ukikumbuka kwamba hii leo ikiwa ni siku ambapo magavana kutoka kaunti 44 wanakula kiapo. Ni shughuli ambayo mtazamaji imekuwa ikiendelea kuanzia asubuhi mwendo wa saa 4 hadi saa 8 kulingana na katiba ambayo inaeleza kwamba wale magavana wapya wanafaa kukula kiapo siku ya Alhamisi kuanzia ama kati ya mwendo wa saa 4 asubuhi hadi saa 8. Lakini kabla nisonge zaidi, nikufahamishe mtazamaji, tumekuandalia mengi kabisa. Tutakuwa tunaungana na wanahabari wetu ambao wamekita kambi katika maeneo mbalimbali kutueleza jinsi mambo yanavyokwenda katika maeneo hayo. Alafu pia mtazamaji, tutakuwa tunakupeleka moja kwa moja hadi maeneo ya bunge ambapo shughuli ya kuwakaribisha wabunge inaendelea. Mwanahabari wetu O'Brien Kimani amekita kambi pale. Alafu ni shughuli ambayo wabunge pale wanapewa ama wanaonyeshwa maeneo mbalimbali ya bunge na pia kuelezwa mipangilio ya bunge. Alafu pia mtazamaji, kumbuka kwamba bado kuna ile kesi ambayo inashughulikiwa katika mahakama ya upeo zaidi. Kwa hivyo mtazamaji, tutakuwa tunakufahamisha zaidi. Lakini kwangu siko peke yangu, wacha nielekee kwako Zainab Said.
Naam, kweli kabisa Ben Chumba, ulivyosema mambo ni mengi leo, ikiwa hii leo kitaifa tu shughuli ni nyingi ambazo zinaendelea katika kaunti zote. Takriban kaunti 45 zinaweza kuapisha wale viongozi ama ukipenda magavana. Ni shughuli ambayo imekuwa ikifanyika mchana wa leo. Wengi kati ya hao magavana, kuna magavana 30 ambao wameingia afisini kwa mara ya kwanza, na kuna wale ambao wana bahati ama wamebahatika kurudi tena afisini kuhudumia tena. Kumbuka tunaingia katika miaka mingine 5 chini ya katiba mpya ambayo imeweza kutumika sasa kwa kipindi cha miaka 10. Kumbuka pia kama alivyotaja Ben Chumba, bunge la 13 hii leo, wale ambao waliweza kuchaguliwa kuwakilisha wa Kenya kutoka maeneo mbalimbali wanafika sehemu hiyo kama katika majengo ya bunge hapa Nairobi kuonesha tu mawili matatu kuhusiana na jinsi mambo yanavyokuwa yakienda mule ndani, na pia kupata tu kujifahamisha tu shughuli nzima pale ndani zinakwenda vipi. Kwa hivyo ni baadhi tu ya mambo ambayo tutakuwa tunaangazia humu ndani, na pia kumbuka kama alivyotaja Ben Chumba, katika maeneo hayo katika kaunti hizo zote 45 ambazo zitakuwa zinawaapisha magavana wao hii leo, wanahabari wenza wako katika eneo hilo kufuatilizia tu ni yapi ambayo yanaendelea, ni yapi ambayo yanachipuka. Je, wananchi katika maeneo hayo wanataka kufanyiwa nini na magavana hao ambao pengine wanarudi, na wengine ambao pia ndo mara ya kwanza wanachaguliwa kuwa magavana, na kuna wale ambao pia wamebahatika kurudi katika nafasi za uongozi. Na mtazamaji, hayo yote yatakuwa hapa ndani nikiwa na mwenzangu Ben Chumba, na pia hatutakuwa peke yetu studioni pia kutusaidia tu kuelewa hili. Tuko naye kasisi Hudson Ndeda ambaye pia atakuwa anatusaidia kuelewa tu mawili matatu kuhusiana na shughuli nzima hiyo ambayo imeendelea. Kumbuka ni magavana ambao wanaingia ofisini. Tumeona katika kaunti ya Nairobi gavana Sakaja ameweza kuapishwa na ingia ofisini. Kaunti nyingi tu ukiangazia mkaguzi wa bajeti alikuwa anasema kwamba nyingi ya kaunti ambao wale wakuu wa kaunti ambao wameondoka wengi wameacha madeni. Kwa hivyo wale ambao wanakuja ofisini, je, wanakuja ofisini katika wanapata lipi? Kuna wengi ambao wameachiwa madeni. Ukiangazia kama kaunti ya Nairobi madeni ambayo yameachwa takriban bilioni 84. Kwa hivyo gavana ambaye anaingia ofisini tayari anaingia na deni. Je, haya itawezesha vipi hao magavana ambao wanaingia ofisini kwa mara ya kwanza kuweza kuisongesha kaunti zile mbele? Kumbuka pia wananchi nao wana matarajio yao, ni yapi wanataka kutendewa na magavana hao. Yote haya ni hapa ndani. Bishop, shukrani sana kwa kubali kuja kuzungumza na sisi hapa KBC. Magavana wameapishwa. Kuna wale ambao wanaingia kama nilivyokuwa nimetaja, kuna wale ambao wanaingia ofisini wanapata madeni, wale magavana ambao wameondoka, na kuna wale ambao kwa bahati nzuri wanarudi tena kuja kuhudumu. Sasa kwa wale ambao wameondoka, kumbuka wanastahili kulipwa mishahara wafanyikazi wao. Lakini kwa mfano wewe umeingia na umepata deni, je, hili linakwenda vipi kwa wale ambao wanaingia kwa mara ya kwanza ofisini?
Asante sana kwa nafasi ya kuzungumza na Wakenya katika kipindi hiki. Nafikiri kwa sababu nchi yetu bado inakuwa kiuchumi, na swala la madeni ni jambo la kawaida hata katika national government. Nina hakika anayeondoka anawacha deni. So swala la madeni ni jambo la kawaida. Ila tu wale magavana wanaingia, nataka kuwaomba kwamba madeni mengi yanakuja kwa ajili ya ufisadi. Kuna pesa zinazokuja kwa county lakini hazifanyi kazi ambayo inafaa kufanywa. Kwa hivyo wale magavana wameingia, wana kibarua cha kuangalia swala la ufisadi, ili ya kwamba pesa zinazoingia katika county governments zikaweze kufanya kazi ambazo zinastahili kufanya. Tuone maendeleo, tuone barabara, tuone mahospitali, tuone kama sasa hivi kuna mtaala wa shule umebadilika, tuone madarasa zikijengwa mpya. Kwa hivyo swala kubwa la kuangalia pale, jambo la kwanza ni ufisadi, na pia matumizi ambayo hayafai. Waweze kuangalia hayo ili tukaweze kusonga mbele kama nchi. Yes.
Kaunti zimekuwa zikilaumiwa pengine kwa kutohakikisha kwamba kuhakikisha kwamba kabla tujaendelea na swala hilo la kuhakikisha kwamba kaunti zimekuwa zikilaumiwa kuhusiana na kutohakikisha kwamba zinakusanya ushuru wa kutosha ili waweze kujitegemea. Kwanza ni mpishe Chumba, naambiwa kwamba Chumba una mawili ya kuzungumza.
Asante sana mwenzangu Zainab. Ni kweli kabisa, labda tu ningependa kupata tu ama tuweze kuzungumzia labda hitaji la wale ambao waliweza kubuni sheria kwenye katiba kwamba kutakuwepo na haja ya kuweza kuapisha wale magavana wapya wakati wa mchana mapema kabisa, kwa sababu ni shughuli ambayo wengi wanasema kwamba akungekuwa na ile hitaji ya sheria basi kidogo kungekuwa na mtafaruku, lakini sheria imeeleza vizuri kabisa kwamba ile ni shughuli ambayo inafaa kufanyika mapema mwendo wa kati ya saa 4 asubuhi hadi saa 8 za mchana. Kwa hivyo mtazamaji, naarifiwa kwamba tunapeperusha moja kwa moja, tunaelekea kaunti ya Mombasa ambapo tunampata mwanahabari wetu Juni Karisa. Kwako Juni.
Naam, chumba, nipo katika gatuzi la Kwale na leo ni siku ya historia katika eneo la Pwani, hususan katika gatuzi nambari 002 gatuzi la Kwale, ambapo hii leo Fatma Achani ameingia katika historia kama mwanamke wa kwanza mwenye dini ya Kiislamu kuwa gavana katika eneo la Pwani. Hili ni jambo ambalo wengi wamelipokea kwa furaha, kwa sababu ukiangalia kulingana na misingi ya kijamii hapa katika eneo la Pwani, wanawake hawajapewa kipaumbele huko nyumbani katika masuala ya uongozi. Lakini hii leo Kwale inaongoza kuandika historia upya, kumweka Fatma Achani kama gavana wa pili katika gatuzi la Kwale, lakini akiwa ni mwanamke na mwenye dini ya Kiislamu. Na kama ulivyosema awali, ni kuwa shughuli hii nzima ilianza kuanzia mida ya saa 4 na inafaa kumalizika kama saa 8 hivi, na shughuli hii imeweza kuisha hapa katika gatuzi la Kwale. Wananchi wamepewa chakula cha mchana baada ya shughuli nzima. Mwendo wa saa 4 hivi Fatma Achani aliweza kuwasili hapa akiandamana na familia yake nzima na kuelekea katika ukumbi uliokuwa umetayarishiwa kwa shughuli hii nzima. Dakika chache baadaye gavana anayeondoka, Gavana Salim Mvurya, aliweza kufuata na shughuli hiyo ikaweza kuanza mara moja, na tuliona kwamba wale wanaoendesha shughuli nzima waliweza kumsimamisha na Fatma Achani kuweza kushikilia Quran na kuweza kuwapa kwamba ataweza kuwahudumia wakazi wa Kwale bila kuangalia mrengo ama kuangalia dini yoyote, na kuwapatia ile ambayo ameweza kuahidi katika wakati wake wa kampeni. Na ni shughuli iliyokuwa ya shamra kwake Achani. Ni swala zima ambalo kwake liko moyoni, kwa kuwa anasema kwa sababu ya mrengo, kwa sababu ya kuwa mwanamke haikuwa rahisi. Ameweza kukejeliwa, amesema ameweza kutusiwa katika mitandao ya kijamii. Haikuwa rahisi kwa kuwa cheche ziliweza kutupiwa kwake, lakini hii leo ilikuwa siku ya muhimu sana, kwani aliweza kuibuka mshindi na leo kuweza kuapishwa kama gavana wa pili katika gatuzi la Kwale. Na hapo awali kwa miaka 10 iliyopita Fatma Achani ameweza kufanya kazi kama naibu wa gavana anayeondoka, Gavana Salim Mvurya, na alikuwa naye kuanzia mwaka wa 2013 ambapo waliingia na chama cha ODM, kisha wakapata mtafaruku na aliyekuwa na Raila Odinga ambaye ni mwenyekiti wa chama cha ODM, kisha baadaye wakaweza kutofautiana, akajiunga na chama cha Jubilee, ambapo hapo aliweza kupata kiti kwa mara ya pili Salim Mvurya na naibu wake akiwa Fatma Achani. Pia ni jambo la kutamausha wengi, kwani hakuna wagavana wengi wameweza kupeana uskani kwa manaibu wake. Tumeona kwamba Salim Mvurya alikuwa kipaumbele, alikuwa mstari wa mbele kuweza kumfanyia kampeni Fatma Achani hapo nyumani. Na kufikia majuma yaliyopita Fatma Achani aliweza kutangazwa mshindi na kura 59,000 akiweza kuwashinda wanaume 6 ambao walikuwa wamejitosa kwenye shindano hili la ugavana, na baada ya hapo akaweza kutawazwa kama mshindi. Na hivi leo ndo siku ilikuwa imechacha, naye Fatma Achani leo ameweza kuchukua kiapo chake, na kwa miaka 5 ijayo wakazi hawa wataweza kumwangalia kwa darubini kama kweli ataweza kufanya ahadi alizoahidi hawa wakazi, ama utawala wake utakuwa vipi ukilinganishwa na Salim Mvurya miaka 10 iliyopita. Kwa hivyo chumba, sisi tuko hapa tumekuwa tukiona matukio. Fatma Achani ameweza kusema kweli kama gavana, kama mwanamke haijakuwa rahisi, lakini yameingia historia ili kuona kwamba wanawake wote sio hapa tu katika gatuzi la Kwale bali eneo zima la pwani, yoyote atakaye uongozi na yeye ni mwanamke anaweza, na kuwahimiza tu wanawake wasijidharau ili waweze kujichukulia kwa umakini na kwa umuhimu ili waweze kufanya yaliyotengewa katika uongozi. Kwa hivyo sisi tuko hapa, kile tunachoona ni kuwa msafara unaondoka, washamaliza kula chakula cha mchana na wanaondoka hivi. Gatuzi limeachiwa mikononi mwa Fatma Achani, tuweze kuona kwa miaka 5 ijayo, je, ataweza kupata maksi ngapi katika tu. Mungu akitujalia umri na uhai, tutaweza kuona kwa miaka 5 ni kipi amewakifanyia hawa wakazi wa Kwale. Kwa hivyo chumba na kurudisha kwako, sisi tumeshamaliza shamra hapa katika gatuzi la Kwale, na tumemsikia Fatma Achani kwa ahadi zake na kilio chake na furaha yake, na sisi tu ni kupiga tu darubini yetu kama KBC kuona utawala wake utakuwa vipi kwa miaka 5 inayokuja. Lakini kutoka gatuzi la Kwale, mimi ni Juni Karisa nikiwa nampigia picha wangu Jones Mombinya, na kurudisha kwako Benchumba.
Asante sana mwanahabari wetu huyu Juni Karisa akiwa amekita kambi katika kaunti ya Kwale, ambapo ametupa taarifa fupi hapo kwamba Fatuma Achani ameweza kula kiapo kama gavana wa kaunti ya Kwale na kutoa hakikisho kwamba yeye atatoa huduma bila mapendeleo. Pia amezungumzia suala la kuchaguliwa kama mwanamke, kwa sababu utakumbuka kwamba katika uchaguzi ambao umekamilika wiki iliyopita ni kwamba wanawake takriban 7 wameweza kuchaguliwa kama magavana, kinyume na uchaguzi za hapo awali ambapo wanawake 3 walichaguliwa. Kwa hivyo hapo Kwale Fatuma Achani anasema kwamba haijakuwa safari rahisi. Kwa hivyo ni mwanahabari wetu Juni Karisa ambaye yupo katika kaunti ya Kwale, anafuatilia matukio na bila shaka atatueleza zaidi, taarifa zaidi. Labda nikuje kwako Bwana Harrison, kidogo tueleze kabla kuenda kwake Karisa, nilikuwa nazungumzia haja ya kufanyika kwa shughuli hii ya magavana kula kiapo. Kwa nini shughuli hii ikawa inafanyika mchana mbele ya watu wote kuweza kushuhudia?
Asante sana. Inafanyika wazi. Nafikiri jambo la kwanza ni kutaka wananchi wakaweze kumuona na kumjua gavana wao, kwa sababu mara mingi unakuta watu wanakaa katika eneo na hawajui viongozi wao, na pia ni kisheria ili ya kwamba kusiwe ya kwamba vitu zinafanyika katika hali ambayo haieleweki kwa giza. Kwa hivyo ni uwazi, inatia nguvu wazi katika kufanya governors wakaweze kuwekwa wazi mchana. Nafikiri hilo ndilo linalozingatiwa, Bwana Ben.
Ni kweli lolote lile linalofanyika mchana tunaamini kwamba halina vitu vificha linakuwa wazi kama vile linavyofanyika mchana. Bwana Ndede, kama vile nilikuwa nimetajia tu kwamba pale katika wale ambao walikuwa ofisini wakiondoka magavana, kulikuwa na swala lile la wao kutokusanya ushuru wa kutosha, ama ushuru wanaokusanya pengine hauwasaidii kutekeleza majukumu yao katika kaunti. Inabidi kwamba bado wananyosha mkono katika serikali kuu. Je, unadhani hili kwa sana linachangiwa na nini?
Mwanzo nilivyosema, si kwamba kuna kaunti zile zinaokota pesa ya kutosha, lakini sasa yale matumizi ya zile hela ndio hayakui sawa. Lakini pia kuna zile ambazo haziokoti ushuru wa kutosha kwa sababu ya kwamba wametegemea tu pesa zitakuja kutoka katika serikali kuu. Kwa sababu ukiangalia pale nyuma, kabla tukuwe na governors, kulikuwa na hizi county councils na zilikuwa zinajisimamia na pesa zao za ushuru wa kuokotwa. Kwa hivyo hiyo ni sehemu moja ambayo inafaa kuangaliwa sana. Tuseme hata kama katika huu mji wa Nairobi uko na pesa nyingi sana, na ushuru ukiokotwa kwa njia iliyo sawa na tena uweze kutumika kwa njia iliyo sawa. Pesa zipo. Kwa hivyo ninaona mara mbili uzembe wa magovernors kwa ajili ya kufikiria pesa zitakuja kutoka katika national government, na kwingine zina ushuru na ukotwa, lakini matumizi hayatumiki vizuri. Na ukiangalia vyema utaona kuna magavana ambao wamekuwa wakifanya kipindi kimoja na kuondoka. Nafikiri Wakenya wamekuwa macho kabisa, wanataka kujua pesa zao zinatumika vipi. Wanaangalia miradi ambazo gavana amefanya, wanalinganisha. Kwa hivyo Wakenya wako macho, na inamaanisha pia demokrasia yetu inagrow.
Inakuwa. Na kweli demokrasia inakuwa. Na sasa nitamrudisha kwake Ben Chumba ambaye anataka kumkaribisha Nancy Okware ambaye yuko katika kaunti ya Machakos.
Na mtazamaji, ni kweli kabisa, tunaye mwanahabari wetu Nancy Okware ambaye yuko katika kaunti ya Machakos. Okware, Wavinya Ndeti amekula kiapo ama bado?
Shukran sana mwenzangu Ben Chumba na Zainab Said mkiwa kwenye studio. Tunakujia moja kwa moja kutoka katika kaunti ya Machakos, na hususan katika afisi za gavana ambazo ziko nyuma yangu hapa mtazamaji, na ni hapa ambapo afisi hizi sasa hivi zitakuwa zinaye gavana mpya ambaye ameapishwa muda mfupi uliopita, Wavinya Ndeti, pamoja na naibu wake ambaye ameapishwa vilevile Francis Mwangangi. Ni hafla ambayo ilikuwa inafanyika katika uwanja wa Kenyatta ulioko hapa katika mji wa Machakos, na ilihudhuriwa tu na wananchi mbalimbali. Walikuwa wamejaa pale, ikizingatiwa kwamba ni uwanja ambao una uwezo wa kuwabeba takriban watu 15,000. Na hivyo basi hafla hiyo, bali na wananchi ambao walihudhuria, wengineo ni pamoja na kiongozi wa Wiper Kalonzo Musyoka na vilevile gavana anayeondoka wa kaunti hii Daktari Alfred Mutua. Baada ya kuapishwa, Wavinya Ndeti amesema ya kwamba atazidi kutimiza yote ambayo alikuwa ameahidi wananchi na wakazi wa Machakos wakati wa kampeni, akisema ya kwamba atatekeleza yote yaliyoko katika manifesto yake. Masuala mbalimbali kama vile kuimarisha kilimo, kuhakikisha ya kwamba wakazi katika eneo hili wanapata pesa mfukoni na chakula mdomoni kama anavyosema, na vilevile kuimarisha miundo msingi ili kuhakikisha vifaa ama mimea ama mazao na mavuno yanapotoka pale shambani basi yanafika sokoni kwa njia rahisi, hivyo basi kumrahisishia kazi yule mkulima. Vilevile Kalonzo Musyoka ambaye ni kiongozi wa Wiper katika alipokuwa tu akizungumza, amempongeza Wavinya Ndeti kwa kuibuka mshindi, na akamtaka aongoze kaunti hii kwa uadilifu na kuhakikisha kwamba ile miradi ambayo pengine inastahili kukamilika, miradi ambayo inastahili kutekelezwa inatekelezwa, na kuhakikisha kwamba wananchi wanapata zile huduma bora ambazo wamekuwa wakizihitaji kwa muda mrefu. Vilevile gavana anayeondoka Daktari Alfred Mutua amemtaka tu Wavinya Ndeti kuongoza kwa ule ustadi na kutosikiza maneno kutoka kwa wengine, manake amesema kunayo matusi ambayo atapokea kwa wakati, lakini hayo yote asimfanye akose ama alegee katika uongozi wake. Mtazamaji, itakumbuka ya kwamba kaunti ya Machakos ni moja kati ya kaunti 7 humu nchini ambazo zimewachagua magavana wanawake. Hivyo basi kumaanisha ya kwamba ni historia ambayo imeandikishwa leo hii katika kaunti hii pamoja na kaunti zingine 6. Kumbuka ya kwamba vilevile kaunti ya Machakos, bali na kuwa gavana mwanamke, seneta katika kaunti hii vilevile ni mwanamke ambaye ni Agnes Kavindu. Na hivyo basi wamesema tu ya kwamba inaonyesha demokrasia ya Kenya imekomaa kwa kiwango ya kwamba wanawake wanaweza wakachaguliwa katika nafasi kama hizi. Na hivyo basi tutazidi tu kukujuza mengi zaidi kutoka katika eneo hili, lakini kwa sasa hivi na urejesha usukani kwako Zainab Said na Ben Chumba mkiwa kwenye studio.
Shukran sana Nancy Okware yule akiwa kaunti ya Machakos. Hapo ametueleza kwamba tayari Wavinya Ndeti ameweza kula kiapo kama gavana wa kaunti ya Machakos. Ni hafla ambayo iliweza kuendelea hapo mapema kidogo na kuweza kuhudhuriwa na kiongozi wa Wiper Kalonzo Musyoka pamoja na Dr. Alfred Mutua ambaye ni gavana anayeondoka wa kaunti ya Machakos. Kwa hivyo moja kwa moja tunaelekea katika kaunti ya Taita Taveta na tunampata mwanahabari wetu Michael Mwandiga. Mwandiga, mambo vipi hapo Taita Taveta?
Na shukran sana mwenzangu Zainab na Ben Chumba mkiwa kule Broadcasting House jijini Nairobi. Wanasema Waswahili hayawi sasa yamekuwa, na kwamba kaunti ya Taita Taveta tayari wameweza kupata gavana wao baada ya kuweza kuapishwa masaa machache yaliyopita papa hapa katika uga huu wa Matunge, kaunti ya Taita Taveta. Na ni mengi tumeweza kuzungumziwa na gavana Andrew Mwadime almaarufu Wakuya, lakini jina la Wakuya atakuwa anaweza kufahamu au kumtafuta baada ya kufahamu uhalisia wa jina hili, lakini ni kwamba amezungumzia masuala mengi. Swala la kwanza kiweza kuzungumzia kwamba ataweza kufanya kazi na viongozi wote katika kaunti ya Taita Taveta, na pia vile vile ameweza kutoa wito kwa wote kuweza kushirikiana kuhakikisha kwamba mwananchi anaweza kupata zile huduma ambayo ni haki yake ya kikatiba, na vile vile ameweza kutoa onyo kali kwa wale ambao wanajihusisha na ufisadi kwamba serikali yake kato haitokubali wala kuzingatia ufisadi, na ni kwamba wanataka kuwe na mambo yaliyonyooka, na mambo mengi ameweza kuzungumzia ikiwa ni masuala ya elimu, masuala ya usalama, masuala ya kuweza kuhakikisha kwamba kaunti ya Taita Taveta inakwenda kujisimamia yenyewe kibinafsi hasa katika masuala ya chakula, na pia vile vile Taita Taveta imeweza imebarikiwa sana na masuala ya madini. Kwa hivyo akisema ya kwamba ataweza kuzingatia kwamba 70% angalau wananchi wa Taita Taveta waweze kupata yale manufaa, na kisha ile 30% nyingine iweze kwenda katika serikali kuu. Lakini yote hayo kuweza kuyatilia pono na kuweza kuweka katika mwelekeo ambao unafaa. Niko hapa na mbunge mteule kutoka katika eneo bunge lile la Undanyi, bwana Mwashako, atakuwa anaweza kuongea na sisi kutupasha tu japo kwa kifupi safari hii, na baada ya gavana kuweza kuapishwa ni yapi wanatarajia kama viongozi wa kaunti ya Taita Taveta. Karibu bwana Mwashako, tutakuwa unazungumza na wananchi, kutueleza tu kwa kifupi kuhusiana na hafla hii.
Asante sana KBC. Kwanza siku ya leo ni siku muhimu sana kwa wakazi wa Taita Taveta, na ni siku ya kihistoria ambapo tumempata gavana wetu watatu. Tumekuwa na magavana wawili waliopita, sasa tumepata gavana watatu, na ukiangalia tu matabasamu za wananchi watukufu wa jimbo letu, kuna furaha ya kiajabu. Ukifananisha furaha hii ni kama ile Wakenya walikuwa nayo baada ya mheshimiwa hayati Kibaki alipokuwa rais mwaka 2003. Sasa tumepata huo msisimuko na furaha kubwa. Kwa sababu gani furaha hii imeingia watu wetu? Ni kwa sababu tulipokuwa tunaenda kupiga kura, kulifika mahali basi wananchi waamue mambo mawili. Kwanza waamue nani wanayemtaka, na pili waamue nani anayemtoa. Sasa leo hii furaha kubwa ni kwa sababu mheshimiwa Mwadime alipata kura nyingi sana, yani kizungu anasema overwhelming support. Sasa leo hii furaha tunayo ni hiyo, lakini furaha nyingine ya pili ni kwamba tuna matazamio makubwa. Leo tunajua kwamba kaunti yetu imebaki nyuma sana kimaendeleo. Tumekuwa tukipata mgao mkubwa kutoka kwa serikali ya kitaifa, karibu shilingi bilioni 5, lakini pesa hizi basi wananchi hawajazionea manufaa yake. Ukiangalia pesa zinazokuja kwa kaunti bilioni 5 na zile zinazokuja kwa mabunge ya CDF, tunaona wananchi wanaona maendeleo kwa CDF, lakini hawaoni ile pesa inayokuja kwa kaunti. Kwa hivyo matazamio makubwa ya wananchi ni kwamba basi leo mheshimiwa gavana wetu mpya ameweza kueleza kinagaubaga kwamba yeye la kwanza ambalo hata fanya mchezo nalo ni watu wale wafisadi, na ametoa onyo kali kwamba wewe ni mfisadi basi heri ujitoe mapema. Na wananchi wamekuwa wakilia sana, manake wafisadi wamekidhiri sana katika serikali iliyopita, na tuna uhakika ndani ya, na mimi ninavyomjua mheshimiwa Mwadime, nimefanya naye kazi bungeni miaka 5, amekuwa mtu wangu wa karibu. Hana utepetevu na kazi. Ni mtu ambaye akisema jambo analifuatilia mpaka mwisho wake. Kwa hivyo la kwanza tunajua tutaboresha maendeleo katika kaunti hii. Kuna mambo mengi, yeye amekuwa mstari wa mbele sana na mambo ya uchimbaji madini. Yeye mwenyewe ni mchimbaji madini na ameweza kusaidia vijana wengi katika eneo hili la Mwatate na Taita kwa ujumla. So tuna imani kwamba sasa mambo ya madini yataweza kuwa katika kama kigezo muhimu kuleta maendeleo ndani ya kaunti yetu ya Taita Taveta. Lakini lingine ambalo pia amenifurahisha nalo ni ile ameweza kuextend kusema kwamba wafanyakazi wa kaunti wamekuwa wakipata changamoto sana na malipo ya mishahara yao, na amesema kwake katika serikali yake hakuna hata siku moja ataweza kuchelewesha mishahara vile imekuwa ikicheleweshwa hapo mbeleni. Lakini lingine ambalo la msingi ambalo tumekuwa tukililia sana sisi kama viongozi tuliokuwa ni uwiano wa viongozi, ile kufanya kazi pamoja. Na nataka kusema bila uoga wote kwamba kile kilichodunisha sana maendeleo katika kaunti yetu ni viongozi kujipiga vifua. Kiongozi ambaye anainuka siku moja yeye anajua kila kitu, hata hahitaji mchango wa mtu yote. Lakini mheshimiwa Mwadime ninavyomjua na vile alivyojieleza ni kuwa ataweza kuleta viongozi wote pamoja, atatuweka kwa meza moja, yeye akitupatia mwongozo kama mwenyekiti wa viongozi, kama yeye ndio the most senior katika kaunti hii. na sisi wabunge, mama woman rep na senator, sote kwa pamoja tushaketi na tena tunaendelea, tumesema tutaketi tena ili tuone ni vipi tutamshika mkono gavana wetu, tupatie support, tumshikilie kabisa ili akitoa uongozi, akitoa jambo lile nzuri tulishike mkono sote. Na sisi ambao tuko na michango ya kuchangia maendeleo na kuchangia maono mazuri kuboresha Taita Taveta, basi nasi tutakuwa tukimpatia maono hayo. Ule uwiano wa uongozi tuliokosa miaka 5 iliyopita, nina imani na hata wananchi wote wana imani kwamba unaenda kurudi. Na tumekunywa kama kiapo, alipokunywa kiapo yeye na sisi tumekunywa chetu, hata kama tukushika Biblia, lakini tumesema kwamba tutamuunga mkono 100%.
Na shukrani sana. Ni mbunge kutoka katika eneo bunge lile la Undanyi, na pia vile vile wapo kina dada hapa nitaweza kuzungumza nao, maana yake ni kwamba masuala ambayo yameweza kuzungumziwa ni kuhakikisha kwamba kina mama, afya ya kina mama na watoto. Kwa hivyo watueleze tu kwamba matarajio yao ni gani hasa kama kina mama na wasichana na vijana vile vile katika kaunti ya Taita Taveta. Jina lako ni nani, na tueleze tu kwamba furaha yenu mlionayo ni gani hasa kulingana na masuala ya maendeleo kwa vijana na kina mama?
Kwa majina naitwa Agnes Majani, natoka Bura Ward. Mimi nashukuru siku ya leo imekuwa ya faraja na ya furaha kwa watu wa Taita County. Manake kwanza uongozi uliokuwepo haukuwa uongozi sahihi. Lakini sasa hivi tuna imani kwa viongozi waliochaguliwa wanaenda kutenda kazi na wameamua kuwakilisha na wakatuelezea watafanya kazi na vijana, watafanya kazi na walemavu, watafanya kazi na wazee. Hawajichagua watu wa jinsia tofauti tofauti. Wamechagua watu wa jinsia tofauti tofauti. Watasaidia kila mmoja na watatushika mkono, na tuna imani na viongozi waliopo. Hata kiapo kilio leo na mheshimiwa gavana ambaye tunamuita Andrew Mwadime wa kujaa, tuna imani na yeye atafanya kazi iliyo sahihi, na pia ataangalia hospitali mengi yalikuwa hayana dawa. Kwa sasa hivi najua mambo hayo yanaenda kubadilika, na kitu ambacho tunakiomba wawe na umoja kama viongozi. Hilo tu ndio tunachokitaka Taita Taveta yetu. Manake umoja ulikuwa haupo, lakini sasa hivi tunajua utakuwepo. Kama wametuambia wamekaa mara kadhaa kwenye vikao vyao, kwa hivyo tunaona tayari washaanza kushikamana. Kwa hivyo tuna imani na wao watatenda jambo lililo sahihi katika Taita County, na hatutakuwa namba 47 watu wa mwisho. Raundi hii sisi ndio tunaongoza kuwa namba 1.
Naam, shukrani sana. Ukitizama ni kwamba ni nyuso za furaha na bashasha kuona kwamba wameweza kupata kiongozi mpya, na pia vile vile uongozi ambao unatarajia kwamba kuweza kuleta mabadiliko itajika katika kaunti ya Taita Taveta. Kaunti ya Taita Taveta imejaliwa na rasilimali nyingi, pia vile vile kuna mbuga ya wanyamapori ikiwa ni ile Tsavo East na Tsavo West National Park, ambazo wanataraji kwamba pia vile vile wananchi watakuwa wanaweza kurithi pakubwa ama kuweza kunufaika pakubwa kuhusiana na hela zinazotoka pale wakati watalii wanapokuja. Na pia vile vile akisisitiza katika hotuba yake, gavana alisema kwamba atahakikisha pia na wale wanaoishi na ulemavu ataweka karibu katika serikali yake, kuhakikisha kwamba kunakuwa na usawa, kunakuwa na maridhiano kati ya viongozi, na pia vile vile kuwa na mwongozo ufao. Huku Taita wanasema kwa hela kwa langala, yani kumekucha, na sasa ni wakati wa kufanya kazi. Mwenzangu Zainab Chumba kutoka kaunti ya Taita Taveta, mimi ni Michael Mwandiga. Shukrani.
Michael Mwadiga yule unamuona pale akiwa katika kaunti ya Taita Taveta. Mtazamaji, kumbuka tuna maripota ambao wamekita kambi katika kaunti mbalimbali angako kuletea matukio yanavyojiri tu saa chache baada ya magavana 47 kula kiapo, na hapo ameondoka ni Michael Mwadiga akiwa kaunti ya Taita Taveta akituambia kwamba gavana wa kaunti ya Taita Taveta ameweza kula kiapo pale, Andrew Mwadime akisema kwamba atachapa kazi, na pia ameweza kuzungumza na wenyeji wa kaunti ya Taita Taveta ambao wanaonekana kidogo wanaonyesha furaha sana na wana matarajio kwamba gavana mpya ataweza kuleta pamoja wananchi na kuboresha uchumi wa eneo hilo. Awali kidogo tulikuwa katika kaunti ya Machakos ambapo tuliweza kubainishwa ama kuweza kuelezwa na mwanahabari wetu Nancy Okware kwamba Wavinya Ndeti tayari aliweza kukula kiapo na akaweza kusema kwamba atawapiga jeki wakulima katika kaunti hiyo ya Machakos, na pia kusema ataboresha uchumi. Ni hafla ambayo mwenzetu Okware anasema kwamba iliweza kushuhudiwa na kiongozi wa chama cha Wiper Kalonzo Musyoka na pamoja gavana pamoja ama vile vile na gavana anayeondoka Dr. Alfred Mutua. Na tunaarifiwa kwamba katika hotuba yake Kalonzo aliweza kumrai Wavinya Ndeti kuchapa kazi kabisa na kufanya kazi kwa njia ya uadilifu. Kumbuka mtazamaji, studioni pia tunaye mgeni ambaye anaweza kutuelezea jinsi mambo yanavyokwenda. Na labda Bwana Harrison, tueleze, tumeweza kushuhudia viongozi mbalimbali, kila gavana ambaye amekula kiapo ameweza kutoa ahadi mbalimbali kwamba atachapa kazi, na inaonekana kwamba matarajio ya wenyeji wa kaunti mbalimbali ni kubwa. Unadhani kwamba magavana hao wataweza kutimiza matarajio hayo?
Asante Ben. Hizi ahadi tunasikia sio mara ya kwanza tunasikia. Kila gavana aliyeingia kwa ofisi anakuja kutoa ahadi nyingi vile atakavyofanya kazi. Kwa hivyo muda tu ndio utakaozifikisha kwamba hizi ahadi wataweza kuzitimiza.
Na mtazamaji, ni itilafu kidogo ya mitambo ya sauti ya mgeni wetu, lakini ni swala ambalo linashughulikiwa hapa studio, na bila shaka hivi punde atarejea na kuweza kutueleza jibu lake kuhusiana na swala hilo, ambapo tumeweza kushuhudia magavana wote ambao wameweza kuapishwa hii leo 45 wakiweza kutoa ahadi mbalimbali kwamba watafanya hili, watafanya lile. Kwa hivyo ni wengi wanasubiri sana kujua itakwendaje. Kwa hivyo mtazamaji, kumbuka ni shughuli ambayo tunafuatilia kwa karibu kabisa, na wanahabari wetu wameweza kukita kambi katika maeneo mbalimbali humu nchini kuweza kufuatilia matukio na kutueleza jinsi mambo yanavyokwenda. Pia kumbuka sio swala tu la kuapishwa kwa magavana, tunafuatilia pia kukaribishwa kwa wabunge katika maeneo ya bunge, ambapo mwanahabari wetu Brian Kimani ameweza kukita kambi katika majengo ya bunge kuweza kutueleza jinsi mambo yanavyotukia pale. Na awali tumeweza kuzungumza naye na akatuambia kwamba ni shughuli ambayo itaendelea leo na pia kesho, ambapo wabunge wanafaa kuweza kujitokeza pale na wataweza kuonyeshwa mipangilio mbalimbali ya bunge, kuonyeshwa maeneo mbalimbali ya bunge. Kumbuka kwamba kuna wabunge ambao wamechaguliwa kwa mara ya kwanza, kwa hivyo hata hawajui maeneo mbalimbali ya bunge. Kwa hivyo hii leo na kesho ni siku ambayo bunge imeweza kutenga kwamba wao watafanyiwa hiyo shughuli, kwamba wataweza kuelezwa maeneo mbalimbali ili kwamba waweze kujua, ili wanapokula kiapo basi wanaweza kuchapa kazi moja kwa moja. Kwa hivyo mtazamaji, tunazidi kukupa taarifa kutoka maeneo mbalimbali. Kamche Menza namuona yupo tayari kutufahamisha ni nini yanajiri katika kaunti ya Nakuru, ambapo gavana Susan Kihika ameweza kula kiapo. Kamche, ikiwa unatupata, sijui sherehe imekwisha ama bado watu wanachapa sherehe katika kaunti ya Nakuru?
Nama mwenzangu Zainab na Ben Chumba hapo studioni, tupo katika kaunti ya Nakuru katika uwanja wa maonyesho wa Nakuru maarufu Nakuru ASK Showground, na huu ndio uwanja ambao umeweza kukamilisha ama kufanikisha hafla ya kuapishwa kwake gavana wa Nakuru, magavana mteule wa kaunti ya Nakuru Susan Kihika pamoja na naibu gavana wake David Kones, ambapo hii leo basi wameweza kuapishwa rasmi, kuchukua rasmi afisi hiyo. Kumbuka kaunti nyingi kama tulivyoona kutoka maeneo mengi ni kwamba leo ilikuwa hafla ni hiyo moja kwa moja. Kwa hivyo pia kaunti ya Nakuru ambayo ndi moja wapo kaunti ambazo zilichagua gavana mwanamke, basi hii leo zimepata nafasi ya kuweza kumwapisha gavana huyo ambaye ni Susan Kihika. Na mengi yamesemwa, lakini cha msingi ni kwamba amejaribu kurudia yale masuala aliyoweka katika manifesto yake. Kumbuka ni manifesto ambayo anasema alikuwa amezunguka katika vijiji tofauti maeneo mbalimbali hapa kaunti ya Nakuru kuweza kuwauliza wakazi wa Nakuru ni yapi ambayo wangeweza kufanyiwa, na anasema hayo aliyokusanya kutoka kwa wananchi basi ndio yaliyochangiza katika manifesto yake. Kwa hivyo ni masuala ambayo ameyataja. La muhimu kabisa ambalo amesema litakuwa la kwanza kulishughulikia ni masuala ya maji. Kumbuka ni mwanamke, na kumbuka viongozi pia wengine kama seneta na vile mwakilishi wa wanawake akiwa ni mwanamke. Seneta pia kaunti ya Nakuru amekuwa ni mwanamke, na pia Nakuru imetia rekodi, ameandikisha historia kwamba imeteua ama imepata viongozi wanawake wengi, sio katika ugavana tu seneta, bali hata katika wawakilishi wa wadi, wawakilishi wa bunge wameweza kuwa wanawake. Nakuru imeandikisha nambari kubwa ya wanawake ambao wameweza kupewa mamlaka katika uongozi mbalimbali. Kwa hivyo lake la kwanza lilikuwa ni kusema kwamba kuna shida ya maji katika maeneo mbalimbali, na akasema basi kwamba swala la maji ndilo litakalopewa kipaumbele hapa akihusisha sana wanawake na watoto wa kike. Mtoto wa kike ambaye mara nyingi hutatizika iwapo kama hakuna maji, anasema kwamba hutatizika, na ni kwamba vijiji vingi kaunti ya Nakuru bado havina maji ya kutosha. Kwa hivyo maji limekuwa swala muhimu kwake. Amelitaja vile amegusia kuhusu masuala ya afya, akisema kwamba wafanyikazi wa afya ambao wameandikwa katika mkataba wa kandarasi watabadilishwa waweke katika mkataba wa kudumu. Hiyo ikiwa ni hoja ambayo imeweza kuwa habari njema kwa wafanyikazi wa afya. Amezungumzia masuala ya elimu, akisema shule za chekechea pia zitaweza kupelekewa ile inaitwa feeding program, chakula kwa watoto wa shule. Kumbuka kaunti ya Nakuru pia ni mojawapo ya kaunti ambayo ina idadi kubwa ya watu. Kwa hivyo watoto pia wamekuweko na wamekuwa swala muhimu. Anasema kwamba watoto wanastahili kuwa shuleni na kwa hivyo basi itabidi kupelekwa chakula, ile school feeding program ambayo itawezesha watoto ama pia itaweza kuwarai watoto ama kuwashawishi wazazi kuwapeleka watoto wao shuleni, na pia watoto wakaweze kutulia mle shuleni wakaweze kwenda kusoma. Kwa hivyo ni masuala mengi yaliyogusiwa, lakini pia waliofika hapa kumekuwa na viongozi wanawake wengi kutoka mrengo wa Kenya Kwanza ama chama cha UDA, akiwemo katibu wa UDA ambaye ni Veronica Maina, akiwemo pia yule aliyekuwa akiwania kiti cha seneta ya kaunti ya Nairobi ambaye ni Millicent Omanga. Viongozi wengine kutoka kaunti ya Garissa, wanawake ambao wamemshika mkono Susan Kihika na kuweza kufika hapa. Kwa hivyo siku hii ya leo tayari Nakuru kama kaunti zingine imeweza kuapishwa rasmi kuwa chini ya uongozi wa Susan Kihika. Kufikia hapo wacha nirudishe usukani kwako Ben Chumba nawe Zainab Said, lakini hayo ndio mambo yaliyokuwa hapa, ikiwa sasa ni shamba ambazo zinaendelea katika upande wa pili kutoka hapa uwanja wa maonyesho wa ASK Nakuru.
Shukran sana Kamche, zidi kufuatilia matukio, tutaja kwako hapo baadaye. Mtazamaji, huyu amekuwa ni Kamche ambaye amekita kambi katika kaunti ya Nakuru, na anatuarifu kwamba gavana mpya wa kaunti ya Nakuru Susan Kihika tayari amekula kiapo na ameapa kwamba atasuluhisha matatizo mbalimbali kama vile tatizo la kutokuwepo kwa maji katika kaunti ya Nakuru. Pia ameweza kuzungumza kuhusiana na swala la afya, ambapo amesema kwamba wahudumu wa afya wataweza kupata kandarasi nzuri, na ameweza pia kutuarifu kwamba ni shughuli ambayo iliweza kushuhudiwa ama kuhudhuriwa na wanawake wengi kutoka mrengo wa Kenya Kwanza. Utakumbuka mtazamaji kwamba kaunti ya Nakuru ni mojawapo ya kaunti ambapo wengi walikuwa wamesema katika mitandao ya kijamii kwamba ni Nakuru Girls, kwamba imeweza kuwa na wawakilishi wanawake wengi zaidi. Kwa hivyo ni jambo la kupendeza kuona kwamba wanawake pia wanaweza kuchaguliwa kama magavana ama wabunge ama hata wakilishi wa wadi katika maeneo mbalimbali humo nchini. Mtazamaji, tunazidi kukupa taarifa moja kwa moja kutoka makao makuu ya shirika la utangazaji nchini KBC, hapa studio nikiwa Ben Chumba, nikiwa na Zainab Said pamoja na kasisi Adson Dela. Na hapo awali tulikuwa tunazungumza na Adson Dela kuhusiana na swala la magavana kutoa ahadi kubwa sana kwamba watafanya hili ama watafanya lile. Na Adson, ulikuwa unatueleza kwamba mara nyingi sio ya kwanza tu kuona magavana wakiweza kutoa ahadi kama hizi.
Ndio, nilikuwa nasema habari za kutoa ahadi si jambo geni. Tumeona hata wale wamekuwa ofisini wameondoka, walitoa ahadi, wengine wameshindwa kuzitekeleza. Kitu tutafanya ni kuwapa muda ndio utakao sema kama watafanya hayo ambayo wameahidi ama hawataweza kufanya. Lakini kinachonipa matumaini ya kwamba wengi wao watafanya kazi ni vile kutizama kuona kwamba wengi wameondolewa ofisini, ni kumaanisha wananchi hawakuridhika na uongozi wao na maendeleo walioyafanya. Kwa hivyo wakifikiria hilo, ninafikiria watafanya kazi. Na shida nyingine inakuwa pia katika ahadi wanazozitoa, wengi wao wanaposimama kiti ya ugavana, nafikiri wanatakiwa wafanye utafiti kidogo, wakaweze kujua hii kaunti ninayoenda kuwa gavana mapato yake ni kiasi gani, ni pesa ngapi unapata kutoka kwa serikali. So unapofanya ahadi unajua budget ulio nao. Kwa hivyo wengine wanafanya ahadi ambazo ziko zaidi ya pesa wanazopata, ndio sababu hata tunasikia habari ya madeni makubwa. Yes.
Kweli kabisa Bwana Ndeda, Kasisi Ndeda ulivyotaja, lakini katika kuongoza ama wakuu hawa wa kaunti, ukipenda magavana, watahitaji zaidi uungwaji mkono. Itakuwa mara ya kwanza katika kaunti ya Taita Taveta itakuwa imechagua gavana ambaye ni gavana huru, hakuwa anaegemea chama chochote. Je, hili pengine kwa mtazamo wako huenda likamtatiza baadaye, kilinganisha kwamba ili katika kuendeleza kaunti mbele ama baadhi ya vitu ambavyo anataka kutekeleza vipigwe jeki atahitaji wawakilishi wadi, na sasa kama yeye amekuja kama huru itamaanisha kwamba hatokuwa na wale wawakilishi wadi. Je, hili litamtatiza katika kuendelea mbele kuwafanyia wenyeji wa Taita Taveta maendeleo ama yale ambayo aliwaahidi wakati wa kampeni?
Hilo ni kweli kabisa. Ninajua magavana wawili sasa, huyo wa Taita Taveta na wa Meru, ambao wameingia wakiwa wagombea huru. Kulingana na siasa za Kenya vile tunazozielewa, zimeegemea sana kwa upande wa chama. Ninaona watapata matatizo kidogo, ila ya kwamba ukiangalia ni kwamba wananchi walikuwa na matumaini nao, waliona sera zao zikiwa bora, lakini pale katika bunge watapata matatizo, maana pale kutakuwa na mirengo ya vyama. MCS, wale wakilishi ward, wengine ni wa chama hii. So ninaona katika maeneo hizo wengi wao watatatiza hao magavana kama influence ya chama itaingilia, lakini maombi yetu ni kwamba wapewe nafasi wale wakilishi ward, wapatie magavana huru ambao wamechaguliwa kufanya kazi, kwa sababu kuchaguliwa kwao kumeonyesha kwamba wananchi wana imani na wao. Kwa hivyo kilicho kizuri ni wao kuungamana pamoja na wao, wakaelewane jinsi watakavyofanya kazi vyema pamoja, lakini ninajua watapata changamoto, watakuwa natishiwa ya kwamba watakuwa impeached na mambo kama hizo.
Turudie sasa katika masuala tulikuwa tunazungumza pale awali kuhusiana na masuala ya fedha, ambalo ndio kiungo muhimu tu katika kusukuma kaunti hizi mbele ama kuhakikisha kwamba wenyeji wa maeneo haya wanapata huduma, na pia linatoa picha ile dhana ambayo wale ambao walikuwa wakisukuma ninio ugavana magatuzi, inakuwa na picha yake kwamba wananchi katika maeneo yote nchini waweze kupata huduma pale walipo. Kuna kaunti ambazo nyingi tu ambazo zinaondoka zinasema kwamba zimeacha madeni. Kulikuwa wakati pia rais alijitokeza, Rais Uhuru Kenyatta akasema kwamba kaunti na mashirika yote ya kiserikali yaweze kulipa madeni, lakini kuna kaunti nyingi tu ambazo bado kama Kiambu, Nairobi bado hazimelipa madeni. Je, sasa hili iko kwamba mtu mwingine ameshikishwa ushukani, wale wanakandarasi hatima yao pengine inakuwa vipi kuningasha kwamba serikali zinakuja nyingine?
Kwanza ni shukuru, ugatuzi umefanya kazi nzuri sana kwa hii nchi. Tangia tupate serikali za ugatuzi, ukitembea kila mahali unaona kuna maendeleo yanayoendelea katika counties. Tumeona mabarabara, tumeona hospitali na vitu kama hizo zikijengwa. Kwa hivyo ugatuzi umefanya kazi nzuri. Ni vyema wale wanaoingia, magavana wanaoingia wajue kwamba unapotamani kazi hapa, unapotamani ofisi, basi wajue hawakupokea tu kiti, bali wamepokea pamoja na matatizo yaliyoko katika hiyo county ambayo wameingia. Kwa sababu labda hizi madeni ni kutokana na wale ambao walisupply vitu katika county, ni wana Kenya ambao wanafanya biashara. Kwa hivyo wanafaa waweke mipango namna ya kulipa hizo madeni. Lakini jambo moja ambalo sijafurahia, ninaona kaunti ambazo zinatajwa ziko na madeni kubwa, na ukiangalia budget ambao wametumia katika sherehe za leo, hawakai kama watu walio na madeni, hawakai kama watu ambao wanagagada kifedha. Ninataka nipongeze Gavana Simba Arati aliyesema kwamba haina haja pesa nyingi kama hizi zitumike kwa ajili ya mimi mtu mmoja, ili hali wananchi wanahitaji kuhudumiwa. Hizo hela ambazo zingefanya sherehe hii zikaende kwa ajili ya kuhudumia Wakenya. Tunataka kuona viongozi kama hao ambaye anafikiria wa Kenya zaidi, ama wale watu wanaohudumia zaidi kuliko yeye mwenyewe. Lakini vile nimesema, itakuwa makosa kama governor ataingia kwa ofisi alafu aignore madeni ambayo amepata pale, maana hayo madeni ni watu wanafanya biashara, ni watu wanategemea hiyo. So tunapokuja kama nia yetu ni kuempower watu, wanafaa walipe hizo madeni. Wakiendelea, huenda hata yeye wakati atatoka pia atawacha madeni, na atakaye kuja pia atalipa madeni hayo. Yeah.
Na hapo kwa madeni tu, nyingi ya kaunti pia ukiangalia ripoti ya mkaguzi mkuu wa fedha alikuwa sema kwamba 70% ya ushuru na ukusanywa katika serikali hizi za kaunti zinaelekea katika kuwalipa wafanyikazi. Je, ni wakati umetimu kwamba pengine kuwe na mikakati ya kuhakikisha kwamba ndio, kwa sababu sasa hivi wale ambao wataingia katika afisi kama magavana ambao wameapishwa na pia kuchaguliwa na wananchi, lazima kuna watu wale ambao yeye mwenyewe angetaka wakuwa wanamfanyia kazi, na kuna wale ambao ni wa serikali kuu lakini wako katika kaunti. Je, umetimu wakati pengine serikali iweze kusema kwamba wafanyikazi katika kaunti itakuwa ni kiwango hiki na hivi na hivi, ili kujaribu tu kupunguza yale matumizi ya mgao wa kaunti katika kuwalipa wafanyikazi?
Ninakumbuka wakati mmoja kulifanyika audit katika kaunti hii yetu ya Nairobi, wakati ilikuwa bado iko City Council. Na kukapatikana kwamba kuna wafanyikazi ambao wako kwa payroll wanapokea mshahara kila mwezi, lakini si wafanyikazi wa kaunti. Nafikiri hilo swala linafaa kufanyika kila baada ya miaka 5. Anayeingia governor afanye audit kuona kwamba kusiwe kuna wafanyikazi ambao hawapo na wanapokea mishahara. I think hilo ndio linachangia, kwa sababu kama kuna mtu anayehitajika kwa ajili ya kufanya kazi kwa county, haitakiwi kuwa na uzito wa kumlipa pesa, kwa sababu kazi anayofanya ni kazi inayohitajika kwa county. Kwa hivyo ninaamini ya kwamba swala la mishahara kuwa ni kubwa sana ni kwa sababu ya wafanyikazi ambao hawafai. Wengine si hati hawapo, wengine wapo lakini hata hawana kazi. Ni mtu wa kukaa tu pale, bora akaweze kupokea mshahara.
Je, hili pengine linatokana na, kwa mfano mimi Zainab nilikuunga wewe mkono wakati unafanya kampeni, kwa hivyo lazima urudishe mkono. Pengine hili linachangia kwa njia moja ama nyingine?
Ndio, hiyo inachangia kwa njia moja ama nyingine. Ila magavana kuna njia mingi ya hata kuriwada ambao walikufanyia kazi kama ni lazima wakaweza kuwa rewarded. Kuna watu wanaostaafu kila mwezi, kila mwaka watu wanastaafu kutoka kwa ofisi. Unajua kilicho kikubwa, hakuna haja ya kwamba uko governor baada ya miaka 5 utalaumiwa haukufanya kazi, lakini ni kwa sababu ulitaka kufurahisha marafiki zako. Kwa hivyo hela mingi zilienda tu kulipa kwa mishahara, lakini kimaendeleo hakuna kitu umefanya. Kwa hivyo itakuwa vyema magavana wakaweze kuangalia kati ya ile legacy atawacha nyuma na kuajiri tu watu kupata mshahara ambao hawastahili kufanya hiyo kazi, ni lipi lipo muhimu kwake. Maana baada ya miaka 5 atarudi kwa watu kwa ajili ya kutaka kuchaguliwa tena. Lakini mimi najua mahali shida iko kubwa ni hapo katika ghost workers. Kama vile tumesikia habari hata katika supplies. Watu wana supply hewa lakini wanapata pesa. Vitu kama hizo ndio zinapoteza pesa.
Kweli kabisa. Kasisi Ndeda, katika uchaguzi huu umetoa watu ambao pengine hawakuwa na fedha kwa wingi sana wakati wa kampeni, lakini kwa njia moja ama nyingine wamechaguliwa katika afisi. Kama tuliangazia taarifa hapa hivi, kule Tana River kulikuwa na kijana tu alikuwa ni mchimba mawe, lakini ameweza kuchaguliwa na wenyeji wa eneo hilo. Je, pengine Wakenya wameanza kubadilisha mtizamo wao kuhusiana na wale ambao wanataka waongoze, ama ni demokrasia inazidi huku?
Mambo mawili. One, demokrasia yetu inaonyesha inakuwa. Watu wamefika mahali pa kusikiza mtu, kusikiza sera za mtu, na pia kuangalia uwezo alio nao kwa ajili ya kufanya hiyo kazi. Maana sera, kila mtu anaweza kuja na sera. Lakini nipongeze sana hizo sehemu zote ambazo zimechagua watu. Nimeona mtu amechaguliwa alifanya campaign kwa punda. Nilimsikiza huyo kijana akasema kampeni yake haiwezi zidi 30,000 zile ametumia, na amekuwa MCA. Hiyo ndio Kenya tunataka kuona, ya kwamba watu wasichague watu kwa ajili ya hela wanazowapatia. Tuchague watu kwa ajili ya sera na uwezo alio nao kwa ajili ya kufanya kazi. So hili linapeana matumaini ya kwamba kama una ndoto za kuwa kiongozi, unaweza ukapata nafasi. Maana Wakenya wameanza kutazama viongozi kwa njia iliyo tofauti. Ukitizama huu uchaguzi utaona watu tajika, viongozi tajika wameanguka kura. hawakuweza kupata nafasi. Kwa mfano tuangalie kama Meru.
Naam.
Gavana aliyekuwa aliondolewa, kukawa aliyekuwa senator aliondolewa, na waliondolewa na mgombea huru. So ukiangalia eneo kama hilo unaona hao watu walitaka mchapakazi. Hawakutaka pesa, hawakutaka mambo mengine, walitaka mchapakazi. So demokrasia yetu inakuwa. Na hiyo ni jambo nzuri.
Tusalie tu hapo katika kuapishwa kwa magavana na pia kuchukua hatamu za afisi. Kuna wale ambao wamechaguliwa kuingia afisini, alafu kuna wale ambao walikuwa katika mrengo wa Kenya Kwanza, wengine wa Azimio, japo kuna kesi mahakamani ambayo bado inashughulikia masuala ya kura ya urais. Lakini kuna wale magavana ambao walikuwa wamehudumu kwa kipindi cha miaka 2 na wamemaliza hatamu yao kama vile katiba inavyohitaji. Na sasa pengine walikuwa katika mrengo huu wa Kenya Kwanza, mrengo wa Azimio. Je, kwa magavana kama hawa na pengine bado wana umri wa kuwatumikia Wakenya, pengine mchango wao katika ama maisha yao baadaye, pengine mchango wao katika serikali na taifa tu pengine unakuwa vipi?
Kuna sababu katiba iliweka vipindi viwili. Na mtu akifanya kazi kama gavana miaka 10, kama hakutosheka, huyu mtu hatawaitosheka. Na itakuwa makosa kwa sababu ndio bado wako na umri, lakini kuna vijana ambao wanatoka shuleni sasa hivi. Kuna watu wanasoma, wengine watahitimu mwaka huu, wengine mwaka ujao. Kwa hivyo kama tutakuwa katika hiyo hali ya kuendelea tu kutumia wale walioko, basi ina maana kwamba hatutapatia vijana nafasi ya kukua. Maana vijana, hata wewe unataka kusonga zaidi ya vile ulivyo. Na ikiwa sasa itakuwa ni wale walikuwepo tu, inakwamba ni political class, hiyo inakuwa ni makosa. In fact, kuna jambo lingine ambalo nimeona, ambalo naona si sawa. Kwa mfano ukiangalia Uasin Gishu, kuna aliyekuwa gavana, amekuwa kwa ofisi miaka 10, bado anang'ang'ana kusimama useneta. Inamaanisha akimaliza useneta, labda hata siku nyingine tutamwona akisimama MCA. Ni kumaanisha huyu ni mtu hatosheki. Haifai. Na especially ukiangalia kama mtu atasimama kuwa senator ili akaweze kuoversee gavana ambaye ameingia, je, niambie kama huyu gavana aliyekuwa ofisi hawata collude na hawataweza kufanya kazi vizuri, maana huyu atafunika huyu na huyu atafunika huyu. So katiba ilipokuwa inazungumza mambo haya, nafikiri ilikuwa inatazama mambo kama haya, na tunafurahia katiba yetu ni ya kuendelea. Mambo kama hayo yaangaliwe. Mtu kama ametaka kusimama kiti kama ugavana, ingie hapo akijua akimaliza miaka 10 atafute kitu kingine cha kufanya, sio kusimama tena, ili pia hata kupatia watu wengine nafasi ya kuonyesha uongozi wao. Sasa angalia, unajua sasa hapo ambao ameingia kuwa senator, hakuna vipindi. Ni kumaanisha anaweza kuwa hapo milele. Na vijana wasipate nafasi. Na
kazi ya seneta itakuwa ni kuangazia kazi ambayo inatekelezwa na gavana. Pengine hili linatoa picha ipi kwamba mtu alikuwa gavana na sasa anataka kuja kuwa seneta? Je, kuna kitu ambacho, alafu na pia na hapo tu tukisalia hapo, kuna baadhi ya magavana ambao wamechaguliwa afisini na walikuwa na msukumo, walikuwa na mkono ama wamesaidiwa na wale ambao wameondoka afisini, kwamba walikuwa wanawaidhinisha, na kuna wale magavana ambao hata hawako na shughuli kabisa na wale ambao wanaingia afisini. Kwa mfano ukiangazia kama gavana wa Kwale, alikuwa naibu gavana ambaye ameondoka, ambaye ametumikia miaka yake 10 ameondoka. Achani alikuwa naibu wa Mvurya na sasa yeye ndio ameingia afisini kwa gavana. Ukiangalia katika kaunti ya Isiolo, Kuti alimuidhinisha Guyo ambaye alikuwa ni mwakilishi wadi hapa katika kaunti ya Nairobi. Je, hili linatoa picha ipi kwamba wale ambao wanaondoka afisini bado wana kuwa na usemi katika wale ambao wanaingia katika afisi?
Iko mara mbili. Kuna wale wanaoweza kuwa wanataka kusukuma atakaye mridhi kwa ajili ya kuja kumfunika. Kunao hiyo ni klasi moja. Lakini kuna wengine ambayo hawana nia iliyo mbaya. Kwa mfano kama hiyo ambayo tunazungumzia ya Mvurya. Huyu amekuwa deputy governor kwa vipindi viwili. Ana haki ya kupanda ngazi. Hiyo iko sawa. Lakini isiwe ya kwamba magavana unapopusha kwamba unataka kuacha mtu nyuma. Wengi wao ukiangalia kweli unaangalia hata anayesukuma labda unaangalia ni kama hana uwezo kabisa wa kufanya hiyo kazi. Sasa hiyo inatilia shaka sana. So ingekuwa vyema kama magavana akimaliza kipindi chake na anaondoka, ngoje kupeana kwa ile atakayeingia. Kwa hivyo vile nimesema iko mara mbili. Kuna yule anayesukuma akiwa na agenda na kuna wale wamequalify. Hakuna makosa tuseme kama wewe ulikuwa deputy governor na governor uliofanya kazi na yeye amemaliza vipindi zake 2 anaenda. In fact anaye qualify kuingia hapo vizuri ni huyo deputy governor, kwa sababu alisa amejifahamisha na jinsi county government inafanya kazi. Kwa hivyo kunaweza kuwa na kuendelea kwa kufanya kazi kwa urahisi.
Na pia kunaweza kuwa kuendelea kwa kufanya mengine kwa sababu alikuwa yuko ndani na kwa sababu yeye ni naibu gavana, kwa mara nyingi tu yeye ndo anatekeleza vitu ambavyo wewe utakuwa kama gavana pengine una shughuli pale na pale. Uone kama pia hiyo inakuwa ni kama kuendeleza tu agenda ambayo serikali ambayo imeondoka.
Yeah, ni kweli. Ndio nikasema iko mara mbili. Kuna wale ambao wanasukuma mtu abaki hapo kwa sababu ya agenda ambayo ni kati yao wawili, hata si kwa ajili ya wananchi. Lakini uzuri wananchi wako macho. Kuna mambo ya audits, watu wataangalia, na tena watu ambao wanafaa kuwa macho sana ili tupate maendeleo ni wakilishi wadi. Wanafaa kufanya check up sana katika magavana ambao wamechaguliwa ili fedha zetu zikaweze kutumika vizuri na zikaingie katika maendeleo, ili isiwe kwamba alikuja tu kwa ajili ya kufunika mwenzake ama kumfeva. Wakilishi wadi ndio Wakenya wataangalia nyinyi zaidi katika kaunti zote. Yeah.
Kumekuwa nasema kwamba hawa wakilishi wadi pia ndo mara nyingi kwa wakati mwingine pia wanachangia kukua kwa kuendelea kufanyika kwa maovu, kama gavana ambaye ameondoka wa Embu Martin Wambora. Si mara moja si mara mbili wale mawakilishi wadi wake waliweza kupiga kura ya kutokuwa na imani naye, lakini akaendelea kuongoza hivyo tu. Kwa hivyo baadhi ya wakilishi wadi kuna wakati wanazua kwamba kweli gavana huyu tukimtathmini hatufanyi kazi yake vizuri. Pia kaunti ya Taita Taveta ilikuweza kukumbwa na visa kama hivyo. Gavana Gratton Samboja, kuna wakati wakilishi wadi walikwenda katika ilo bunge na kusema kwamba maneno yake maendeleo yake katika wananchi si mazuri. Hawa wakilishi wadi kuna wakati wanakweza tumika kumuondoa gavana ambaye yuko madarakani ama uongozini.
Hilo umeleta kweli ni swala muhimu sana. Tumeona kweli kama vile ulivyotaja gavana Wambora alitolewa kwa ofisi na wakilishi wadi. Shida tulioko katika nchi ya Kenya ni kwamba tuna watu wanajiita kama klasi ya wanasiasa na kazi yao ni kutunzana na kuprotect one another. Nafikiri tunahitaji kuangalia hapo kidogo katika katiba, kwa sababu hawa wakilishi wadi ndio wanafanya kazi na governor, na wao wameangalia utendakazi wake na wamekosa kuridhishwa na wanamtoa. Lakini inapoenda kwa Senate, Senate inamsave, inamrudisha. Na ndio sababu sasa unaona conflict of interest hapo niliposema, kwa mfano kama ile ya Uasin Gishu. Huyu amekuwa governor, sasa ameingia kwa Senate. So niambie kama yeye atapeleka mswada wa kuimpeach mwenzake ambaye amewacha nyuma, itakuwa vigumu sana kwa sababu watatunzana. Kwa hivyo tunashukuru katiba tuko nayo mpya ni nzuri, lakini inaonyesha kuna vipengele, kuna vitu ambazo tunafaa kuangalia. Kwa mfano kama chapter 6 ya ufisadi. Ilikuwa nzuri sana. Lakini leo hii kuna wangapi ambao wameingia katika bunge, wako wa bunge, wengine hata ni magavana, ni maseneta, lakini wako na tabia ambayo imetiliwa dosari, wako wengi. Lakini sababu ni nini? Tumewachia wabunge kutengeza sheria hata zile zinawahusu. Sasa walikuja wakadilute hiyo chapter 6, wakaiwekea kapengele tu kwa kuwaondoa ya kwamba basi hata kama kutatajika ama hapo kotini hadi atakapomaliza njia zote za kujitetea kotini. Na unajua kesi inaweza cheza kotini hata miaka 10 na mtu amemaliza kipindi chake kama alikuwa governor. Yes.
Ni kweli kabisa Bwana Ndende ulivyosema, bado katiba inazidi kukua na pengine itazidi kukazwa hata zaidi ili kuhakikisha kwamba tu mambo yanakwenda sambamba, ama pale ambapo kuna mwanya kunaweza kukazwa ili kuhakikisha kwamba uongozi unakuwa ni bora zaidi na ni uongozi ambao unamfaidi Mkenya. Sasa mwenzangu Ben Chumba yuko upande wa pili na sasa nataka kutuelezea tu taswira kuhusiana na magavana hawa ambao wamechaguliwa. Je, nani ni nani? Chumba, usukani ni wako.
Shukran Zainab, hapo akiwa na kasisi Adson Ndela akitueleza kidogo mtazamo wake kuhusiana na shughuli nzima ya kukula kiapo kwa magavana 47. Kumbuka ni magavana 47 kwa sababu uchaguzi uliweza kuahirishwa katika kaunti mbili, kaunti ya Mombasa na Kakamega, na kwa mujibu wa tume ya uchaguzi nchini IEBC, shughuli hiyo huenda ikafanyika ama itafanyika siku ya Jumatatu, na bila shaka tutazidi kukufahamisha. Mtazamaji, wanahabari wetu wamekita kambi katika maeneo mbalimbali humu nchini kuweza kutupa tu taswira ya jinsi mambo yalivyo katika eneo mbalimbali. Lakini sasa hebu tutupe jicho katika upande huu ambapo tungependa tu mtazamaji kuangazia baadhi ya viongozi ambao waliweza kuchaguliwa kama magavana, hususan wanawake, kwa sababu katika uchaguzi hapo mwanzo tuliweza kuona wanawake 3 waliweza kuchaguliwa tu kama magavana, lakini muhula huu ama uchaguzi wa sasa mambo kidogo yanaonekana kubadilika. Labda tuangalie kwa mapana ama kwa ufupi ni kwamba katika uchaguzi wa hapo awali nilivyokudokezea hapo awali, kati ya magavana 47 ni 3 tu peke yao ambao waliweza kuchaguliwa kama wanawake, lakini kwa sasa wanaonekana kuongezeka. Susan Kihika amechaguliwa gavana wa kaunti ya Nakuru. Susan Kihika ni wakili na sasa yeye ni gavana wa kwanza mwanamke katika kaunti ya Nakuru baada ya kukula kiapo ambayo imeweza kukamilika mwendo wa takriban saa 2. Alikuwa seneta wa kaunti hiyo ya Nakuru kuanzia mwaka 2013 hadi mwaka 2017 na aliweza kupata kura 1440,707 na kumshinda Liki Nyanjui ambaye ni gavana anayeondoka wa Nakuru wa chama cha Jubilee aliyepata kura 1225,623. Susan Kihika huyu akiwa mojawapo ya magavana ambao waliweza kuchaguliwa kama mwanamke. Gavana mwingine ambaye ameweza kuongeza idadi ya wanawake kufikia 7 ni gavana wa Homa Bay Gladys Wanga. Huyu amekuwa mwakilishi mwanamke katika kaunti ya Homa Bay kuanzia mwaka 2013 hadi mwaka 2017. Aliweza kutangazwa mshindi katika uchaguzi uliokamilika kwa kupata kura 1244,059 na kuweza kumshinda Evans Kidero aliyepata kura 1152,182. Kumbuka mtazamaji, Evans Kidero aliwahi kuhudumu kama gavana wa kaunti ya Nairobi, lakini wakati huu alijaribu bahati yake katika kaunti ya Homa Bay na kidogo inaonekana aliweza kupata nafasi ya pili. Alafu kumbuka pia mtazamaji kwamba Evans Kidero kidogo aliweza kusema atakwenda mahakamani kupinga matokeo ya uchaguzi, kwani kulingana naye anasema kwamba Gladys Wanga kuchaguliwa ama kuibuka mshindi katika uchaguzi huo. Kwa hivyo ni taarifa ambayo bado tutazidi kufuatilia, lakini kumbuka kwamba Gladys Wanga aliongoza kwa wingi wa kura katika maeneo bunge 7 kati ya 8. Mtazamaji, tunapitia tu wale magavana wanawake ambao tunasema sasa idadi hiyo imeongezeka hadi 7. Embu, kaunti ya Embu, Cecily Mbarire sasa amechaguliwa kama gavana na tayari amekula kiapo. Awali aliweza kuhudumu kama mbunge wa Runyenjes kunradhi mwaka 2007 hadi 17. Aliweza pia kuchaguliwa kama mbunge maalum mwaka 2017 hadi mwaka 2022 na akajaribu bahati yake kama gavana wa Embu na akaweza kushinda na kukula kiapo. Aliweza kujizolea kura 108,610 na kumshinda Leni Kivuti aliyepata kura 105,246. Inaonekana tu ni tofauti ya kura chache hapo. Gavana mwingine ambaye ameweza kuingia katika daftari ya wanawake 7 ambao wamechaguliwa kama magavana ni Wavinya Ndeti kutoka kaunti ya Machakos, ambaye sasa atakuwa gavana wa kwanza wa kike wa kaunti ya Machakos, kwani Dr. Alfred Mutua ambaye anaondoka amemaliza kuhudumu miula yake miwili. Amekuwa mbunge wa Kadhiani mwaka 2008 hadi mwaka 2013 na pia amehudumu kama naibu waziri wa michezo na pia amehudumu kama katibu mkuu mwandamizi wa uchaguzi. Aliweza kushinda kura kwa kupata kura 1226,609. Mpinzani wake wa karibu alikuwa Taita Taveta ambaye aliweza kujizolea kura 1129,100 81. Kumbuka kwamba hafla yake ya kuapisha imeweza kushuhudiwa na kiongozi wa chama cha Wiper Kalonzo Musyoka, ambaye aliweza kujitokeza pale kuweza kumrai Wavinya Ndeti kuchapa kazi kwa uadilifu, na pia aliyekuwa gavana anayeondoka wa kaunti ya Machakos Dr. Alfred Mutua pia aliweza kushuhudia shughuli hiyo ya kuapishwa kwake. Kaunti ya Kwale, Fatuma Achani pia wa chama cha UDA ameweza kuibuka na kuwa gavana mwanamke wa kaunti hiyo, na awali alihudumu kama naibu gavana wa kaunti hiyo ya Kwale kuanzia mwaka 2013 hadi mwaka 2022. Aliweza kushinda kura hizo kwa kupata kura 59,674. Aliwashinda Profesa Amadi Boga wa chama cha ODM, Chirau Ali Makwere wa Wiper, Gereza Dena wa chama cha KANU, Lungazi Chai Mangale wa PAA na Sami Rua, na kuweza kujipa nafasi ya kuwa gavana wa kaunti hiyo. Tuelekee kaunti ya Meru ambako Kawira Mwangaza aliweza pia kuchaguliwa kama gavana mwanamke. Yeye alikuwa mwaniaji huru. Amekuwa mmoja ya wale viongozi ambao waliweza kustajabisha wengi sana, kwa sababu aliwabwaga wale wanasiasa ambao walikuwa kidogo wa upande wa Kenya Kwanza na Azimio la Umoja, na akaweza kuibuka mshindi kama gavana kwa kuwa mwaniaji huru. Alihudumu kama mwakilishi wanawake hapo awali, na aliwabwaga vigogo kama nilivyokudokezea hapo awali kwamba Kiraitu Murungi na Mithika Linturi ambao waliweza kujaribu kushindana naye lakini hawakuona chochote. Aliweza kujizolea kura 209,148 na Mithika Linturi alipata nafasi ya pili kwa kura 183,859. Kiraitu Murungi aliibuka nafasi ya tatu kwa kura 110,814. Kwa hivyo mtazamaji, tu ni baadhi ya viongozi ambao waliweza kuchaguliwa kama wanawake. Kaunti ya Kirinyaga, Anne Waiguru aliweza kudhibiti kiti hicho na kuweza kuwa gavana wa kaunti hiyo kwa muhula wa pili, na hapo awali Waiguru aliweza kuhudumu kama waziri wa ugatuzi mwaka 2013 hadi mwaka 2015. Aliweza kuchaguliwa kwa mara ya kwanza kuwa gavana mwaka wa 2017 kwa tiketi ya chama cha Jubilee. Mwaka 2022 sasa ameweza kuhifadhi kiti kwa kuweza kujizolea kura 1,113,088. Aliweza kumshinda Purity Wangui Ngirishi kwa kura Ngirishi aliweza kujipatia kura 105,677. Inaonekana kwamba kura hizo zilikuwa chache kabisa tofauti yao. Kwa hivyo ni swala ambalo litakuwa linafuatiliwa kwa karibu kujua mambo yanavyokwenda. Kwa hivyo mtazamaji, hiyo tu ni taswira jinsi mambo yalivyokuwa katika uchaguzi huu ambao umekamilika, ambapo tunaripoti kwamba magavana 7 waliweza kuchaguliwa kama wanawake. Labda tu nielekee upande wa side na kuweza kumhusisha mgeni wetu Kasisi Adson, unadhani kwamba hii ni hatua muhimu sana kuona kwamba idadi ya wanawake waliochaguliwa kama magavana imeongezeka kutoka 3 hadi 7 mwaka 2022?
Hili ni jambo ambalo linaleta matumaini makubwa sana kwa nchi yetu, na hasa kwa wanawake na pia mtoto msichana, na inaonyesha pia hali ya demokrasia. Wakenya wamefika mahali wanatafuta viongozi, hawatafuti ya kwamba ni mwanaume ni mwanamke, wanatafuta viongozi. Na ukiangalia hawa ambao wamechaguliwa kulingana na vile umeonyesha hapo, ni wanadada ambao wako na record ya kufanya kazi. Wengine wametokea kuwa MP, wengine wamekuwa senator, wengine wamekuwepo katika kupigania hata demokrasia ya hii nchi. Hili linaleta matumaini, na tunaomba Wakenya tuendelee hivyo. Tumechukua mkondo ulio sawa, maana wanawake pia ni viongozi. Tunaenda shule moja, tunasoma chini ya mwalimu mmoja, kwa hivyo hakuna kitu wamepungukiwa kuwa viongozi. Ni jambo nzuri, linatia moyo sana hapo.
Kweli kwa Kasisi Ndeda, wanawake ni viongozi na umesahau kutaja tu kwamba palipo na wanawake pengine mambo haendi, manake ni haendi mrama, manake ni walezi. Turudi hapa katika kaunti ya Nairobi. Kaunti ya Nairobi ni kitovu cha taifa, ndo mji mkuu. Gavana Johnson Sakaja ambaye amekula kiapo hii leo anaingia afisini kama gavana wa 4. Uongozi wa kaunti ya Nairobi kwa magavana umekuwa haujakosa kuwa kwenye vinywa vya wengi. Gavana ambaye alikuwa wa kwanza ndiye aliweza tu kuhudumu kwa muda wa miaka yake 5. Alivyojaribu tena Sonko akaja akaingia, Sonko naye akaondolewa afisini kwa madai ya ufisadi na utumizi mbaya wa afisi, kisha akaja Kananu, na kuna wakati pia chini tu Sonko akiwa kulikuwa na ile serikali kuu ikaleta kwamba ile inaitwa NMS, uongozi wa jiji chini yake Jenerali Mbadi, ambayo imekuwa ikiendeleza shughuli katika kaunti hii ya Nairobi. Kwa Sakaja ambaye anaingia ofisini baada ya kula kiapo ile, tutotome kwamba anaingia ofisini kuwahudumia wananchi wa Nairobi hapo kesho, ni yapi tu pengine anatarajia kukumbana na?
Kwanza nimpongeze gavana wa Nairobi, maana ni gavana wangu, mimi naishi Nairobi. Kwa hivyo ninampongeza sana gavana Sakaja kwa ushindani ambao ulikuwa mkali sana na akaweza kushinda. Ninamwangalia Sakaja, namuona mwanzo ameanza akiwa mbunge mteule, amekuja amekuwa senator, na mwisho sasa yeye ni gavana. Kwa hivyo ninaona ana uzoefu wa kazi, anaelewa cha kufanya. Ila tulivyosema kweli, siasa za Kenya kidogo ndio tunaendelea kukomaa, ndio tunaendelea kukua. Ana challenge ndogo kwa sababu ana wakilishi wadi wachache katika bunge. Kwa hivyo tuseme miswada zikija bungeni ambazo ziko kinyume na yeye, iwapo ma-MCS wataamua kuchukua mrengo, basi ni swala ambalo linaweza likamtatiza, kwa sababu kaunti ya Nairobi iko na watu wako na interest nao wengi sana, maana hapa ni kitovu cha nchi. Kwa hivyo ninajua haitakuwa rahisi sana kwake, lakini jambo ambalo lilinifurahisha, iwapo atafanya kazi hivyo, basi ninaona anaweza kashinda jambo hili. Nilipomuona ametafuta waliopingana naye ambaye alikuwa Igathe, na wameketi pamoja wanakunywa chai pamoja, basi inanionyesha ni mtu aliye na uwezo wa kuleta watu pamoja. Na iwapo atatumia hizo skills, then itakuwa ataweza kusurvive Nairobi na kufanya kazi. Kitu kilicho muhimu ni kwamba yeye asiegemee kwa siasa za chama, ahudumie wana Nairobi wote. So that means hata wale ambao hawako kwa chama chake ni MCS, wakati anafanya maendeleo kwa wale ambao wametoka kwa chama chake, afanye kila mahali, na akifanya hivyo sioni kama kutakuwa na matatizo. Lakini kweli Nairobi iko na historia. Tumeona juzi Sonko akiondolewa, lakini wajua sababu ya mheshimiwa Sonko kuondolewa ni tofauti. Hatutaingia katika merits za hiyo maneno. Ni tofauti na ile ambayo inaweza ikakabiliana na Sakaja. Kwa hivyo tuwape ile tunaita benefit of doubt, lakini wajue kwamba hao wakilishi wodi tunawaambia kwamba kitu tunachotaka Nairobi si malumbano, maana malumbano yanapoteza muda wa kufanya kazi. Tunataka kuona utendakazi. Washirikiane na gavana ashirikiane na wakilishi wadi, tuone Nairobi kiinuka. Huu ni mji mkuu, tunataka kuona ukiwa tofauti.
Kweli kushirikiana na kama tulivyotaja kwamba ni kweli idadi yake ule mrengo wa Azimio ambayo sasa ndio seneta wa kaunti anatoka una idadi ya juu kidogo, na wawakilishi wadi wawili kilinganishwa na Gavana Sakaja ambaye Kenya Kwanza inakuja na wawakilishi wadi 37. Tuangazie katika gavana wa Homa Bay alivyokuwa anaapishwa Gladys Wanga, kulikuwa na ule kiongozi mgombea mwenza urais wa Azimio la Umoja Bi Martha Karua alikuwa katika shughuli hiyo. Katika Machakos tumemwona kiongozi wa Wiper Kalonzo Musyoka. Hapa Nairobi kulikuwa na rais mteule William Ruto. Hili linatoa taswira ipi kwa kiongozi yule na pia kwa wenyeji wa maeneo hayo?
Ninachoangalia pale unfortunately ni lile ambalo tunajaribu kuongea hapa. Ninaona siasa za mrengo. Ningefurahia kama ningeona tuseme kama president elect ageenda kuhudhuria, tuseme kwa mfano hafla ya governor ambaye ako kwa chama kingine and all that, but hiyo inaonyesha kwamba anasimama na yule governor kuonyesha kwamba tuko na wewe na tutakuunga mkono na tutakusaidia kwa ajili ya utendakazi. Hayo ndio ninaona. So ninaona tayari hapo, naona siasa za mrengo. Siasa za mrengo ndio nimeona hapo. Wanasimama, katika Kiingereza tunasema in solidarity, kuonyesha kwamba huyu ni wetu. Lakini ninaomba hao governor waende zaidi ya hapo na wakaone kwamba wamechaguliwa kwa ajili ya wananchi ambao wako katika kaunti mzima, wale wamewachagua na wale hawakuwachagua. Wamekuwa viongozi wa hao wote. Lakini pia umetaja hilo swala la Martha Karua kuonekana katika hafla ya Governor Gladys Wanga. Nafikiri ni kule kufurahia tu pia vile tumesema ya kwamba wanawake wameanza kupata nafasi. Na nafikiri pia hata hiyo nafasi ya kupewa Martha Karua kwa mgombea mwenza katika ule mrengo waliokuwa wanatafuta uraisi, pia imeweza kutia wanawake moyo kuona kwamba inawezekana. Tunaweza hata sisi. So hiyo ilikuwa tu kusimama naye kufurahia tu ya kwamba kuna mwanadada amechaguliwa.
Naam. Mwisho kabisa tukimalizia katika dakika za kuhesabiwa, manake mwelekezi wangu ananiambia kwamba tunapaswa kuwa tunafunganya virago vyetu, tunaondoka humu ndani. Katika magavana hawa ambao wamechaguliwa katika nyadhifa mbalimbali, na pia wale ambao wamechaguliwa kwenda bungeni kama tulivyokuwa tumetaja pale awali kwamba wabunge hii leo wanafahamishwa tu mawili matatu kuhusiana na bunge. Kinyang'anyiro cha mwaka huu hakikuwa kwamba kuna wale ndio waliachwa na kura nyingi zaidi, lakini kuna wale ambao walikuwa ni wagombea wanaachwa na kura chache, si nyingi sana. Kwa hivyo kama wewe hata umechaguliwa kwa gavana, lakini mwenzako pia naye alikuwa na wafuasi wake, je, unadhani katika wale ambao wametuko majukumu haya kuongoza county, kuongoza pengine maeneo bunge, kibarua wanacho katika kuhakikisha kwamba hawa wote ambao pengine wao hakuweza kuingia afisini wanahisi kwamba wote ni wamoja?
Ndio, wako na kibarua. Na nafikiri ushindani huu wa kisiasa unakujanga kwa njia hiyo. Wakati mtu anachaguliwa alafu anatelekeza wale ambao anaona kwamba hawakumsupport, anawatenga katika maendeleo na katika kuwahusisha. Lakini ulivyosema, katika sehemu nyingi ushindani ulikuwa mkali sana kwa sababu wamewachania na kura kidogo kidogo. Lakini demokrasia, mashindano ya kikura na ya kisiasa ni demokrasia, haitakiwi kuwa ni uadui. Kwa hivyo kama ni tuseme alikuwa ni MP, mlikuwa mnasimama na yeye na wewe umepata, nyosha mkono mkaweze kufanya kazi pamoja. Kuna njia mingi za kushirikisha wale ambao mlishindana na wao, ili ukaweze kujua wao walifikiria nini tofauti na wewe, ili mkaweze kuhudumia wananchi. Kwa hivyo tunatazamia kuona ushirikiano mkubwa ya wale ambao wameshinda kura na wale ambao hawakufanikiwa kupata, wakifanya kazi pamoja ili nchi yetu ikaweze kusonga mbele. Na kikubwa zaidi pia nikimalizia, tunaomba Wakenya waweke amani na wawe watulivu. Tunataka tumalize mambo hii ya siasa ili Kenya ianze kusonga mbele. Watu waanze kufanya kazi. Kuna watu ambao wanafanya kazi, chakula naye kula kwa nyumba yake ni lazima ameondoka siku hiyo. Hiyo tu pesa amepata ndio amepata kufanya kazi. Kwa hivyo tukiendelea na hali hii, kuna watu wengi wataumia. Asante.
Naam. Imekuwa mazungumzo hapa ndani ambapo tulikuwa tunaangazia tu sherehe ambazo zimekuwa zikifanyika hii leo kote nchini, sherehe za kitaifa tu, kuapishwa kwa magavana, na pia usisahau hii leo pia kuna zoezi ambalo lilikuwa linaendelea katika bunge, majengo ya bunge ya kitaifa, ambapo wabunge wale ambao wameweza kuteuliwa ama kuchaguliwa katika maeneo mbalimbali kote nchini walikuwa wanafika eneo hilo kujifahamisha tu mawili matatu kuhusiana na utaratibu wa shughuli katika mabunge. Kwa hivyo ni zoezi ambalo lilikuwa linaendelea hii leo na hapo kesho pia litakuwa linaendelea. Kwa hivyo ni baadhi tu mambo ambayo tulikuwa tunazungumza hii leo, na pia usisahau ni kama nilivyokuwa nimekutajia, magavana wote 45 hii leo walikuwa wanachukua hatamu za uongozi kutoka kwa wale ambao wameondoka ofisini ama wale ambao wanaendelea, pia walikuwa wanakula kiapo cha kuendelea kuwahudumia Wakenya. Kumbuka kuna kaunti mbili ambazo bado hazijaandaa uchaguzi. Kwa hivyo ni kaunti ambazo zinatarajia kuandaa uchaguzi na kuweza kuapisha magavana wale. Kumbuka wengi tu magavana hao wakiahidi kuwahudumia Wenyeji wanasema kwamba wanaelewa shida ambazo wanakumbana nao na wakiahidi kwamba wanapoingia afisini watahakikisha kwamba wenyeji wamepata huduma karibu na vile ambavyo vikwazo ambavyo vinawapata ikiwemo ufisadi nini vitakuwa vinaweza kutatuliwa. Ni taarifa ambazo pia tumekuwa tukizifuatilia na pia katika taarifa zetu za hapo saa moja, pengine kama ulikosa haukuweza kufuata shughuli hiyo ya uapisho, usisahau kutizama ama kuendelea kutazama taarifa zetu hapa, tutakuwa tunakujuza kikamilifu, na pia kwenye mitandao yetu ya kijamii mazungumzo hayo yako moja kwa moja. Kwa hivyo kama yamekupita usitie shaka, tembelea mitandao yetu ya kijamii Facebook, Twitter @KBC. Kama hujabonyeza ama hujafollow, fanya hivyo, alafu utakuwa unajifahamisha tu ni yapi ambayo yalikuwa yanajiri katika taifa hili tulipendalo la Kenya hii leo. Mimi ni Zainab Said, lakini kabla sijaondoka nampisha mwenzangu Chumba ambaye yuko upande wa pili. Chumba, usukani ni wako tu, tukimalizia tukiondoka humu ndani.
Shukran za dhati mwenzangu Zainab Said, ukiwa na kasisi Adson Dela hapo mkiwa umepiga darubini masala mbalimbali. Hapa nikisubiri mwelekezi wangu anieleze itakuwa vipi ikiwa labda tutakuwa tunakunja jamvi ambao tutakuwa tunajiunga na mojawapo wa mawakili kidogo, atueleze itakuwaje kuhusiana na magavana ambao wana kesi katika mahakama ama labda wataweza kufikishwa mahakamani. Lakini labda tukisubiri tu uamuzi huo, mtazamaji, ni kwamba tumekuwa tukikuletea taarifa kutoka maeneo mbalimbali hii leo ambapo magavana 45 wamekuwa wakila kiapo kutoka maeneo mbalimbali. Katika kaunti ya Nairobi tumeweza kumshuhudia Johnson Sakaja pale akiweza kula kiapo, ambapo rais mteule William Ruto aliweza kushuhudia hafla hiyo. Na alipozungumza William Ruto aliweza kusema kwamba anawarai viongozi wote wafanye kazi kwa uadilifu, hususan wale viongozi ambao walikuwa wamechaguliwa, na akasema kwamba yeye kama rais mteule atakubaliana na uamuzi wowote ambao utaweza kutolewa na mahakama ya upeo kuhusiana na ile kesi ambayo imewasilishwa na Azimio. Kaunti ya Homa Bay pia Gladys Wanga tumeona pale akiweza kuapishwa. Martha Karua ambaye amekuwa yule mgombea mwenza wa Azimio la Umoja Raila Odinga ameweza kushuhudia. Alafu pia katika kaunti ya Machakos tuliweza kumuona Kalonzo Musyoka, kiongozi wa chama cha Wiper, akiweza kushuhudia Wavinya Ndeti akiweza kuapishwa. Mtazamaji, hadi kufikia hapo mimi sina la ziada ila kukunja jamvi, lakini kwa niaba ya wale wote waliofanikisha matangazo haya, shukran za dhati. Tembelea tovuti yetu maridadi kabisa ya www.kbc.co.ke kwa maelezo zaidi. Kwa heri, uwe na heri, alamsiki. Mimi ni Ben Chumba.
Good boys gone bad. Eric Omondi has evolved from being a comedian to now being the king of clout chasing.
How does a gospel artist make money? Jaguar wet again.
Anaweza kuwa celeb, anaweza kuwa na followers, but it's a time for artists to make bank.
Yes. How is your relationship with Zari, considering that she dates young?
These are accessories.
They get out, slap the guy.
Yo, what's up? My name is Ted Josiah.
Mashallah.
You sing about serious issues, it will not trend. If you sing about Kiambu
no.
Bahati hata kuwa na machozi. Willy Paul ndio alikuwa anatoa machozi.
For your beat these boys with stones, let's all be logic. Yesu ashukangi chini analeta pesa.
Musicians are missing the point.
Do we sip water?
You are watching Pop Culture with Adhiambo with a Y.
It's a
I loved you right from the start. You're my precious, you're my pride. I just gotta tell you how I feel inside, yeah, yeah. There's no baby like my baby. You know that it's true. There's no baby like my baby. There's only one you. There's no baby like my baby. You're a gift from above. There's no baby like my baby. You're the one that I love. There's no baby like my baby. You're a gift from above. There's no baby like my baby. You're the one that I love, yeah. You're the one that I love, yeah. You're the one that I love, oh, baby. La, 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 la. Oh. Owls. The owl sat in the tree 'neath the moon. Hooting his own special musical tune. Oh. Octopus. The octopus lives in the deep blue ocean. With his 8 legs to swim, there's a whole lot of motion.